Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live for this top of the table clash here in Division 1. Yes, it is Nottinghamshire against Surrey, the first time that these two have faced each other since that famous game last season down at the Oval. It's a glorious day here at Trent Bridge. Now, the toss has taken place. Rory Burns and Hasib Hamid were out there in the middle with the two umpires, and Surrey have won the toss and they have elected to have a bowl. So they will be making their way out very, very shortly, and Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater will be not very far behind them. But let's tell you about the two teams that will be taking place over the next 4 days. And let's start with Nottinghamshire, and you will see that there's two changes from the last game against Leicestershire. Fergus O'Neill and Josh Tong come in, and Dylan Pennington and Brett Hutton are the ones that miss out for this fixture. So Fergus O'Neill obviously had a little bit of niggle coming back into it, and Josh Tong, after being rested last week, he comes back into the team. So that is your Nottinghamshire selected 11 for this fixture. And if we just take a look at Surrey, a few changes for them as well. Obviously the captain, Rory Burns, as I say. But from a bowling point of view, Sean Abbott, Gus Atkinson, Dan Worrell, Jordan Clark, obviously Surrey, very famous for their depth, and that is your Surrey selected 11 for today's fixture. Now, I'm delighted to say that joining me for a little chat is Nottinghamshire's 44, Freddy McCann. Freddy, how are you, mate?
Very good, thanks. How are you?
Very well, thank you very much. Looking forward to today's fixture. As I just mentioned at the top of the show there, first time that these two have met each other since that famous game down at the Kia Oval last year. You were part of that fixture. What kind of memories do you have of that game?
Yeah, it's one of those games that you remember for your whole life. Obviously set up, nice win for going into that final game against Warwickshire, and obviously being crowned champions.
Now, these two teams are the only teams that remain undefeated in Division 1, so do you feel there's a lot riding on this, or because it's quite early on in the season, you know, there's still a lot to play out?
Yeah, obviously both teams playing very good cricket. I think it's obviously still early in the season, but always nice to go in undefeated into that break, and 2 games to go before it. Hopefully we can go in still undefeated with a couple more wins on the board.
Now, I mentioned about sort of Surrey's depth. Obviously, we are the reigning champions. They'll be looking to take that crown back off us. Obviously, they've had success in the few seasons before then as well. Sort of, we always say, you know, we concentrate on ourselves as well. But if people are watching this fixture because it is a top-of-the-table clash, what do you think they can expect from both teams over the next 4 days?
Well, I mean, you've got international players playing in both teams. You've got some of the best in the world with Tungy and Duckett in our team. And then same on Surrey. But we obviously like to keep it all on us, not look at the opposition too much, and look to the game.
Now, as I mentioned, we are undefeated, so sorry. We've just come off the back of a great win against Leicestershire, 23 points from that fixture. What kind of feeling does that give the camp when you've had such a kind of resounding win to come into a game of this magnitude?
Yeah, obviously gives so much confidence to everyone, especially Stoney, who's obviously missed out last year with injury and stuff, to come back in and bowl the way he has done at the start of the season has been incredible to see, and gives him so much confidence and gives us that depth of bowling, especially when Tungy comes back. We know we can rely on everyone else.
Yeah. And you know, taking into account the toss, obviously looking at it's a fresh pitch. Looks like there's a little bit of grass on there, but as I just speaking to Peter Moores, the head coach, sun's out. It looks like you'd say it's nice batting conditions. But what have Haas and Ben got to think about in these next few moments?
Well, I mean, obviously just their usual prep, usual pre-match routines. They're playing really well and really good cricket, like they have done for numerous years. So hopefully they can put a good score on the board.
Now, you mentioned earlier a couple of games to go, and then we enter the white ball season. You've been taking part in some white ball games in the twos. Obviously, you've had a bit of success in that recently. How has that been for you?
Yeah, really good. To captain it as well gives you a bit more responsibility. It's been really nice playing a bit more 50-over cricket, especially before the Metro. We don't play a lot last year and the year before the Metro, so it's been nice to sort of get used to that 50-over brand, and especially the T20s. It's all pretty carnage, isn't it, when it comes around to it, so it's almost nice to get a step ahead of everyone else. It
kind of feels that is really creeping up, sort of the T20 and the 50-over as well, just a few weeks away really, 22nd of May, the first game here at Trent Bridge. Do you kind of have one eye on that at the moment?
Yeah, obviously we don't want to look too far ahead, especially with 2 Champo games to go. Sort of red ball mindset still at the moment, and we'll change and adapt to that when it comes to the T20.
So let's just bring it back to this then for the next 4 days, Surrey. I know it's the old adage of get through the first session, but do you think if we can maybe get through that first session, obviously, as many wickets still intact as possible, then it gives us an opportunity to really build with today and over the next few days?
Yeah, 100%. We know first half an hour of every session is going to be crucial. Get switch back onto the game, back into your mindset. But yeah, hopefully they can build some partnerships, get 50 partnerships, hundreds, and get big scores.
Well, it's been an absolute joy having you on.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's very kind of you. Not many people know this, but I borrowed your bat at the weekend, didn't I?
Yeah.
Didn't use it.
Didn't use it.
Wasn't needed.
Wasn't needed.
Not that I didn't use it, I just wasn't needed. But thank you very much for joining us, Fred. Wish you well, obviously, over the next few games, and I'm sure we'll speak to you very, very soon.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's take a look at the Division 1 table. Our thanks to Freddy McCann there, obviously, as well, for joining us. But let's take a look at the Division 1 table. And as we say, it is a top-of-the-table clash between Nottinghamshire and Surrey. So there's only a few points difference between the two. If you look at the batting points from Surrey, obviously they've been very successful in gaining those points, 12 points for them. But if you look at our bowling point as well, so it really is a big matchup between the two teams. So it's going to be enthralling cricket over the next 4 days. So do stay with us here on Trent Bridge Live. We'll have every ball for you over the next few days. Now, we're a few minutes away from the bell being rung, which officially says it's about 5 minutes to the start of play. So we're going to just enjoy the sunshine here at Trent Bridge and show you some lovely pictures of Trent Bridge. And when the players make their way out, the next voice that you'll hear will be your BBC radio commentary team, and that will be led by the one and only Dave Bracegirdle.
Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge in the English East Midlands for the start of another round of county championship matches, and they don't come much bigger than the top two in the table. Nottinghamshire hosting Surrey this week. Notts top of the table, Surrey second. A big match, a big few days of county championship cricket lies ahead. We are just moments or two away from the umpires coming out. The news from the middle is that Surrey have won the toss and they have chosen to bowl, to insert Notts. So Nottinghamshire will be batting first. Lovely conditions. We've got warm sunshine. We've got hazy blue sky overhead, and we're all set in front of a crowd that continues to fill. A very good morning, welcoming you officially here on Sir David Attenborough's 100th birthday day to Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. Kevin Howells, the headmaster, is in the building. We've got Nikesh Rugani from BBC Sport, and an absolute delight to welcome back to Trent Bridge after an absence of a year or two. The great man is here alongside Mr. Mark Church. A very good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Mr. Bracegirdle. Good morning to everybody. What a beautiful morning as well. Blue sky, sun shining, and very much looking forward to these 4 days. You look at the two lineups, and it's two top quality sides going head to head over the next 4 days. So yes, very much looking forward to this. Interested that Surrey won the toss and decided to bowl first. Just a little bit of team news from a Surrey perspective is that Dan Worrell plays his first game of the summer, and Gus Atkinson plays as well in this one. But as I say, you look at these two sides, and on paper it's two incredibly powerful batting lineups and two top quality bowling lineups as well. So yes, and memories sort of shoot back to South London, the penultimate game of the summer, which was last year, which was a heck of a game of cricket. It really was. And Nottinghamshire winning that and going on to deservedly win the championship title. But it's the first meeting of these two since then. And of course, Surrey didn't come to Trent Bridge last year, which was a real shame, actually. So it's lovely to be back here as Rory Burns leads out the Surrey side. And yeah, I am really looking forward to this. And Hassi Hamid and Ben Slater make their way out to the middle as well. And of course, Nottinghamshire, a couple of wins this season, a couple of draws. Surrey 3 draws, and then their first win against Sussex last week, an 8-wicket win at the Kia Oval. And Nigel Long and Ian Blackwell, our two umpires, make their way to the middle. Of course, it's my first sighting of the pavilion redevelopment, which is going to look lovely. It really is. But now I'm just getting used to the players coming out from below us. I'm so used to seeing them from the other end of the ground. But yes, this is going to be a fascinating morning. Good crowd in, blue sky, sun out. And I am very much looking forward to this day, Bracegirdle.
Great to have you here. We are coming through loud and clear on the live stream. There's one or two issues at the moment on the BBC Sport website and that which hopefully will be resolved. Notts have made a couple of changes, one enforced from the team that played or started last week at Leicester, with Brett Hutton pulling up with a calf injury. He was replaced during the course of that game by James Hayes. So from the starting 11 last week, it is Brett Hutton and Dylan Pennington out, and into the side the Australian Fergus O'Neill, and a certain Joshua Tong comes back into the side. So from the game that played at the Oval at the end of September last year, Notts make 2 changes. Duckett in for McCann, and Ollie Stone, who got 8 wickets last week, comes in for Brett Hutton. We're going to get underway with Gus Atkinson bowling from the far end, and the first ball takes off from just short of a length and went past me, almost past his nose. That took off from... it certainly wasn't short, was it? It was pitched up nicely on a strip that's towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground and has that greenish hue on it. Lovely start to the day from Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, very encouraging from Gus Atkinson. The other thing is that climbed into the gloves of Jamie Smith as well, which is always an encouraging sign for everybody concerned.
3 slips, 3 more on the offside. As Atkinson from the Stuart Broad end, the pavilion end bowls. Hamid has had a couple of ducks this season. Reaches forward and then bails out from playing it. Shoulders, arms, lets it go through to Jamie Smith. Dan Worrell is a backward point. He's taking the opportunity between deliveries here just to turn his arm over. No doubt will be in action the second over of the day. Give you the sides in full as we go along, but we'll be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a second or two as Atkinson bowls, and once more Hamid just content to let it go through to the keeper.
And again, the thing there is good bounce, good carry into the gloves of Jamie Smith, and that's what you want to see on a first morning. That's what you want to see, is any quick bowler soul destroying if the keeper's taking it by his knees, but he's taking that on the rise. Jamie Smith.
Got a battery of talented fast bowlers on each side. Internationals everywhere you look, including Gus Atkinson. Bowls now, and Hamid gets bat on ball here for the first time, just helping it into the covers, and there's no run.
Just to say, Burns at first slip, Pope at second, and then Adam Thomas, who made quite the debut against Sussex last week, the youngest ever Surrey Centurion on debut. 19 years of age, made 120.
Some very talented youngsters up and down the country. Adam Thomas, somebody very much looking forward to seeing for the first time. I think Hamid pushes this into the offside and through the offside for 4 runs. Nice shot out through the covers to the Bridgeford Road side of the ground. I just wonder if he played in the Metro Bank here last year when young Master Albert got a high score. I think he got into the 90s.
He did. He played here in that. Lovely shot from Hamid.
The board says that's the end of the over. No, it's gone back. It's just flicked back. 5 deliveries in. That's where we are. Hamid off the mark. Atkinson bowls, and he's whipped this one through the leg side. Might be 3 here. You fancy? It's going to pull up shy of the rope on the Fox Road side of the ground, and they are going to push hard for 3. This pair off the back of taking Notts to a 10-wicket win last week. They needed 77 to beat Leicestershire on Monday. They're away with 7 in the first over. Where we've just started on time. The top 2 in the rankings after 4 matches. Good crowd in to see Notts hosting Surrey. Surrey won the toss. They've put Notts in. 2 changes. Dylan Pennington and Brett Hutton drop out. Josh Tong and Fergus O'Neill in. Notts are 7 without loss. Quick 20-second blast for BBC Radio Nottingham. It's going to be Dan Worrell, and we can sit down, we can calm down, Mark, we can ease into the day.
You ease yourself in, Mr. Bracegirdle. You've had a busy morning, very busy morning. You're always busy. Been signing photos of yourself that have been delivered to the ground, have you not? Interesting first over that. I think, as we see in South London, the full length is going to be the key here this morning. Well, Dan Worrell in his first game of the summer. Hasn't played in the first 4, Dan Worrell. He's getting ready to bowl the second over of the morning. Hamid will be on strike. 7 without loss, all 7 to Hamid in that first over from Atkinson. 3 slips for Worrell as he's over the wicket, and his first ball's down the leg side. Hamid gets nothing on that, looking to flick it towards fine leg. And it's a tumbling stop from Jamie Smith. Jordan Clark out there. Of course, Jordan Clark didn't play in the game at the Kia Oval last year, and I think that was a big thing, actually, him not being available for that, and he's really in the 3 games he's played this summer, he's looked absolutely terrific. As Worrell is over the wicket to Hamid, and Hamid is beaten by beauty from Dan Worrell. That's the length. You can see straight away. Sorry, I've chatted about this. That fuller length. It was Atkinson hit that length in the first over. A lovely punch drive from Hamid, and then got a bit straight on Hamid and worked him through the leg side for 3. But Worrell there on that full length. Little bit of shape as well for Dan Worrell.
Would imagine Matt Fisher would have liked to have played. He got a 5 for in each innings, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he's due a rest as in over the wicket comes Worrell, and this one's outside the off stump going away from Hamid. He lets it go. So yeah, the 2 changes for Surrey from the last game. Fisher rested, Topley not selected. Gus Atkinson comes into the side, and then this man comes into the side, Dan Worrell. So it's Burns, Sibley. I'd expect Patel to bat at 3 because Smith's keeping wicket. Ollie Pope, Dan Lawrence, then Jamie Smith, Adam Thomas, Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Sean Abbott and Dan Worrell. So in a way, the extra batter being played by Surrey with Adam Thomas, although he can bowl as well, as Worrell is in, and Hamid, that's wide outside the off stump and going wider, and Hamid has absolutely nothing to do with that.
Surrey, should they require, and I'm sure they will at some stage, you'd imagine, unless Notts collapse in a heat both innings, would turn to Dan Lawrence as the spin option.
He would be, and until Mr. Chahar turns up for the last 8 games of the season, although Lawrence will still bowl, but he's done a very good job actually this season as the off spinner, as Dan Lawrence, as Worrell runs away from us, comes in over the wickets, and again it's wide outside that off stump. Hamid doesn't have anything to do with that at all. It is the most glorious day here at Trent Bridge, and the pitch has that greenish look to it, and it's got worn ends, and yeah, you'd expect there to be something there this morning, but with the sun out as well, and it's a pretty short boundary for the right-hander, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bowling from our media centre end, as over the wicket then comes Worrell, and again Hamid doesn't have to play that, so one absolute perler in that over from Dan Worrell, and then 5 deliveries that Hamid didn't have to play. End of the second, Nottinghamshire put in by Surrey on this first morning, and Nottinghamshire are 7 without loss.
One of the strangest things about the game, back in the capital last September, was the first day, I don't know if you remember, where everywhere, north, south, east and west of London, games were called off. There wasn't a single ball bowled in the country in the other 8 matches, and we had a full day.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great game. It swung back and forth. There were moments where it looked like Surrey were going to win it, and then, but that spell from Josh Tong was one of the best I've seen.
There's Atkinson from the pavilion end, bowls to Ben Slater. First ball that Ben Slater has faced this morning, start of the 3rd over. He's been in fine fettle, his 2nd top run scorer in Division 1 in the early days of the season. 464 runs, averaging 66. He got 178 and an unbeaten 50 in the 2nd innings at Leicester last week.
Well, it's Slater coming in over the wicket.
Next ball is driven into the offside by Slater. Where was that coming through?
I have no idea. There has been noises coming out of different contraptions, bit of technical difficulties this morning. I suddenly heard Kevin Howes booming out at me from somewhere. But yes, that was a terrific game last summer, and obviously Surrey were devastated at the end of it, but I think everybody was very pleased for Nottinghamshire to win the title.
There's Atkinson round the wicket, and Slater's shoulders, arms, lets it go through to Smith, and they were, and you know, up and down the country. You did a fabulous book called Typical Surrey, because that's the perception up and down the country. Oh, typical Surrey, they've won again, and what have you. And I think there was a little bit of love towards Nottinghamshire from those that you know, sort of belong to the anybody but Surrey. It'd be nice for somebody else to win brigade. But I have to say, Surrey supporters were just so wonderful in their generosity towards Notts that day, that week. So this is steered, guided really by Ben Slater to backward point. The Surrey players I spoke to, 1 or 2 I've mentioned, were very generous in respecting Notts. I think to a man, every one of the 22 that played in it, and all the coaching staff and whatever that have sort of spoken about that game, I've said it's one of the most intense but enjoyable county championship matches they've had the privilege to take part in. When it comes down to just 20 runs, and at no stage did he really know who was going to win. Atkinson bowls, and that's going to be 4 runs to get Slater off the mark. An element of control in that I think he steered it to the ground, but it was a little edgish, wide of the 3 slips, so he's away for 4. Very fast outfield as always here. 1 or 2 bare patches on the outfield. Again, it's been a fairly dry April and beginning to May, hasn't it, for the ground staff?
Yeah, well, I think that's why you've seen a lot of runs being scored. I think it's been very difficult for the ground staff.
Don't know if you want that window in front of you opening, Mark. Ooh. We've got one open, but
yes, I might.
This one sort of does the business as well as Atkinson bowls, and Slater's got it again down towards 3rd, and I think once it's beat the fielder, that will race away for 4 more.
That's the only thing with where it was Thank you for doing that,
sorry,
Dave Bresco. I couldn't actually see what was going on. So now, yes.
I was conscious.
I know my commentary's hopeless, but
as well as Atkinson I was conscious of squeaking. Slater's going again down towards the furrow.
But nicely played by Ben Slater. Interestingly, with both those deliveries, and he was in control of them. But the slips liked that length from Gus Atkinson again. 15 without loss for Nottinghamshire.
Can I just quickly take the time, this is almost a private message on behalf of Richard Ray, who asked me to thank all the Nottinghamshire supporters for all the lovely messages that you sent him via me over the course of last week. Thanks to everybody. You know what that was about.
Worrell's in and left alone by Hamid. Start of the 4th over. Hamid just goes for a little wander towards square leg, then has a look up to the sky, which is perfectly blue with a bit of white fluffy cloud and the sun out. It's a gorgeous morning. It really is lovely here today, and the forecast has changed a bit because this wasn't what they were telling us even at the beginning of the week.
I have a deep mistrust of them, Mark.
Do you? I'm not sure what they'd say about you. As in, over the wicket comes Worrell. That's better. Good leave from Hamid. Climbs again into the gloves of Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side. Good crowded.
Probably 3, if not 4 days of full cricket that we've had this season. They were pretty much predicting total washout, so I do have that deep mistrust. I don't bang on about it just in case a nice expectedly dry day suddenly veers in the other direction, but I do mistrust what they tell us.
Hamid settles once again. As over the wicket goes Worrell to him. Beauty. Just getting his radar right now is Worrell. And Hamid pushed forward, but just climbed on him again. Taken by Smith on the rise. Lovely bit of bowling from Worrell. Just beginning to locate his radar at the moment. Is down. Worrell has missed the first 4 games of the season. I think he was always earmarked for this one, though. I think he was always going to be 100% for the trip to Trent Bridge, down Worrell. Over the wicket he comes once again. And Hamid lets this go outside his off stump. And that swung the other way after it went past Hamid, because Jamie Smith was going to his right, but his gloves went to his left. That just went the other way on him at the last moment. Could take that from Jamie Smith. It's probably something that you wouldn't really notice, but actually that did. Just as Smith was going to take that, it went the other way. Good bit of keeping that from Jamie Smith.
And Dan Worrell, UK resident now, Mark.
Oh, he is, yes. He could play for England.
Yeah.
Possibly should have.
Well, if you become the new selector...
I'm not going to. As in, over the wicket comes Worrell, and Hamid's played at this. He's pulled the bat behind the pad after he's played at that. Nicely bowled again by Dan Worrell. I did send, I will convey this to you. I did send a message to very high up at the England and Wales Cricket Board saying, you know, I am available. And I wouldn't just say pick the Surrey 11, although I think the Surrey 11 might have gone better in Australia, but I am available. And all I got back was a laughing emoji. So I thought, that's my application out the window. As in, over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and that one's going away from Hamid, but it started a bit too wide. But that's an interesting over from Dan Worrell. He's finding something, bowling with good pace, a maiden over, and 15 without loss. Hasn't conceded as runners yet, Dan Worrell, although there's been a couple there that Hamid didn't have to do anything with. But 15 without loss, Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, very polar opposites in terms of bowling figures. Atkinson 2 overs none for 15, and as Mark said, Worrell yet to concede a run. Doesn't really matter. Atkinson has been sending down some testing deliveries. Yeah, I'm sure all cricket followers have seen the speculation about the New England selector. I did see somebody yesterday, though, put something that I agree with. Goodness gracious, 18 first-class counties, and we can't find somebody English. This is dropped on the leg side by Slater. First delivery of a new over. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. We're unable to find an English person, an English coach, an English former player to be the English selector, which is a bit of a shame, I think, if that's the way they go. But
no, they're going that way. It wouldn't have been in the papers or anything if it wasn't right. So that is going to be who
these things are kept quiet. Are never kept quiet, are they, Mark?
They never are somehow.
Atkinson round the wicket, bowls again wide of the pegs through to Jamie Smith, who takes it scuttling along the ground. It's cute from the ECB in that exactly the same two umpires who umpired the match at the Kia Oval last September have got the same game again, isn't it? That can't be coincidence, surely.
No, and I think actually you look at this game and you're going to need two very experienced umps in this one. So Messrs Blackwell and Longer back.
Atkinson in again.
Oh, hello.
Beats Slater outside the off stump. Again taken low down by Jamie Smith. You, like I, have commentated many times with the great Anthony Gibson for Somerset games, and he has a sort of a resident pet stato, Steve Pittard.
I know from he's from he's former landlord of some pub. I remember, yes,
Hughes Episcopi or somewhere. I think. Because I always thought that was in Cyprus. I always thought he'd got this made abroad. I'll come back to the point in a second. As Atkinson round the wicket, Slater lets it go. And the last time we played Somerset, he sent a thing through that I hadn't got it. It just happened to be, in fact, this was last season, just happened to be the 100th time that this pair had opened together. Well, now it's 115 times that Hamid and Slater have opened together. 4,700 runs at 44 apiece, this pair. Quite incredible. 11 century stands, 26 50 partnerships, and there's only Broad and Robinson for Notts in the last 60 years opened more than this pair. As Slater lets this go through. The thing I was asked to mention, you've met postcode Pam on reception downstairs.
Well, she was bringing your photos up to you, yes.
She has a lovely sidekick, Jackie. Jackie's not feeling so well today. She's having a little bit of rest and recuperation today. Hopefully she's back over the weekend. Hope you're well, Jack. Just has to say hello from everybody at Trent Bridge. 15 without loss, last ball of the fifth. Lovely sunny morning. And that one got up, and I just thought there was a little sound. Clearly, if there was, it wasn't bat. Nicely taken. Good over from Atkinson. It is a maiden, so after saying he'd gone for 15, two expensive overs, he sends down a nice tight one, keeping Slater nice and honest. If you want to get in touch, lots of ways and means. I've got the old email thing now, Mark, which is a first after 20 years.
Well done.
bracecricket@icloud.com. If you
Brace Cricket.
if you want to get in touch. And also a big thanks to Marcus Hook, who this morning sent through a load of stats. The problem is, Marcus, you sent it on the old Twittery X thing. I can't open it.
You and your technology. Here's Worrell over the wicket to Hamid, and Hamid is solidly forward, playing this one up the ground, tumbling Sean Abbott in his sun hat. Does the fielding, and there is no run.
So bracecricket@icloud.com. I think between us we've probably got most of the relevant stats covered. If you can come up with some gems during the course of the game, Marcus will be more than happy to use them.
So 3 slips. She's got the backward point down Lawrence. There's a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and then deep backward square as Worrell is into Hamid, and Hamid lets this go. Good lead from Hamid. That searching length from Dan Worrell. That last ball of Atkinson's over. I think that beat Slater's inside edge. I think that cut him in half. It suddenly just roared back off the seam and bounced on Slater. So those are brilliant stats on these two. Really are.
66th match. They've gone out to open together. 116 innings. Only Broad and Robinson more.
Well, they are a very fine opening pair. As Worrell is in, and Hamid drives in the bump ball. It's well fielded by Ryan Patel, away to his right. Just for a second, I thought he'd driven that in the air, but it was bump ball. And it's a very, very good stop from Ryan Patel away to his right-hand side. But just for a second, I thought that might have been an incredibly good catch. But as it was a bump ball. Good-looking shot from Hamid again. As turning his Worrell once more. Coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Hamid and beats him on the edge. It's nicely bowled again by Worrell. So he's getting Hamid playing now. Hamid's seen all of Worrell so far. Wanders off towards square leg. Ben Duckett due in next. Then Joe Clark. He's been in fine nick this summer. Joe Clark. Always a player I enjoy watching, Joe Clark. And, enjoy watching Mr. Duckett as well, of course. And let's these two battle all day. As Worrell turns again. Comes in over the wicket to Hamid. And Hamid, I'm not sure he's playing at that. I think he's just pulling that bat inside the line. But it's a great line, great length. And again, there is good bounce and there is good carry into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Moving away to his right-hand side. Just depositing Dom Sibley now out to the deep mid-wicket boundary rope. I say deep, it's actually not that long a carry for the right-hander, with Worrell coming in. So now there's two men back on the rope on the leg side for Hamid as Worrell is in. And Hamid outside edge gone. Beautiful bowling. Picked up at second slip by Ollie Pope. That's just good bowling from Worrell. And this is why Surrey missed him. Worrell hasn't conceded a run. He's been a little errant at times in his radar. This over, he has been spot on. Hamid had to play that. It's a good, safe catch by Ollie Pope. The captain goes for 7. Surrey have their first wicket. Worrell has his first wicket of the summer. And it means Nottinghamshire are 15 for 1.
Yeah, great start by Dan Worrell. Good toss for Surrey to win, and no real surprise that they asked Notts to bat first. It just seems to be the way. I think this is the 5th straight game that we've done with Notts this season, where the winner of the toss is inserted. Good save catch at second slip there by Ollie Pope. Mead out for 7, so that's one of the Nottinghamshire big guns back in the hutch. And here is Ben Duckett. Of course, he didn't play in the match at the Keir Oval last September. On his way out to the middle, the last 3 innings for Duckett, he's had a 60, a 90 and an 80. So he's been in reasonably good form with that certainly going on and being able to convert it into that big score.
Yep, and when you see that again, I'm not sure what Hamid could have done. He's not done anything wrong there, Hamid. It's just a top quality piece of bowling. Had to play it, finds his edge, and it's also the balls before as well. And it absolutely flew off the edge, and it was a good catch from Ollie Pope. So 15 for 1. Gus Atkinson from the Stewart Broad end coming around the wicket to Slater, and Slater little inside edge onto his back pad that rolls away into the offside, and there is no run. So of course Mr. Duckett and Mr. Atkinson know each other very well, and I think Mr. Duckett may have just said good morning to Mr. Atkinson there as he walked past him. But I was just saying there, Mr. Bracegirdle, that I don't think Hamid could do anything about that. It was just a top quality piece of bowling. And, you know, if your luck's in, it may fly over the slips, it may be dropped, but it was a very safe catch from Ollie Pope.
Atkinson in to Slater, beats him on the outside here. These are really troubling moments, early moments of this match for Notts. We're at 25 minutes, we're into the 7th over, already Hamid out. And Surrey will be, I think they'll be cock-hoop to get rid of the not skipper. They'd like to get into the middle order. Slater has had a good start to the season. Joe Clark, the top run scorer in the country, is due in next. And of course Duckett, as I say, off the back of a 60, a 90 and an 80. So there have been plenty of runs about thus far in the season as Slater again defends back to the bowler.
The interesting thing here is, so the first 3 games of the season, Surrey did not get it right with the ball. But in this first 6 overs this morning, okay, there's been balls to let go. There has been nothing to cut. There has been nothing to pull. There has been nothing short from Worrell and Atkinson. They've gone full of length, and they've both sort of complemented each other perfectly.
Next delivery is pushed to wide-ish mid-off, sort of extra cover position where Sean Abbott does the fielding. Australian international, of course.
But I think the worry for Surrey, worry isn't the right word. I think where they were annoyed with themselves in those first 3 games, on pitches that weren't offering a great deal, is there was a lot to cut, there was a lot to pull, and the opposition were going at 4s and over. And this morning, and it was the same against Sussex, absolutely nothing to cut or pull.
Atkinson bowls. Slater very much playing within himself here, very restrained, knows the importance that if one opener goes, the other one stays, and just tries to work their way through the first 20 overs, hoping that they can get into the change bowlers, hoping that the ball just softens a little bit and then they can just go about their business with a little more freedom. I think it's going to be a match again that's going to be high in intensity. The change bowlers will ask a lot of questions, of course. Sean Abbott, Jordan Clark. Atkinson in again. Slater just drops it on the leg side. No chance of stealing a single. Good over from Atkinson. And it's still 15 for 1. Nottinghamshire, no Brett Hutton. Pulled out with a calf injury in the Leicestershire game last week, so had to be replaced. So he's got to serve the mandatory 8 days now. Fergus O'Neill's been out. Game before, he, of course, had a slight niggle. It was sore ribs, so he missed last week against Leicestershire. So he's come back into the frame, and of course Josh Tong, he missed the game, I think a little bit like Gus Atkinson, managing his minutes ahead of the international summer. So Tong's back. So it's Dylan Pennington who gets his first rotation of the summer, if you like.
Well, look, let's be honest. If England now make the decision on Tong and Atkinson, if they don't play him in this game, they may as well not play them in any, because this is like a proper game of cricket. So it's good for both of them, really. So it's Ben Duckett on strike for his first delivery. Just saw his numbers there. They're impressive. They are very impressive now for Ben Duckett. 2 slips and a gully for Duckett. His first delivery, down Worrell into him, and Duckett pushes it away off a goodish length out into the offside, and there is no run. But the ground looks gorgeous this morning, and I can see how lovely the new pavilion is going to look, but it's still sort of being done at the moment, and you can hear a bit of the diggers and everything else going on around the place. Diggers, I don't know if there are. I think there probably are somewhere. There's a lot of scaffolding up there as well. Good view from up there if you're the builders and you like your cricket. As Worrell comes in over the wicket to Duckett, and Duckett lets it go. Ooh, hello. Duckett let it go, and it's taken by Jamie Smith away to his left hand side. The reason I say that is whenever you listen to Test cricket or watch Test cricket, he doesn't let a lot go. And that was a lovely leave from Ben Duckett. Bat raised high in the air and taken by Jamie Smith. So something of a collector's item there. Ben Duckett letting the ball go in orthodox fashion. As Worrell, he's in over the wicket, and forward goes Duckett. Turns this one into the leg side, and that's picked up by Ryan Patel. And it's a very good morning to Nikesh Ringali. Good morning to you, sir. You've been doing a fabulous job Yeah, yes, don't worry. There's so many microphones here. I think that's those ones. So it's like air traffic control in here. It really is. Try those. Let's see if that's the right one.
Let's give this a go.
There
There we go.
There you are. There you are. There you are. As I say, it's a bit like air traffic control in here this morning. Dan Worrell is just asking Adam Thomas to move from gully now to third slip. So Thomas goes from gully to third slip here as Worrell comes in over the wicket too. Oh, Duckett beats him. Beautiful delivery again. Climbs into the gloves of Jamie Smith. So Nikesh Dan Worrell this morning yet to concede a run, has picked up Mead. His first over was sort of an exploratory over to find his radar. Since then, he has been right on the money, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. And there's not much that Hamid could do, really. He was just bowling in that beautiful spot, not too full, not too short, forcing Hamid to play at those deliveries and sort of starting middle and off and just nipping away at the last moment.
So over the wicket again, Worrell. And Duckett's off the mark. Nicely played. Just tucks it away down towards long leg. Big cry of no as the throw comes in from Gus Atkinson. So Slater finally gets down the other end. He's been sort of stuck against Gus Atkinson. It's the first run that Worrell has conceded. And Duckett's all the way down now for a chat with Slater. So Slater goes for a little wander and a stretch towards square leg and practices his forward defensive. Surrey immediately stick Ryan Patel out to deep backward square. So it will be the 3 slips again. It's a very short boundary down to third man as Worrell's into Slater and half a shout as Slater's trying to work round that front pad. Rolls into the leg side. End of the over, 16 for 1, Duckett 1, Slater 8. I was saying to Dave Bracegirdle, in the first 3 games of the season with the Surrey bowlers, they were not happy with the way they bowled. What I've noticed straight away this morning, and it was the same with Sussex, there has been nothing to cut. There has been nothing to pull. Everything's been up to the bat, and they're making life very difficult at the moment. And the other thing I like about this for the game is that Smith is taking a lot of these balls with them on the rise, hitting his gloves above his shoulders as well.
Well, there's been a couple to Atkinson, or from Atkinson rather, from the far end, from the broad end, which have just kept a little bit low. But yeah, Worrell especially has just been hitting him quite high. And Atkinson on the whole has been getting good carry too, apart from those couple, as he's in once more and Duckett is forward defending towards mid-off. Interesting, Jamie Smith keeping, of course, ahead of the England summer. Folks, is he fit?
Injured.
Yeah.
Well, injured.
More of a tweak.
Doing it whilst having a bowl after tea in the Essex game, so not the best thing, but I suppose it does give Smith a chance to have a go with the gloves.
Atkinson in, and Duckett guides this ball out towards backward point. It's well fielded in the end, almost a big collision there.
Yeah, so I've always said, and for Nottinghamshire listeners and watchers, if Folkes is fit, he keeps for Surrey. It will always happen.
Yeah. Well, Alex Stewart said the same as well.
It will always happen, and people raise their eyebrows. But actually, A, he's the better keeper, and B, I think Smith's happier just batting. I genuinely do. I think he's happier batting.
In comes Atkinson then, and Smith takes this one as Duckett leaves well alone.
2 leaves from Ben Duckett. I was saying, whenever I listen to Test matches or watch, I'm constantly told he never lets the ball go. But we've had 2 top quality leaves from Ben Duckett this morning.
Yep. Well, he knows there's a job to be done here to rebuild this innings. There's no rush. He's the type of player, of course, who can sort of go the other way as well and put the bowlers under pressure when he feels the time is right. Atkinson in, and Duckett is forward defending at this one. out towards point, and there is no run. We often speak about keepers, don't we, and the need to, oh, Jamie Smith must be keeping because he's going to be keeping for England and things like that. There are some keepers like MS Dhoni, legend of the world game, who literally has never practiced his keeping. He just, might take a few throws in a practice session and things like that, but doesn't meticulously practice. He practices batting, but not really his keeping, and he's probably the greatest keeper standing up to the stumps that we've ever seen, as Atkinson is in and Duckett defends into the leg side for no run. So I'm not saying all keepers are the same, and some do like to sort of feel the ball coming into the gloves throughout the course of a match to get into their groove, but maybe Smith isn't too bothered himself.
Yeah, I think what's happened is that you're not going to turn it down, are you? If that's his way into the England side, bat 7 and keep wicket, he's going to do it. But I think what people didn't realise is if you're not doing it regularly, 3 days in the field.
Atkinson bowls, and another defensive shot there from Duckett. Beats Atkinson in his follow through, but not Abbott there at mid-off. So another dot ball, end of the over, 16 for 1.
3 days in the field with the gloves, and then you're expected to go out and you might. Let's be brutally honest, with England recently, he's out there pretty early at 7.
Yeah.
So it is a completely different thing. And I thought that final test against India last summer, he looked exhausted. He looked absolutely exhausted. I always have thought that he will end up. We've seen him batting 3 for Surrey, and he's gone very nicely at 3. It's not beyond the realms of possibility he could end up batting 3 for England and not having the gloves. And I think that would be the answer, really. And I don't think it's any great surprise that he started the season very, very well with the bat for Surrey when he's not actually got the gloves. But it's a tough thing, you're keeping for long periods, and then you've got to go out in Test cricket and bat. And as I say, batting at 7, he's been out there quite early on a few occasions. As here comes Worrell over the wicket to Slater, and Slater tucks this one that got a bit straight on him down to long leg, just a single, and that will bring Duckett back on to strike. It's been a lovely start from these two this morning, Worrell and Atkinson.
Yeah, Atkinson a little bit expensive off his first couple of overs, and then after that has been on the money into his groove, showing all his class.
And the other thing I would say from a Surrey point of view as well is they've dropped a few this season as well in that slip cordon, and Ollie Pope absolutely watertight there at second slip as Worrell is into Duckett, just strays onto his pads, and that's flicked away by Duckett down towards long leg, and Atkinson does the fielding, and they'll pick up one more, 18 for 1. It is lovely to be back here because of course Surrey didn't come here last season. The only game between these two was basically the title decider back in South London, so it's lovely to be back at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, beautiful ground. Crowd just slowly making their way in, hopefully a few more in as the day progresses.
Worrell over the wicket to Slater. He's on the back foot this time, back of a length delivery. Big cry of no as Sibley comes moving round to his right to do the field. The new look to the pavilion is going to be spectacular, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a lot of layers, a lot of different floors going up in front of us. It's a bit like this stand at the Ratcliffe Road end that we're sitting in at the moment. We're on floor 3, which has kind of always been here. I remember back in the day it kind of used to, I think, finish at 4 or 5. It goes up to, I think, 8 now.
Yes, it does. What I do like, though, you can even see it now. They've kept the traditional front of that pavilion. As over the wicket goes Worrell, and Slater plays this really from the crease, pushes it out towards cover, and there is Sibley again to do the fielding. But they're keeping the traditional front, but going upwards.
Yes.
It's much like sort of you see in London. The only way you can go is up.
Yeah.
Although I think a few people are going down now in London, but there you go. You can see
basements and
basements
things like that.
But I think that's going to look lovely. But they're going upwards with the pavilion. Worrell Over the wicket once again to Slater. Slater's gone, caught and bowled. It's a cracking catch, low down by Worrell. Slater looked to drive and got it quite high up on the bat, but Worrell on his follow through low down to his right. He's got his second one. He's got both openers now, and Nottinghamshire find themselves 18 for 2.
Yeah, that was a brilliant catch because he was in his follow through, sort of going against his natural movement, which would be to go towards his left, had to go low down to his right. It's one of those that sort of hung in the air agonisingly, but quite close to the turf, and Slater eventually on his way back for 9. Hasn't looked really all that comfortable. I was giving him the big build-up next door regarding his start to the season, but Surrey have bowled well to him today and haven't let him get into his stride. We're seeing a replay of that catch, absolute beauty, and Slater looks devastated at that, but it's well deserved there from Dan Worrell, who has been outstanding so far this morning. 4.5 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 3.
Well, you can see so many people have been saying to me, when is Worrell going to be fit? When is Worrell going to be fit? They'd always earmark this. They want him 100% for this and for next week. For Nottinghamshire and for Yorkshire next week. At no point rushing him back. And he has bowled beautifully this morning. And it's so hard that on your follow through to come back to your right. Yes, okay, Slater didn't time it perfectly, but still, he's a big fella. And got down to his right and took the catch. So the other thing here is they get Joe Clark out there early as well, because runs haven't come. Been out there 42 minutes. Clark's been seeing all of this going on from the dressing room. He's been in fabulous form this summer, as Joe Clark, but Surrey will be happy with this. They get him out there early. So this will be a tester for him, even though he's into tremendous form. This will be a tester for Joe Clark, player I've always really enjoyed watching. Joe Clark, he's lovely on the eye, he really is. First ball for him, coming in over the wicket. Here's Worrell, and Clark is solidly forward. All Worrell's overstepped, no ball. And I don't know if anybody else has ever noticed it with Joe Clark, but golly, he doesn't half look like Elijah Wood. He really does. Oh, yeah. I don't know if they ever have been in the same room, but I'm not sure you'd see them in the same room. But that was a solid-looking defensive shot. Ian Blackwell stood at the Radcliffe Road end. They do
guess the eyes and
yeah. I think if you put sort of longer, curlier hair on him,
hair,
as in over the wicket goes Worrell, and this is driven out into the offside. And Clark gets off the mark as Abbott does the fielding, tumbling away to his left-hand side. So the wicket of Slater in that over for Dan Worrell. And 10 overs this morning on this first day, 45 minutes of play, and Nottinghamshire 21 for 2.
Yep, good toss to win for Surrey the way things are going at the moment, but they'll not want to let any kind of partnership build between these two. Duckett, of course, we know that he found form last week. Joe Clark, the only batter in Division 1 to score more than 500 runs this season so far. And we're going to see a change in bowling from the Stuart Broad end. Jordan Clark into the attack for the first time.
Pick of the bowlers last week against Sussex. 8 in the game, Jordan Clark. 5 in the first innings, 3 in the second.
Clark with his tattooed arms and his top knot, getting ready at the top of his mark. He's going to be bowling to Joe Clark here. 3 slips in place. And in comes Clark. It's a shortish delivery. And Clark to Clark. Batter Clark up on his toes and defends it away out towards backward point for a single.
Yeah, Jordan Clark missed the game between these two last year, and I think that was huge. I really do. And in the game, he missed the first one this year at Edgbaston, but his numbers have been pretty good so far. In the games he's been involved in. And as I say, against Sussex, pick of the bowlers, 5 for 68 in that first innings and 3 for 40 in the second innings against Sussex.
In he comes Clark to Duckett, short delivery, pulled away, out towards, deep fine leg, and he's got one on the shins. Dear oh dear, it's Worrell down there in the middle of a spell. He's eventually up to field it. Duckett's through for 2.
Well, he's smiling because he's that sort of fella, but that hit him straight on the left knee, I think. He's down where the net area is.
And it just skips, didn't it?
Skips on it, but that I think the physio might nip across and just have a little look at that, because he's hobbling at the moment. He's down, Worrell.
Don't usually need shin pads down that deep fine leg, but he could have done with some on that occasion. Here he is, Clark into Duckett once more. That's a defensive shot to point, no run.
He's still got his hands on his knees down there, has down Worrell, but I think it hit him straight on the left knee. Skipped, didn't it? And just hit him straight. He's actually moving all right now, but I'm pretty sure the physio might just be heading down there just to have a quick squeeze at that left knee of Dan Worrell.
Bit of magic spray. As Clark runs into Duckett, who chips the ball in the air out towards deep mid-wicket. That's going to run away for 4. Timed pretty well, and just one fielder really out in that region, and he was 10 or 15 yards away from the ball when it was in the air, so no real danger from Duckett.
The other thing is, Worrell wasn't wearing his cap or his sunglasses. He's now got his cap and his sunglasses on, so I just wonder as well whether he lost it for a second. But he looks all right now, actually. But that would have hurt.
Clark back into Duckett, who defends back down the track for no run. Well, he's doing the old school thing, isn't he? Just trying to walk it off.
Yeah, run it off. It actually still doesn't look entirely comfortable.
No. Might have to bowl in the ball's time.
Yeah, I think he'll obviously see how he feels when he runs in and has a bowl. He won't want to come off, that's for sure. He's in the middle of a lovely spell at the moment.
Clark to complete his over into Duckett, who almost chops on. He gets an inside edge. Didn't quite know where the ball went, but it ends up safe behind square on the leg side. So end of a mixed bag of an over really from Clark there. Notts on to 28 for 2.
Well, Rory Burns has run down to check Dan Worrell's okay and taken his cap and his sunglasses off him, so he's sort of slightly hobbling up to bowl. What will this be, his 6th over, Dan Worrell? He's got 2 for 6, but yeah, he's not moving that easily at the moment, so let's see how he goes in this over. Yeah, he's just sort of jumping up and trying to get that knee moving now. Well, he's going to be bowling to Joe Clark. Dan Worrell, 3 slips in there for him. He is in, and Clark is forward driving. That'll be the tester for Worrell. I think he's all right. He's a tough old boy, is Dan Worrell. And I think what he'll do is he'll probably find that during this over it'll just ease up a bit as he's running in, but he didn't half whack him on the knee.
I think it might have been just below the knee as well, which is even more painful.
I'd have been calling for a stretcher, definitely, as Clark waits with that bat on his feet. Now he'll raise the bat as in comes Worrell to him, and Clark, good looking shot, and Patel dives to his right, punch drive. It's got something on it, I think, Ryan Patel, and Sean Abbott goes jogging back in his white sun hat to do the fielding, and Clark picks up 2.
The only thing I'd say about Worrell, if it has hit him on the bone, it might have been an idea just to get some spray on it, just to make sure it doesn't swell up.
Yeah.
Even if he can manage the pain, it's more about the swelling, I guess, because that could become uncomfortable as the match progresses. But tough old customer Dan Worrell.
He'll have a bruise there, definitely.
Yeah.
Comes in once again from this Radcliffe Road end to Joe Clark. Clark inside edge onto front pad. That's the one that swings back. Lovely bowling. from Dan Worrell. Clark's got inside edge on that, onto his pad. That could have even ballooned up towards Sibley at short mid-wicket, but it's a lovely bit of bowling again from Dan Worrell.
Well, it was airborne for quite some time, but well short of Sibley. But hot would have been in his mouth there for a moment. Joe Clark.
I remember when Worrell came to Surrey from Gloucestershire, I had no idea what a good bowler he was and all the skills he had. As over the wicket he comes once again to Clark, and Clark's forward, playing this one to backward point, and there's no run. Because at Gloucestershire, he had to bowl so many overs, played in all competitions, but Surrey are able to if he needs a break, he can have a break. But God, his skill set, Nikesh, is right up there. And you know, I genuinely, when everyone was talking last season, at the beginning of the season, about should he go on the Ashes, etc., 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 he wasn't at his best last season, but he is top quality. As over the wicket he comes, and goes a little wider on the crease this time, and that's left alone by Clark outside his off stump. I don't think it was even on his radar. I think he was allowing everybody else to talk about it, but I don't think he ever thought it would happen. But in terms of skills, when he's on his game, golly, he's got such a high quality skill set at pace. He's got through this over okay, actually, Dan Worrell, after that blow on the knee. As in over the wicket he comes to Clark, and beats the edge again. That has just come in, held its line. God dear, this has been a hell of a spell from Dan Worrell. End of the over, 30 for 2. Nottinghamshire. Duckett has 8, and Clark's on 4.
He's got obviously a brilliant skill set, as you say. He's got the look of a sort of medium fast bowler from late 70s, would you say? The
Old
hairstyle
school.
and just old school, but knows exactly what he's doing. He's like one of those old pros, isn't he, at the club, who you can just rely on. You can chuck the ball to and say, right, I need a spell from you now, and he will deliver.
Certainly will.
Right, here is Jordan Clark from the broad end into Duckett, who's forward and defending. Towards Patel there in the covers.
The other thing, of course, is we get to see him bat in this game, which is always a joy, because as I've said on many an occasion, he has none of his own kit, so he borrows everybody else's, never takes a guard, just gets on with it.
A little bit like Steve Harmison, some of the stories you hear when he used to go on tour and not take any batting pads, just used to pack his dartboard.
Well, quite right. Always come in handy when you're batting.
Jordan Clark then back in to Duckett, short and wide and cut away. No need to chase that one. Races away for 4 out towards deep point. Too much width on offer, and Duckett is not going to miss out on that.
First one this morning, isn't it? That's been short with any width on it, and Duckett good enough, of course, just to jump all over that and crack it away through the covers for 4.
Clark then has had a mixed start to his spell there. A couple of good deliveries in amongst some looser ones. As, at the top of his mark once more. Still got a couple of slips in place here for Duckett, as well as the gully. Bowls, that's short, and that's been hooked away out towards deep backward square. Will just be the single towards the short boundary there, but well fielded in the end. Always tricky in that sort of section of the ground with the practice pitches and the ball just skipping across. Sometimes you might get an awkward bounce. The ball might be onto you a little bit quicker than you perhaps are expecting, as we saw with Dan Worrell in the previous over that Clark was bowling. He got one in the shins, or sort of just below the knee. Clark into Clark, who's up on his toes defending. And there is no run. Good energy from Surrey in the field. They know they've got an opportunity here. If they can get one of these 2 out, the two sort of danger men, you could say, in the Notts lineup, with the form that Joe Clark's in and the class of Ben Duckett. They feel that they could just crack this lineup open here on morning one of this Division 1 match. Another decent delivery there from Jordan Clark, just well defended into the offside, no run. Just hear some works being carried out in and around the ground, and amongst the gentle applause from some of the crowd. Jordan Clark turns, runs in, delivers, and oh, well, he had a fish at that one, did Joe Clark, looking to free his arms outside off stump. Gets nowhere near it in the end. Ball maybe just keeping slightly too low, and safely through to Jamie Smith. So Notts making their way onto 35 for 2. 13 overs bowled this morning. Around 57 minutes of play so far. And you have to say, Surrey's morning so far, but Notts can just build something between these two, Duckett and Clark, then get through to lunch. Another hour to go still, but get through unscathed. Could even things up. Sean Abbott then into the attack, replacing Dan Worrell, who's taken both wickets to fall this morning. Worrell's figures 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8. Abbott he's had a chat with Rory Burns, who's running back towards first slip. He's going to start round the wicket here to Ben Duckett. Duckett just getting himself steadied. And here comes Abbott. Round the wicket to Duckett, slightly short. It's been pulled around the corner out towards deep backward square leg, and it will just be the one. Duckett not happy with something behind the bowler's arm. Somebody sitting near the sight screen behind the bowler's arm, just perhaps in view. Dave Bracegirdle back in alongside me, replacing Mark Church as Abbott turns again. He's going to come over the wicket now to Joe Clark. And he comes, bowls, and Clark just works the ball out towards deep backward square for another single.
It's been fairly intense, as we expected, hasn't it? No quarter asked or given, as they say.
Yep, Surrey certainly the happier at the moment, but Notts have got their 2 key batters out there and looking to build a partnership to get them out of this slightly sticky situation. They've moved on to 19 from just 22 balls, Duckett and Clark. So going along fairly nicely as Abbott comes in once more to Duckett, who leaves alone outside the off stump.
That was next door, as you know, with Kevin Howells when Worrell was hit on the knee. Crikey, yes. It reverberated all the way around Trent Bridge, didn't it? He tried to run it off. He had one more over, but he's off the field now. Just hope he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying, I think he could have done with a bit of spray or something, just in case it's going to swell up.
It sounded like bone though, didn't it? Right.
Yeah.
Deflected away.
Abbott in once more, and it's another comfortable leave for Duckett outside off. You can see what Abbott's doing, trying to tempt Duckett into just freeing his arms outside the off stump. Wasn't quite there in Duckett's arc, so he decides against playing it. Still unhappy with something behind the bowler's arm.
Don't know what it can be, because there are perfectly adequate, enormous sight screens at this end.
Abbott bowls, and Duckett drives firmly, but straight into the covers, and there is no run. Sibley with the fielding.
Felt a bit for Ben Slater as he timed it. He would have thought, oh, he smoked that nicely, but crucially For Surrey, it was 10 or 12 inches off the ground, and Worrell reacted very quickly to make a very good caught and bowled, and that was the end of Slater, Division 1's second top scorer behind Joe Clark at this stage of the season.
Here is Abbott once more, finding the slightly inner half of Ben Duckett's back as he's forward defending this one into the leg side. End of Sean Abbott's first over, just the 2 runs from it. Notts on to 37 for 2.
It's just a reminder on the big screens here, if you're listening in the ground there, the members forum is on the ground at lunchtime, and it's in the Radcliffe Road stand here, the Hadley Hall downstairs from us on the first floor, or rather on the second. No, on the first floor you can get in. Members forum always well attended. There's Jordan Clark in again, bowls eased into the offside by Joe Clark. This was a ball that was always swinging well away from the right-hander, and he was almost at full strength stretch to reach it, and he almost just patted it down to Dominic Sibley.
Get quite feisty in the members' forums, or? Well, I guess
not
when things are going well in your top of the table and everyone's happy.
I'm going to say not as feisty as they were 5 or 6 years ago, as this is turned on the leg side. Was it not? When was it? 20 odd games of first-class cricket without a win. Single taken by Clark there, by the way, 38 for 2 across the COVID period, really, from 2019 into 2021. So pretty difficult time for Nottinghamshire and their followers. But just do an update for BBC Radio. Yes, indeed. Yes, Nottinghamshire 38 for 2. They've been put into bat here. Idyllic conditions here. Lovely day here in Nottingham, but they lost the toss. They've got to bat first, and both openers have gone. Asiba Mead for 7, Ben Slater for 9. These are the top 2 sides in the country. The last remaining 2 undefeated sides in Division 1. Nottinghamshire 39 for 2. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham without a cue.
Without a cue, yeah. I was just going to say. Well, the only cue you got was Dave. Dave, can you hear us, Dave?
Thought we could almost hear heavy breathing at one stage there, which if you're watching on the live stream, you wouldn't have heard that. Clark into Clark. Oh, and they just wondered there if there was an inside edge. He doesn't let many go, Joe Clark. He'll play at it if he can, a bit like Duckett at the other end, and did try and push at that one, but it nipped back through the gate. Clark goes down and does a bit of gardening, but a bit like tapping your bat on the M1, I think. Bone hard out there. 39 for 2. Jack Haynes due in next, then Kyle Verena. They've both had centuries already this season. As has Clark, who defends this one. It's a good probing, four-pronged attack, as Notts will hope to match up with later on. The two sides have each gone in with sort of different approaches to their spinner. Notts with a front-line left-arm spinner in Liam Patterson-White. Surrey with Dan Lawrence, who's definitely, make no bones about it, his primary role is as a bat, as this is pushed into the offside, but he's a very good off spinner as well. He's bowled a lot of overs this year. End of the over, 39 for 2 after 15. Nottinghamshire losing both Slater and Mead inside the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, Patterson White really impressive in victory last week at Grace Road, taking those 5 wickets and keeping things so tight as well, just allowing the seamers to rotate from one end. Absolutely brilliant cricketer across formats as well, not just in red ball. It'll be interesting to see Josh Tongue and Ollie Stone bowling in tandem. That'll be a test for this Surrey side, as Sean Abbott continues here into Duckett, who defends into the covers, no run. Stone impressive last week. Josh Tongue rested, of course, and then Tongue the week before here against Warwickshire, getting into his groove. So Notts have got two of them firing on all cylinders at the moment. We'll hope the Notts fans in here at Trent Bridge today and watching on the stream that they won't have to see those two in action for quite some time. 39 for 2. In comes Abbott. Oh, that's a wild attempted drive from Duckett. Foot was nowhere near the pitch of the ball really, and he was stretching outside his off stump. Misses it completely. And thankfully for him, it's safely through to Smith.
Yes, it's entertaining. It's cavalier. It can be reckless. It can be foolhardy. When it comes off, everybody says, "Well, that's Ben Duckett." When it gets out, everybody says, "Well, that's Ben Duckett." But on that occasion, he was nearer to nicking it than hitting it with the middle.
Abbott in, and Duckett guides the next ball to backward point. Once again, no run.
A number of people have already taken the trouble to get in touch. Sorry, we've not sort of mentioned many so far. Don't worry, we'll get time. Craig Edwards, proper sport today. I'm here. No golf or snooker. I'm here to watch Notts and Surrey playing for all the marbles. Well, not quite this early in the season, but it is nevertheless top versus second, so hugely important game.
Abbott back in, bowls, and Duckett's cramped up for some room there. I think inside edge onto pad and into the offside for no run.
Alistair was in touch early. Morning, Dave. Huge clash at the top of the table. Notts have got a very long batting line-up, so I hope we don't lose too many wickets this morning. Well, not sure when that was sent, Alistair, but both openers have gone. T, one of our regulars, a well-deserved first wicket for Dan Worrell. Well, he obviously got a second one after that. 39 for 2.
Abbott bowls and Duckett pushes at one, but doesn't beat mid-off, no run.
Steve Crawley. There was a touch of the Steve Shins Claridge about that fielding from Worrell. Steve Claridge.
What a goal that was at Wembley. I remember it well.
I thought that would appeal.
Abbott off to a decent start here, just shy of 2 overs. Only conceded a couple of runs, has been pretty much on the money. Here he is to complete the over. He finds the edge of Ben Duckett, but it's through the gap there between second slip and gully and away for 4. Genuine edge from Duckett on that occasion. A moral victory there for Sean Abbott, but Duckett helps himself to 4 more runs. End of the over, Notts 43 for 2.
One or two people have got in touch on the email as well. bracecricket@icloud.com. Good morning, Dave. Another bright day at Trent Bridge. Prospect for a few dire days ahead also. Hoping for another performance from Notts like last week. Tough tie this one, I think, on a track that's got pace and bounce. Looking forward to watching on the live feed. That's Andy in Newport in Shropshire. And Mark the Mod has been in touch. Morning. Blue skies on my train. I'm on the way. This is down the leg side, and Clark just tucks it away for 4 runs. That was a little bit of a gift from Jordan Clark. Got his line wrong there, and Joe Clark just needed to tickle it away. Avoided getting it too fine and bringing Jamie Smith into play. A couple of recent boundaries for Notts have got the board moving again. 47 for 2. And this pair have added 29 from 39. Leg side field set deep. Bowles and Joe Clark sort of benefits from that, just dropping it on the leg side, taking a single. 48 for 2. Don't get Clark early, he might hurt you, and I think they fancy he might just take the hook on Nikesh. That's why they've got the 2 out short Joe Clark, but I I wouldn't gift him easy singles early on just to get him sort of rotating the strike and in the mood either.
Yeah, they're both set now. They've faced enough deliveries. Jordan Clark offering some scoring opportunities here in his spell, so they'll look to cash in whenever they can.
Clark to Duckett, almost through the kitchen sink at that one, and then looks at his bat and makes the gesture as if to say, well, that one moved a little more than I expected it to. I think he was looking to drive through extra cover and drags it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's a crane or something in operation. You can hear the beeping in the background. Clark to Duckett, and this time he does get it through extra cover for 4. Off of sand or dust as the ball bounced a couple of times. So it's hit out towards the Larwood and Vose stand. That's the furthest boundary on the ground, and the 50 up, 52 for 2 after 16.4 overs. Was a very nice shot, pitched up by Jordan Clark. He's trying to get it right up there to try and find the edge, but on that occasion Duckett is ready for it. And, he's doing playing a lot of shadow shots as well, hasn't he, Ben Duckett, out there?
Looks a lot better now, the scorecard, doesn't it? 52 for 2.
Won't want any further alarms really before lunch. Surrey would like to make further inroads. This is just dropped on the leg side. I fancy there was an easy run there, but they turn it down. That's the young man Adam Thomas, who scored a century on debut last week for Surrey, and has quite rightly retained his place.
The scores in Division 1 then. Hampshire 57 for 3, batting first against Essex. Warwickshire 50 for 4, up against Yorkshire at Edgbaston.
Jordan Clark to Ben Duckett, nicely fielded at backward point, no run.
Somerset 62 for 1, up against Glamorgan in Cardiff. And Leicestershire 74 without loss against Sussex at Hove.
Who's opening for Leicestershire? Sorry, I know they sort of have a place in your heart. I just wondered if
Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherall,
okay,
same as they have been all season.
I saw that Budinger was again in the squad. I wondered if former Nottsman Sol Budinger was going to get a go there. Clearly not.
Well, he is in the side.
Is he playing? Okay.
Yeah, he's just not opening. So probably, I mean, it's carded as Ian Holland coming in at 3 and then Sol Budinger 4. We'll wait and see how that goes. So we see a new over here from Sean Abbott into Clark, who defends away into the offside, and there is no run. Bit of a cult hero wherever he goes, Sol Budinger.
Especially the hairdressers. Must spend a fortune on that. He was bleach blonde last weekend at Grace Road, trotting on and off endlessly as 12th man for the Foxes.
Saw his car parked in the players' car park. He's got his private number plate as well. Here comes Abbott then into Clark, who leaves the ball alone outside off stump.
I think he's been playing some club cricket in the Notts Premier League. I've heard all about one outrageous innings as he rattled up a quick-fire century. Imagine turning up on a Saturday looking to preserve your figures and you're bowling to Sol Budinger in club cricket.
He's usually in a hurry as well.
Yeah.
Sol Budinger. Notts at the moment going along nicely in this partnership, 34 from 46. They need to keep it going though, as Abbott's in, and that's past the outside edge of Joe Clark, who just has a little poke at it. Good delivery from the Aussie. Started well. Jordan Clark from the other end has been a little bit expensive. 4 overs, none for 23. He's been the one that they've looked to target in this partnership so far. 45 minutes or so to go until lunch as Abbott bowls, and that's full on the pads. Flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket by Clark. Perhaps could have pushed for 2, but they settled for the single.
Yes, I think if it was a last day run chase, they'd have comfortably come back for a couple.
Duckett 23 from 36. You feel that these two really, the form they're in, and especially Joe Clark, but also the class of Ben Duckett, and coming off the back of some runs last week, feels like a key partnership.
Yep.
Abbott into Duckett, who defends to mid-on, no run.
Had an email from the Notts Heritage Officer, Steve Lamotti. Morning, Steve. Just a reminder that the famous old, despite all the work going on at the far end, the famous old library is still open here. It's in the ticket office building behind the pavilion. If you're listening on the ground, you can get round there. And indeed, you're encouraged to get round there. There's a number of things going on throughout the day today, and indeed throughout the next 3 days.
Abbott into Duckett. Oh, that's a beauty. Past the outside edge. Duckett just playing down the wrong line, really. Another decent over from Sean Abbott. Notts 53 for 2.
Yes, open from the start of the lunch interval all the way through the afternoon to the end of the tea interval. If you want to go round there, have a look in the library, apart from obviously all the books in there to look at and other things of interest. For this match, there's a display about Nottinghamshire cricket rebels from Shaw and Shrewsbury to Stevenson and Peterson. That'll be the big display in there for this match. Supporters can also see how they can help to restore the large portrait of Mordecai Sherwin, a former Nottinghamshire great. Of course, Atkinson coming back for a second spell. His first was 5 overs, none for 15, replacing Jordan Clark. And there's also a magnificent stained glass window in there now. Trent Bridge, a cricketing cathedral. Everybody that's gone in there and seen that has come back and told me just how wonderful it is. I must get in as soon as I can. Start of a new spell then from Atkinson. He's going to get a single here because Clark didn't know too much about that. A thickish inside edge runs away on the leg side. Jamie Smith goes and gets it. So the library is open, folks, essentially, and there's lots of new exhibits and things for you to see and do in there. And that'll be throughout the course of this match. Particularly relevant, of course, I guess, if there's any weather interruptions. But Steve and the team spent a lot of time putting those displays and exhibits together. If you've got a minute or two just to go in and support them, then they'd love to see you. Duckett's on strike on 23 at Trent Bridge. First morning, Notts versus Surrey. Atkinson, England man, to Duckett, England man. And this is dropped on the leg side and there's no run. A little teaser for you, Nikesh, if you don't mind, and it's only a prompting one. I wouldn't have known the answer if I hadn't looked it up yesterday. This great Surrey side with all their wonderful batters as well. Ben Duckett, of course, we know for the last 3 or 4 years now has been England's resident opening bat.
Yep.
Guides this away for a single on the offside. Which of this Surrey side? It's only a little teaser, it's only for fun, no prizes. Which of this current Surrey side is the only one to have opened the batting for England alongside Ben Duckett? There you are, you can have a little thing till the end of the over, 55 for 2.
Alongside Ben Duckett.
Yeah, there's only one of them, so there's only a number of people that you could sort of guess, and I wouldn't have known. But I was just having a little look yesterday, something I was doing, Duckett opening for England, and thought, oh, I didn't know that. 55 for 2. Next ball is keeping low, maybe underneath the bat of Joe Clark, on its way through to Jamie Smith.
I don't think Burns has done it with Duckett. Sibley? Am I going to go Sibley?
I'll let you contemplate, and there's 2 balls left in the over, and then we'll... 55 for 2. We're in the 19th over. About 40 minutes to go until lunch. Then you really feel we sort of into the thrust of the day once we got the first session out. This is wide of the off stump. Through again to Smith, who's a little tall for a wicketkeeper, or taller than most.
I think I'm going to go rogue because I think Sibley's a bit of an obvious guess. I'll wait for this ball, then I'll give you my answer, my final answer.
He's going rogue. 55 for 2. Joe Clark has 13.
I'm probably going to be wrong, but worth a pop.
Packed terraces this end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road stand. And this is shaping wide and goes wider still. Well taken by Smith. End of that over. 55 for 2. Atkinson back into the attack. 2 runs from that over. He's 6 overs, none for 17. Go on then. You one stab at it.
I'm just going to take a wild guess. I can't remember which match it may have been in, but I'm sure Ollie Pope has opened for England before. Has he done it alongside Duckett?
Ollie Pope has opened for England, but not alongside Ben Duckett. It was that time when Crawley, did he break an arm or something against New Zealand? Missed 3 matches, and they tried that. In the end, ill-fated little experiment promoting Dan Lawrence and asked him to go out and sort of play like a Bazball opener.
Yes,
It sort of backfired on poor old Dan.
Here is Sean Abbott then into Duckett, who flicks the ball out towards deep backward square, helps himself to another run.
A couple of years ago. You remember it now? And
2022, wasn't it? Or was it?
I thought it was
no,
24.
No, it was 24, sorry, yeah. Forget which year we're in sometimes, Dave.
Bit
Time's flying.
Bit tough on Dan. Go out there and
just whack it.
Yeah. He's a better player than that, isn't he? He's a good player. I like Dan Lawrence.
He's a solid middle order player, really. This is Joe Clark, who's facing up here to Sean Abbott, who bowls, and Clark is forward defending, back down the pitch.
But yeah, you went down the route. I suspect that everybody would. It must be either Burns or Sibley or Pope as a flyer. Pope has opened.
I just thought Burns maybe not, because they're quite similar in stature, and they like to have a point of difference between the openers. But yeah, there's a few to choose from in that lineup.
Pope, of course, good memories of the Zimbabwe test here last year, where he scored 171.
Abbott bowls very full, driven by Clark, but only as far as mid-on. Yeah, it was a wonderful innings that, and doubts about his place in the side at the start of the summer, weren't there, last year? And Jacob Bethel, of course, was out in the IPL, wasn't around for that Zimbabwe test. England sort of allowed him to stay out there, and I guess had he been around and had he played at number 3, things could have worked out very differently for Ollie Pope. But as it was, Bethel did find his way back into the England side by the end of the summer. As Abbott bowls, and that's a nice delivery, just jags back in at Clark, who in the end does well to get some bat on it.
It's really good numbers, in the ground. I don't know if you're able to see from where you are on the to the right of me. It's just absolutely not an empty seat.
Wonderful to see. Lots of members in, and hopefully, as I was saying earlier, more make their way through into the afternoon. It is a Friday afternoon, lovely day. As Abbott bowls and Clark defends towards mid-on. Do they have any sort of promotions after tea on?
It's £7 from tea for adults, and I think it's £1 for senior citizens and accompanied youngsters. I think that's what it is.
Make your way in after work or after school.
Yeah, Josh says, Dave, I can remember Rory Burns opening with a Seba Mead for a bit. During COVID, they were, I would imagine, the first pair of England openers who wore there.
Abbott in, and Clark works the ball out towards deep mid-wicket and helps himself to a single. So end of another over. Knots on to 57 for 2.
Sorry, I'd miscounted, even though it did say 5 on the board. Burns and Mead opened together. I would imagine the first pair of England openers who opened together with their hair in ponytails. There we are. That's That's Joss, who got in touch, bracecricket at icloud.com, bowed to public pressure. 20 years of when you're going to get an email address, Dave, when you're going to get an email address, Dave. So there is one there for people who
You've
want
gone
to
the other
visit.
way, haven't you? Some people say emails are old school, but I guess you've moved away from the social media and stuff a little bit to go down that route.
There's Atkinson from the far end, bowls and guided away for 4. It was deliberately played by Clark. Whether he meant it to go exactly there, I'm not sure. There was a gap between the 2 slips and the gully, but he's run it away very quickly and will be retrieved by Ollie Pope. Clark on to 18, 61 for 2.
Runs continue to flow. 43 the partnership is worth now from just 63 balls, so good comeback from Notts after losing those 2 early wickets, but still a long way to go.
You've been here the last couple of games and we've mentioned the workman at the far end a fair few times as Clark will get another run, and I don't think he meant it to go there. This one's gone down to long leg. This is the first time I think we can honestly say there's people up there actually watching the cricket.
Yeah.
It seems to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, taking probably a well-deserved break.
Yeah, they've got the high visors on. We've got some with the orange fluorescent bibs and some with the lime green fluorescent tops, all with the hard hats on, but certainly looks as if they're having a little look at Nottinghamshire versus Surrey as well as continuing to complete the construction of the new pavilion here at Trent Bridge. 62 for 2. Duckett back on strike on 25. Atkinson bowls to him, and the left-hander began his career, of course, with Northamptonshire. Pushes it back to Atkinson. 25 from 42 balls now. Ben Duckett, Joe Clark 19 from 35.
This is the kind of game between 2 sides packed full of top quality players, international players. It's a reason, I guess, for the big crowd. 2 top sides going head to head, but it's a bit of a throwback, isn't it? It's great to see this kind of competition in county cricket and this level of player.
This one's turned away on the leg side by Duckett for a single down to Worrell, who was back on the field. Not sure when he came back on, but 20 minutes, maybe even half an hour or so ago, he got one that went very, very quickly down to him at long leg. Duckett just flicking it away, and it just bounced before him and then clattered into his knee, left him hobbling a bit, went off for a bit of treatment. But he's back out there, which is good news. It's interesting that last week both Tong and Atkinson were sort of left out monitoring their minutes. Atkinson bowls a bounce, so it's Clark ducks underneath. It was almost like whoever made that decision wanted them both to be available for this one. I think everybody that saw it enjoyed the intensity of that battle at the end of last season, and very much hoping that this one lived up to all the billing.
Plenty of bowling talent on show for this one, as you say, Dave.
Here comes Gus Atkinson once more to bowl to Joe Clark. Right armour to right hander. This is sufficiently on the leg stump for Clark just to move across his stumps, help it down to long leg for a single. 65 for 2, Nikesh.
Yep, 65 for 2. Partnership, well, 64 for 2 now. Partnership on to 46. Duckett 26 from 43. Clark 20 from 37. They continue just to tick along. 18 for 2 they were, remember, after Surrey decided to bowl first. I wouldn't say there's any demons in the pitch, but there was a lot of early movement with the ball, and Dan Worrell in particular caused lots of problems, just putting it on the spot and swinging it both ways. Hamid gone very early on as Clark punches first ball of this Sean Abbott over into the offside, sneaks through for a quick single. 65 for 2 now, going at around 3 runs and over. Notts through the day's play. Half an hour to go until the lunch interval. Notts would dearly love to make it through without losing another wicket. Here is Abbott once more. Round the wicket to Duckett, who leaves alone, and no ball is signalled as well. So a couple of extra runs onto the total for Notts. Sean Abbott kept things pretty tight so far through his spell, bowled some nice deliveries. Duckett just steadies himself as Abbott runs in once more away from us, bowls, and it's been just pushed away out towards point. Duckett, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. 50 from just 71 balls as well, so they've got things ticking along nicely after losing those 2 early wickets. Duckett with 25 of them, Clark 21. Mark Church back in alongside me, Mark, and that's exactly what Notts needed.
Yeah, they played very well, these two, because they've been tested, haven't they? They've sort of had to battle through, but they've kept that scoreboard ticking.
Abbott bowls, and Clark on his toes, punching this off the back foot. Another no ball from Sean Abbott. Second one of the over.
He's had a bit of trouble with that this season, Sean Abbott. A lot of his spells have sort of started with no balls this season. I'm sure, I was just saying to Kevin Howes, I'm sure that Burns will want another burst of Worrell before lunch, because he's back out there, and actually the key thing was the chase for the fielding. He's moving fine now.
Here is Abbott once more, and that's another punch into the offside from Clark. No run.
Well, the good news is that everybody's hearing us now. It's very exciting.
Excellent.
Everywhere. Apparently the local taxi service as well have got us now, which is great news. But it's been a fantastic morning of cricket. Really has.
Two top sides going head to head. Good crowd in. And some good cricket from both sides. Gritty stuff as Clark is on the front foot, defending away to mid-off. Of course, Churchy, you're used to seeing a star-studded side week in, week out, but it's good to see two of them come together. You don't often get that in Championship cricket.
Well,
especially, you know, early on in the season in previous years where lots of England players will be rested or away at the IPL and things like that.
Well, thank goodness that England was so terrible in the Ashes, because it means they're all playing.
Abbott bowls and Clark flicks the ball just past short mid-wicket. It was aerial for a moment. Not sure if it dropped just short or if that was a genuine opportunity, but Clark gets back through for a couple of runs. You were oohing and ahhing at that one. You think it carried?
I'm not sure it did. I'm just looking at Dan Lawrence in there. There's no great hands on heads or anything like that. It was definitely uppish, but there's no great hands on heads. I think it's possibly one of those that just was away from him and he may have got a fingertip to it, but
perhaps we'll get a replay at the end of this over as Abbott makes his way in, bowls, and Clark again plays it towards short mid-wicket, this time safely to Dan Lawrence without offering any opportunities. So 22 overs gone in the day's play. Notts moving on to 72 for 2, Churchy.
Yes, and Nick, that's exactly what you were saying. That you look at the bowling lineups for this and the batting lineups, and sort of someone's very kindly sort of printed out the two teams for us here. But bowling wise, Fergus O'Neill, Ollie Stone, Josh Tong, Lyndon James, Jordan Clark, Gus Atkinson, Sean Abbott, Dan Worrell. Well, that's two pretty good bowling attacks of quicks, isn't it? And then you've got Mr. Patterson White with his spin and Dan Lawrence with his. Gus Atkinson around the wicket to Ben Duckett, opens the face, guides this one away down towards third man. They'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Then Hasib Hamid, Ben Slater opening, Rory Burns and Dom Sibley opening. Ben Duckett coming in at 3. Well, I think Ryan Patel will come in at 3 for Surrey. Then Joe Clark and Ollie Pope, Jack Haynes and Dan Lawrence, and then the keepers Carl Verena and Jamie Smith. So it's, you know, it's not bad lineups either side, is it really? So yeah, this is a fantastic game of cricket. As Gus Atkinson is into Joe Clark, forward he goes, plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
As so often during a day's county championship cricket, my thoughts then went to the great Dave Callaghan at Yorkshire when you were saying even the local taxi companies are picking us up. I don't know if it's apocryphal, I don't know if it's 100% true, but he always told the story about the public address system at Scarborough and the local church. I don't know if he ever told you that one.
As in over the wicket goes Atkinson, turned by Clark up towards Jordan Clark, and there's no run.
There was a time or two where the public address system at Scarborough would somehow pick up what was going on with the local taxi company, but one day the local church as well, the service came over the tannoy in North Marine Road at the funeral service of a gentleman.
No. But there's always, I adore Scarborough, but there's always something that occurs. As Atkinson, in over the wicket he goes, bouncer. First one we've seen this morning, and Joe Clark just ducks underneath it, and it's taken by Jamie Smith above his left shoulder.
I can remember the first time I went there again with Callie, and he said 6 o'clock, braces, 6 o'clock. Ground will be empty. You see, I said, no, we'll be playing until 6 o'clock. It'll be empty. And of course, 6 o'clock they all went. I said, what? He said they all book in bed, breakfast, and evening meal. Yeah. And if they're not back by 6:15 in their in their digs in the local guest houses, they don't get the evening meal. He said it'll be empty by 6, and it was.
Absolutely is. Atkinson's in, and Clark just hurried up a touch by this one. Pushes it down the ground. His namesake does the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side. Oh, I used to love it when they had the rope in between over, so you didn't move, and it was like the Grand National. The rope would go down, and then everybody dashing off to their seats. It was marvellous. There was a great, when Sir Geoffrey, he came doing his book signing, and the announcement went out at around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as in comes Gus Atkinson over the wicket, and this is clipped in the air off his hip by Joe Clark. It's well fielded by Ryan Patel at deep backwards. They'll pick up the single. End of the over, 74 for 2. But the announcement was Jonathan, who has left his signed copy of Geoffrey's autobiography. It's been returned to us. It will be in the club shop for you to pick up at 4 o'clock. Jonathan, if you're still in the ground, your signed copy of Geoffrey's autobiography is still in the club shop. And then at 6 o'clock, just before the close of play, Jonathan is obviously still not here and hasn't remembered his copy of Geoffrey's autobiography. So if anybody called Jonathan is in the ground, you can come and pick up a signed copy of Geoffrey's autobiography. Magnificent.
Brilliant. Missed dear old Dickie as well. He would often be he'd always be a permanent fixture up there. Here's Sean Abbott, 77 on the back of his Surrey top. Bowls a slingy sort of delivery, full of pace. Wide of the off stump. Joe Clark lets it go through to the keeper. This pair have added 56 in pretty good time since Notts lost both openers. It was a really sticky, testing, challenging opening half an hour, as you'd expect. Hamid went first, caught by Pope at second slip off Worrell, and then Ben Slater followed. A good caught and bowled from the same bowler, Dan Worrell. Hamid out for 7, Slater out for 9. Sean Abbott, the Australian, bowls to Clark, and the back foot punch through the offside. That's a very elegant stroke indeed from Joe Clark, and away for 4 runs. Lovely stroke. Had the pleasure of speaking to Mr. Sibley out there at when I went out for the toss. Called him the run machine, and it's a long time since I've got any here, and I was sort of talking about 2019, I think, or 2018, was it 18 or 19, the year before he he joined Surrey. He got 2 centuries in the match for Warwickshire, and Joe Clark did it in the same game for, so it must be 2019. Joe Clark got it in the same match for Notts. Doesn't happen very often, and 2 players in the same game. There's Abbott in again to Clark, just had a little fiddle at that one. Goes through to Smith, who's only got 1 slip. Rory Burns alongside him.
Yeah, well, the ball before that was the most gorgeous cricket shot from Joe Clark, and probably the shot of the morning. Duckett played a drive that was the shot of the morning till that shot. Great response from Abbott.
78 for 2. Notts, of course, batted first in the fixture that keeps getting a mention, back end of last year. This is played up to mid-on, and there's no run. Is this the way Surrey generally go, or is it perhaps been done with an eye to the greenness on the first morning? Because I wouldn't have been at all surprised had Notts inserted Surrey.
Yeah, I think
they like to get amongst the wickets.
I think so. I think these days as well, you sort of see attacks do it. If there is any green, they want to go with the ball straight up, don't they?
Sean Abbott in once more, slip and a gully, whipped away wristily again by Joe Clark. Protection out there on the leg side for a single. Dan Lawrence doing, Dominic Sibley doing the fielding. 79 for 2. If you're going to win the game, you've got to take 20 wickets, and I think it's the. There's a nice stat on the screen. Joe Clark's now reached 9,500 runs in first-class matches. Last weekend against Leicestershire, he brought up 5,000 solely for Nottinghamshire. So now scored more runs for his second county than he did for his first, Worcestershire. Duckett on strike down the leg side. This might be a leg by. I think it will be. 1 more to the total. 80 for 2, and also Joe Clark has now scored more centuries for Notts, 13, and he got 12 for Worcestershire. 80 for 2 after 24 overs. Duckett 28, Clark 29. They've added 62 for the 3rd wicket after Dan Worrell struck twice early on.
He's always been a player I've loved watching back, Joe Clark. He's very nice on the eye, yeah. Joe Clark. He really is. I'm sure Burns will have another little burst of Worrell before lunch. He may even see, because Jordan Clark didn't really settle at the Stuart Broad end. He might have a little bit of Jordan Clark from this Ratcliffe Road end. It's going to be Gus Atkinson though, coming in around the wicket from the Stuart Broad end to Duckett. Duckett nudges this into the leg side and will take the single. 1 more to the total. But yes, the other thing that we talk about, do you bat, do you bowl? The other thing is you've got 2 very powerful batting lineups here. Now, if there is going to be any help, you're going to take it, because the weather's meant to be pretty good, I think, over the 4 days. You'd expect if there was a bit of moisture in there this morning, that'll dry out as the day goes on. So if you do have any chance to use a bit of advantage. Atkinson's into Clark. Oh, Clark again. That's been the only thing. Against Atkinson, he's got himself into a little bit of mischief. Trying to force off the back foot. He's got a couple of inside edges that have just gone past the leg stump. And that one, inside edge back into his body there, Joe Clark. So it's been the only thing. He's just got himself, against Atkinson in particular, just looking to push through the offside off the back foot. Stands with that bat raised as Atkinson is into him, and Clark, that's solid. Playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Duckett wants something from the dressing room there. Probably gloves, I would have thought.
Mr. Worrell is getting himself
up.
Ready.
Well, Sibley went past 10,000 first-class runs during his 100 last week.
It's another marathon effort, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. He just played very, very well again and set the whole thing up. 2 slips and a gully as Atkinson is over the wicket to the right-handed Clark. He's up on his toes, rolls the wrists on this one. That rolls out towards Ryan Patel out there at deep backward square. So Joe Clark picks up another single. He's on to 30. Nottinghamshire 80. 2 for 2.
Yeah, we were sort of looking last week. There hadn't been a double 100 in the in Division 1 prior to last week, and Ben Slater got to 178. Sort of having a look and see if he was going to be the first, but he fell short. And Dom Sibley did he get 187, something like that? Yep. But Kieran Carlson of Glamorgan, he did reach the promised land.
Around the wicket goes Atkinson to Duckett. Duckett just turns it out towards deep backward square. Sibley does the fielding, and Surrey have gone quickly to an in-outfield here to Duckett and Clark.
Warwickshire 72 for 5 against Yorkshire. Hampshire having a poor start of the season. They're 75 for 3 at Chelmsford against Essex. Somerset 90 for 1. They opened with James Rue, and he was dismissed very cheaply early on. And Leicestershire 106 for 1 down at Hove.
Clark waits for Atkinson. Atkinson into him. Clark forward he goes. Plays this one up towards Sean Abbott. Tidy over again from Gus Atkinson. Here comes Worrell though. So Worrell's going to come back into the attack. Outstanding opening spell from him. And Nottinghamshire 83 for 2. 14 minutes until the lunch break.
He missed the first part of the season with what? A niggle, presumably?
Yeah, I think it was just a niggle. But I think Surrey always looked at it as there is no point bringing him back too soon, because the way the season's spread out as well, you want him 100%, and I think they'd always looked at Nottinghamshire away and Yorkshire away before the start of the T20 and have him at 100%. So yeah, this is his first game of the summer. His knee will have a bruise on it, mine.
Get your body behind it. There's going to be Worrell. Ball round the wicket to Ben Duckett. Extra slip has gone back in, so a couple of slips. But anything wide of that second slip is going to bring Duckett a very rapid boundary, because it goes very, very quickly down towards the Batman board, the far end of the ground. Everybody looking towards the leg side. They're just eager to just get the field set correctly in case Duckett takes on a short ball. Worrell pitched them up early on for those 2 wickets, and this time he starts with a loosener, I think it's fair to say. He's bowled 6 overs and 1 ball so far down Worrell, and that was far and away the poorest ball he's delivered, a looser.
It was a loosener, but it was fairly slapped by Ben Duckett through the covers for 4. I think we're also going to see a bit of Dan Lawrence before lunch as well. I think we're going to see a bit of off spin from Lawrence, because of course he has got Duckett to bowl out. He's a brilliant player of spin, of course, but yes, that was fairly slapped by Duckett.
See if he tightens his line here. He did, but Duckett eases it away onto the offside. 88 for 2.
Can I say to you, congratulations as well, Mr. Dave Bracegirdle, because your Burke, still here with the great Bobby George, is up for an award as well, isn't it?
Absolutely flattered to get that
stuff.
bit of news. Great for Bobby. Yeah, did a book with Bobby George. Was out last summer, back end of last summer. Obviously caught the autumn and hopefully Christmas market, and end of 2025 they put together all sort of the nominations for the various categories, and it's one of the 6 I think up for Sports Entertainment Book of the Year. So
well
really
done.
pleased for Bobby, and well, we can bring in an oval link to this.
Bobby opened the bowling for Surrey back in the 60s.
Clark's on 30, and now he's on 34 because width offered from Worrell. Second boundary in the over, guides it down to third. 88 for 2. In a fortnight, the aforementioned Mr. Bobby George and myself invited to the dinner presentation evening at the Kia Oval.
Is it? Oh, lovely.
Hosted by Mr. Mark Pugach.
Oh, fantastic. Well done. Well done to both of you there.
So very much looking forward to spending an evening with The great man, 92 for 2. Joe Clark, 34. Speaking of great men, Alex Stewart will be in the building if he's not already.
No, will
well,
he?
He'll be in the building somewhere. 92 for 2. This is run away again for 4 by Clark. Third boundary of the over. Was that one a little bit edgy rather than controlled? Either way, it's gone wide of the 2 slips and it just absolutely races down there to the boards in front of the pavilion. Yeah, 96 for 2.
And these two, they have worked damn hard this morning. They've had to. They're getting their rewards now. And Clark moves on to 38.
Yes, Alex Stewart will be in the building. He'll be in the room next door. Is Kevin Howell's lunchtime guest for a chat on all things cricket. That's on 5 Sports Extra during the lunch interval here at Trent Bridge from 1 till 1:40. Always a good listen, Alec. Always a good listen. Kevin will, of course, bring you up to speed with what else is happening around the country. But if you're listening or watching the live stream, or you're with us via the BBC Sport website or app, or on your smart speaker, you'll have to retune, redial, reconnect, whatever it is you need to do if you want to listen to Kevin Howells chatting live to Alex Stewart during the lunch interval. You've not missed any meaningful action out in the middle, except Surrey have added a third slip. There's a bit of a gap between second slip and fourth. Is that Thomas who's gone back in there?
Yeah, Thomas
Mark?
has gone back in there now.
96 for 2. 3 boundaries in this over. Worrell to Clark, who goes deep into his crease to defend on the offside. 96 for 2. You love the great Alex Stewart almost as much as you love the game itself.
It's not in my good
but I was just going to say...
no. And I'm not going to say why. It's not in my good books at the moment.
Okay. Far be it from me to
Caused me...
dwell on that.
Caused me... That's a real scare. Did he? The great man?
That's almost an email question, isn't it? Why have Mark and Alec fallen out? 96 for 2. 1 ball left in the over. This is pushed into the offside. And there's no run. Good over for Notts. 3 boundaries in it. 96 for 2. You did miss actually a quiz question, which I gave to Nikesh while you were next door doing your bit for the national airwaves, and I've given everybody the answer now.
No.
Ben Duckett, opened now regularly for England for about 3 years or so. Only one of this Surrey side playing here has opened the batting for England with Ben Duckett. Who is it? Got a bowling change at this end as well. At the far end, I beg your pardon. Some twirly-whirly stuff coming on. So there we are. There's no prizes. I gave Nikesh a couple of deliveries, and he had a guess, which
Dan
was...
Lawrence.
Yes, he's into the attack now. Yes, that's that sort of little mini period where did Zach Crawley break an arm, and they asked Dan to go out there and play baseball.
Yeah. Well, he's into the attack now, bowling his off breaks, is Dan Lawrence. See what you did there, clever, because you knew it was Dan Lawrence, and now he's coming into the attack. Brilliant from you. They can't teach that, you know. As in around the wicket with his off breaks then to Duckett, and that hits the pad. Duckett's immediately sweeping.
There's always lots happening with the Dan Lawrence approach, isn't there?
Yeah, the key thing with Lawrence, though, is when he's actually at the top of his action, he's in exactly the right spot. He gives it a proper old rip as well. There's Dan Lawrence. Be interesting to see how Duckett goes about this. As the sun's out again. It's lovely here now. As in around the wicket goes Lawrence, and forward goes Duckett. I always describe Lawrence as it's all arms and legs. But he bowls a lot of overs for Surrey.
Yeah.
And as Dan Lawrence picked up a key wicket against Sussex, got John Simpson caught behind, who's, you know, a key wicket for Sussex, really.
One of my favourite players.
Yeah, as Lawrence is in. Oh, Duckett's looked to drive. Now, has he got something on that? I wonder if he got a bottom edge on that. I'm just watching the umpire. Yep, he has. Bottom edge through the legs of Jamie Smith. And that brings up the 100 for Nottinghamshire. So the 100 is up for Nottinghamshire. 100 for 2. But yeah, bottom edge on that from Duckett. And he has a little chat here with Joe Clark.
Nigel Long at the far end, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's Nigel Long at the far end, and it's well, the svelte Ian Blackwell these days.
Yeah.
In comes Lawrence once again, and Duckett's driving down the ground. The other thing that Lawrence does when he comes around the wicket, there's no run there, fielded by Atkinson. It's almost like he's peering round the umpire at you as he then emerges, because he sort of starts just to the left, then he'll just go in a touch, and then it's almost as if he comes out from behind the umpire to the left-hander. Well, Duckett's drilled this. He was uppish, but he's absolutely thrown his hands through that. He'll pick up a couple, will Duckett? 2 more to Duckett.
Wonder if Pope just got a fingernail on that.
I think he did.
Yeah.
He took a bit of pace off it, because he's now looking at his fingers, is Ollie Pope. So many sort of stories in this game as well, individual stories in this game as well, isn't there? Lawrence, final ball of his first over. He's in here to Duckett, and Duckett's forward, and just respectfully plays this quietly back up the pitch. The end of the Lawrence over, so we'll get one more, I think, from Worrell, and then it'll be lunch. And it's been a tremendous session. I think as long as these two are still there, then Notts will be very, very satisfied with it, because they were in a little bit of bother.
A lot of bother. You lose those two early on. Dan Lawrence there, he's had the displeasure on this ground of getting out to one of the most amazing catches I've seen here, and it was back in 2018, Nottinghamshire versus Essex. Lawrence used to play for Essex, of course. Lyndon James, who's playing in this game, made his first-class debut as an 18-year-old. And in his first spell, he got rid of 3 test players, Tom Westley, Dan Lawrence and Murali Vijay. Mention in a moment, because Worrell is going to bowl to Joe Clark, who's on 38. Right-hander tucks this away on the leg side for a single, 103 for 2. And Lawrence never felt so sorry for an opposition bat before, because he came towards Lyndon James and clubbed him to take the aerial route over mid-on for a certain boundary, and suddenly, as the ball is on its way in the air, heading in that direction down towards the pavilion, Luke Fletcher at mid-on leapt like a salmon about 9 feet in the air, and the ball stuck. It's one of the most, in fact, one of the polls at the end of that season was for catch of the season. It was most incredible, and Lawrence just stood there crestfallen. It's an amazing catch from Fletcher. Worrell round the wicket. Bowls tucked away by Duckett down to long leg. Is that Ryan Patel down there? A couple of runs to, a single, beg your pardon. They just ambled through for a single.
How is the great man? All well?
Yes, very good.
Excellent.
The bowling consultant for the Blaze here, the women's team. I've got to stop. It tells me what to stop calling him the bowling coach. Coach implies that he's in every day in a full-time capacity,
well,
whereas
Fletcher's always been a shrewd manoeuvre, and consultant is definitely what you want, isn't it? It's the dream.
I gave him stick for just spending all of last week on the settee watching the snooker, but
I'm
not in every day.
That's what a consultant does.
They're going well, actually, it has to be said. The Blaze, it's good delivery from Worrell, trying to just repair the damage from the last over where he went for 3 boundaries. This one swung away from Clark, who has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, beat Surrey earlier in the week, or at the weekend.
Yeah, they've not started as strongly as they finished last year. Surrey, of course, they had a great time of things. We were together at the...
They started the season fine, three wins, and now they're on 3 losses. So their next game is next Tuesday, Essex.
Just sort of picked up on the last couple of defeats. There's Worrell bowling. Oh, that's a good delivery. Oh, now then, it's gone through Smith. Let's have a look. Oh no, it's going to be signalled as byes, or single bye. It's very close to clattering the helmet that's parked behind Jamie Smith. But I just wondered if there were 1 or 2 on the way up there, but they needn't have been. It's a bye, 105 for 2. Kept a whisker low and then burst through the gloves of Jamie Smith.
I think it's another one. We saw one from Worrell in his first spell, where Smith was going to his right and it suddenly swung back on his left. That one, I think, just dipped on him at the last moment.
Don't think we've had a helmet strike this season. the 5 penalty runs awarded and
We've
whatever.
had a pigeon strike at the Kia Oval this season.
Crikey.
Yeah. But it is, well...
Hope the old boy's okay.
I think may not be flying quite as well as it was.
Have you had a sub yet, an injury sub?
No, we haven't gone through that.
Oh, Notts have had 2 so far, and 2 against as well.
Oh dear.
There's Worrell bowling a bouncer, and a bit of limbo dancing, and has that
Yes.
brushed something? It has. And Worrell gets his 3rd, and Ben Duckett was
Not
leaning
happy.
back, just trying to limbo his way out of the line of the ball, and it's maybe brushed the glove or the bat handle on its way through to Smith, and he's taken it, and right on lunch here, Surrey have got themselves a bowling bonus point as Notts lose their 3rd wicket. 105 for 3. Ben Duckett caught Jamie Smith, bowled Dan Worrell for 42 to end the session. Terrific delivery from Worrell. He went for runs in his previous over. He's bounced back here with a super ball, and again Ben Duckett is seen off before he's really gone on and made a really big score in this little phase of the county championship season. Great morning of cricket, huge intensity as we expected. Ends with Ben Duckett caught Smith, bowl Worrell 42, 105 for 3 at lunch mark.
Well, just seeing it again, it's a brilliant catch as well. And I think he's looking for the uppercut. There is Ben Duckett. I think he's looking for the uppercut. And a little bit of bottom edge on it. And the thing with that is as well, for Smith, it would have just taken it a bit further away from him and he's hung on. So, yeah, what a time to take the wicket as well. Very good morning's cricket.
Thank you, Mark. More from Mark when we come back at around about 20 to 2. Meanwhile, for listeners to 5 Sports Extra, don't forget Kevin Howells is going to be in conversation with Alex Stewart. If you're listening on other frequencies, you might want to just retune. So you've got 5 Sports Extra. So time to hand back to the great man. Here's Kevin Howells. And for everybody else... huge thanks for your company this morning. I've been, it's fair to say, 1 or 2 slightly difficult moments getting us online on the BBC Sport website, but hopefully all managed. Terrific morning's cricket. Nottinghamshire putting to bat 105 for 3. The session ends with that wicket of Duckett. All 3 wickets to go down taken by Dan Worrell. From Kevin Howells, Nikesh Regani, Mark Church, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, as I say, thanks for your company this morning. When the players return in 40 minutes' time, so will the commentary. I hope you can join us then. Welcome back to Trent Bridge, everybody, for the second session of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Nottinghamshire and Surrey, the two sides up at the top of the table. Notts having won 2 and drawn 2 of their first 4 matches. Surrey a win and 3 draws, so they're both undefeated going into this, the 5th round. Surrey won the toss this morning, asked Notts to bat first, and thanks to Dan Worrell, both early and late, they've reduced Notts to 105 for 3 at lunch. And in fact, we've got 1 ball in an unfinished over to be completed, because the penultimate ball of the morning session turned out to be the last ball of the morning session, with Ben Duckett dismissed. I'm Dave Bracegirdle. Kevin Howells is not too far away. Mark Church, the voice of Surrey cricket, is also hovering and alongside me for this little first passage of play from BBC Sport Nikesh Regani. There's only one topic amongst the people I've heard on the concourse. Ben Duckett getting out just before.
Yeah, couldn't have been timed worse, could it, as Dan Worrell just comes in to complete this over. 1 ball remaining in it, and that's been nicely worked away by Haynes. First ball he's faced down towards fine leg, the short boundary there, so he's off the mark with a bit of a flourish. And I think it's safe to say from Dan Worrell's point of view, it's one of those post-lunch looseners.
Yeah, he came back for his second spell and had a bit of a loosener. Went for 3 boundaries, didn't he, in his first over of his second spell. Do we count this still his second spell or his third spell? I suppose it's still his second spell. A loosener down the leg side, 109 for 3. Surrey's morning, but Notts did well, I think, to sort of wriggle off the hook a bit, having been 18 for 2. At that stage you could see it being a 70 for 6 at lunch, couldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. I think that partnership between Duckett and Clark to weather a bit of a storm early on. They did well. Here we go. Here is Jordan Clark from the far end into Joe Clark, who has a little flash at one outside off, a rising delivery just outside that off stump. But I think we've had the signal from Kevin Howells that we are to welcome listeners to Sports Extra and Sports Extra 2. Welcome back to Trent Bridge. Notts 109 for 3 just after lunch. Perhaps hear some of the works going on at the far end of the ground, that redevelopment with the pavilion, as Jordan Clark is in and Joe Clark back defending to mid-off.
Might not be too much noise after 3 o'clock on a Friday, you'd imagine.
It's true. They've been working hard, though. I was here a couple of weeks ago. Even since then, there's been a lot that's happened. Some pretty fancy-looking brickwork at the front of the pavilion there.
I thought that this morning. It's advanced significantly, hasn't it, since the last match?
Jordan Clark bowls, and Joe Clark once again on his toes, defending, this time to mid-on. Just clouded over a touch, still plenty of blue sky up above. Don't think there's any threat of rain anytime soon, but the sun just hidden away for now. Slightly cooler breeze across the ground as a result.
Nice time to bowl, I'd guess, with this extra bit of cloud cover.
Clark midway through his 5th over bowls, and Joe Clark just guides the ball down towards deep third. Helps himself to a first run after lunch. He moves on to 40. Top run scorer in the championship this season, of course, Joe Clark.
Yes, they might need to take sharp knives and things away from him if he gets out in the 90s, though, in this innings. 3 times now he's fallen in the 90s. 92 against Somerset, 94 against Warwickshire, 97 against Leicestershire.
Clark into Haynes, who is defending once more. He's obviously not saluting the Magpies in the morning, Dave, like you.
You have to do that. It's unlucky if you don't do that. You're right. Did have 100 as well, of course, against Glamorgan in the other game. So it's not been a bad start to the season for Joe Clark.
Very consistent. I guess as long as the side can continue winning, they'll probably take a few more 90s. Clark back into Haynes, and that's past the outside edge. Lovely delivery. Just in that in-between length, which drew Haynes into playing at it.
There's no column though on your stats, is there, for 90s? It's just the hundreds,
Yep.
and on some rather extravagant ones, ducks as well. You don't like to see too many of those, but yeah, it could so easily be sat here with 4 centuries this season.
Clark back into Haynes, this time leaves alone, outside off stump. End of a pretty tidy over there from Jordan Clark. Knots on to 112 for 3.
Have they looked after you at lunch? Friday fish and
Oh yeah,
chips?
always.
Fish and chips?
Fish and chips
Good
Friday,
man.
always a winner here. Beer battered fish and chips.
Just the job. A lot of people I saw heading into the members forum downstairs. Don't know if that's finished, if they're all back in their seats. I would imagine they'll want to be back in their seats, won't they, and watch the cricket. It's probably a good time to have a members forum whilst you sat up there towards the sharp end of the table. Saying earlier, there's been a few lean years over the last 7 or 8 years where members forums got a little heated. That's when the best part, or in fact more than 2 years without a first class win. It's Dan Worrell. The day he's had so far, and fields off his own bowling, bar the one that very nearly shattered his knee bone. Bit of fielding in the deep, ball clattered into his knee very quickly from a pull from Ben Duckett.
Heard it from up here, didn't we?
He'll have felt it. 112 for 3. He's bowling to Joe Clark on 40 with 3 slips, but they're at first, second and fourth really. Umpire at this end, Ian Blackwell. This one swings well away from doing any harm, taken by Smith. Played for a lot of counties, didn't he? Blackwell, Somerset, Derbyshire, Durham, Warwickshire. To name but 4. Might have been 1 or 2 more. Played for England as well, of course. Now, an excellent first-class umpire who, along with his colleague today, Nigel Long, did that game at the Oval back end of last year. 112 for 3. There's Worrell. Top of his head doesn't look too dissimilar from mine. This one shapes away from Joe Clark and through to the keeper. I'll say it before you do.
It's got a little bit more going on, I'd say, Dave, but I can see the similarities. It's a real warhorse, though. Is Dan Worrell. Runs in time and time again, more often than not, just hits that spot, challenging the batters. He's always at you.
Hello, if you're just joining us for the first time today. I know we've got new listeners all the time. Sports Extra 2, we're on Sports Extra as well. As Dan Worrell bowls to Joe Clark. He's on 40, deep in his crease. He defends up to mid-on. A game that really doesn't need any extra hype. First against second after what happened last year. Surrey, county champions, county champions, county champions. Top after 12 rounds, and then it was almost a toss of a coin as to who was going to win on the last day at the Oval. Thought it was a script I'd sort of seen many times before with Notts and just came up short, but on that particular day they got over the line. Here's Worrell into Clark, but he backs away. And again, from up here, a little mystified as to why something might have put Joe Clark off, because there are large screens down here below. Can't really be anybody behind the bowler's arm.
I just don't think he was ready. As Worrell was running in on that occasion, wasn't really gesturing towards anything behind the bowler's arm.
Sean Abbott in a floppy sun hat at sort of a wide-ish mid-off extra cover position, loosening up as Clark defends again into the offside. 112 for 3 here at Trent Bridge, start of this 4-day encounter. not a bank holiday unusually. It seems almost every match day this season we've had a weekend, or a bank holiday weekend. It was very strange last week at Leicester, wasn't it? You were with us, didn't really know what day it was half the time.
Yeah.
112 for 3. Worrell wears 8. Slightly angled run, and his bowled a delivery there that was always, we got a good view of that, Nikesh, didn't we? It was always shaping away from Clark, and he followed it a little bit. Did well not to get a nick on that. Worrell threw 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 27. He's bowled probably 3 or 4, by his standards, loose-ish balls, which have all gone to the fence, and apart from that, he's been absolutely right on the money. 112 for 3.
Yep, outstanding effort from Worrell. To his second spell here of the day. It's going to be Jordan Clark to continue from the broad end, where, as we mentioned, work continues on that new pavilion, the new old pavilion, as Clark is in and Haynes leaves well alone. Sharp rising delivery once again. We've seen, on the whole, good pace and carry from this pitch so far. There's plenty of green on there, which is allowing the ball just to zip through that bit quicker.
Yes, I'm going to have to dig out a photograph or two, because the end, as we look from the Radcliffe Road end to the left, the committee balcony, that looks exactly the same.
Clark in, and Haynes steals a single out there towards point. It does, yeah. I mean, there's sort of sheets all over the dressing rooms on the right-hand side as we look over to the pavilion. Am I right that it's a listed building, right? So there are sort of restrictions as to what can be done.
I believe so, yeah. But it's going to be a lot deeper as well as being a little higher.
Clark into Joe Clark, who flicks the ball out towards mid-wicket, takes another single.
It was just, in order to meet the necessary regulations now for hosting international matches, they just needed more facilities, more dressing room facilities, more facilities for the women, better facilities for the umpires and match referees and whatever. So all that was a primary concern on the lower couple of floors, and we'll just have to see as floors 2, 3 and 4 get finished.
Clark into Haynes, who punches the ball back past the bowler, but it's fielded there, and there is no run. Notts 114 for 3. So obviously the Ratcliffe Road end has been redeveloped. We've got a couple of newish stands. I say new, but modern looking stands on either side. Maybe a couple of corners, one to our right, one over in the far left, which might be the next to be redeveloped, as we see another play and a miss from Haynes, outside off, looking to drive.
Yes, this stand that we're commentating from, the Ratcliffe Road stand, I think it was 1998 that was opened. It was opened for the start of that famous England-South Africa Test match, the famous over, Alan Donald to Michael Atherton, and did he nick it behind to Boucher or not?
Well, he did. As Haynes is forward, defending into the covers for no run, end of the over 114 for 3. But the umpire didn't think so.
No.
That's the main thing. In those days, no DRS, of course.
No, exactly. There might have been Donald steam coming out of his ears, might have been keen to review that. And then I would say, I don't know, we must be getting on for 20 years now. The new stand, the one on the Bridgeford Road stand, it has been sponsored over the last few years, but away to our right. They call it the fridge as well, because you don't get a lot of warmth in there. Most of it's in shade. And then a couple of years after that, away to our left, the Fox Road stand. As you say, if whispers are to believe, obviously the pavilion's got to be finished yet, but the one away to our right, the little one, the William Clark stand, that has been very much, I think, earmarked for a number of years for redevelopment. As Worrell bowls, strikes Joe Clark on the pad, and it bounces on its way to Ollie Pope at second slip. he has a bit of a sit down and polishes the ball on the ground.
So William Clark's stand, for those of you who are not too familiar with Trent Bridge, the world famous Trent Bridge Inn is right next to it.
Yep.
Over to our right, so
Yep.
that might ring a few bells.
Yes, well, William Clark, as well as being a little bit of an entrepreneur and keen cricketer, he took the All England Test 11 round the country, exhibition matches. Lovely delivery here from Worrell. Clark did well not to nick that, actually. Went over the shoulder of the bat, squared him up a little bit. Joe Clark getting behind it, but even so, did well not to get a nick on that. The Trent Bridge Inn, that many of you will be aware of, sits behind the Radcliffe Road stand here where we're commentating from. Way back in the 1830s, the landlady there was called Mary Chapman, and she entered into a relationship with William Clark. One day told him to get his backside off the settee and go and chop down the meadow at the back there. There's Worrell bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, no run, and William Clark thought, I know what I can do with that, and chopped down the meadow and turned it into a cricket ground, so he didn't have to continue going all around the country to play his cricket. He could bring people here, and that was the start of Trent Bridge.
A lovely ground it has become over the years.
In fact, by 1850, he was the first sort of full-time Nottinghamshire captain, and skippered them in his 50s in the very first championship match against Surrey played on this ground. 114 for 3 knots. There's Worrell bowls, and that's cut away. There'll be a couple here to Clark. Don't think it'll go, it won't. Moves on to 43. He's seen a lot of the bowling, hasn't he, Joe Clark, actually? Since lunch.
He's been out there in total for 79 deliveries.
A number of people, understandably, expressed a line to me at Brace Cricket on X about the last thing that Notts needed before lunch, Joe Clark getting out. Nick Morrell, I thought I'd wait until lunch to just say how well he was batting. And this one shapes away from the keeper, from Clark, and goes through to the keeper. I shouldn't try and read and express my thoughts at the same time. I thought I'd wait till the lunch break to comment how extremely well Clark and Duckett were batting. I should know better, says Nick, one of our regulars. Alistair wondered what on earth Ben Duckett was trying to do. Self-preservation might initially have been uppermost in his thoughts, and as he sort of swayed back, almost like, I think I said at the time, like a limbo dancer, maybe just at the last second he thought, I'm now in a position where I can just lift it over Jamie Smith, but he didn't get a good contact on it. Just feathered it through to the keeper. Next ball shapes away from the right-handed Clark, and that concludes Worrell's 10th over, 4 maidens, 3 for 29, 116 for 3. A Surrey side that have left out Matt Fisher and Rhys Topley from their 13. Notts have left out Freddy McCann and Dylan Pennington getting a first break of the season, with Josh Tong and Fergus O'Neill coming back to bolster the Notts seam bowling ranks.
Plenty of depth in both of those squads. Jordan Clark continues then from the Stuart Broad end. He's in, and he's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket by Haynes. Should be at least a couple. They might push for the third. No. Settled for 2. Haynes looked pretty comfortable out there in his short stays. Flashed a couple outside off, but on the whole has looked fairly solid. Jordan Clark into his 7th over. It's been the most expensive of the Surrey bowlers so far, going at 4.5 runs and over. And he comes again, and that's short and wide, and it's been slashed away out towards deep backward point. Races away for 4. And accept that gift with glee. Well, Jack Haynes. That's on to 122 for 3.
You beat the fielder and you're going to get full value for your shots here, aren't you? Particularly on that Bridgeford Road side of the ground, the shorter boundary.
How does Clark respond? He goes a little bit straighter, and that's much better. Well defended by Haynes into the offside.
Spoke to Andrew, the new head groundsman here at Trent Bridge this morning. Said there's 10 mil of grass on it. He might have been speaking in a foreign tongue as to exactly what difference that would make, or how different from normal. But for those of you that follow these sorts of things, that's what it is.
Clark back in, full, driven, but well fielded, or half fielded by Clark in his follow through.
Generally, you find here it always looks like this on the first morning, and even though there is a greenish tinge, it doesn't adversely affect things, and obviously through the course of the game it just goes paler and paler. Long gone are the days of the lush green seamers.
Clark back in, oh that's a beauty. Just had a little nibble at that, did Jack Haynes outside the off stump. Lucky not to get anything on it.
Fiery competitor Jordan Clark, isn't he? He looks a warrior. He's got
like a samurai with
yeah,
the top knot.
Exactly, yeah. Got all the facial attributes.
Here he is once more, and it's well left alone by Haynes. Another overdone. Knots onto 122 for 3. Of course, I was talking to Kevin Howes a bit earlier, saying that maybe 1 or 2 disappointed Nottingham Forest fans who intended to be here today.
Start.
No, I'm just saying, like, there's more of a crowd now after lunch, so maybe they had a late night, having a couple of drinks, watching the match, and
I knew this was
made
coming.
their way in now.
I knew this was coming because last week Nikesh and I were at Leicester, and I did happen to mention what a pretty little League One ground you can see from the commentary box at Grace Road. Here's Worrell bowling to Joe Clark, who's on 43. Let's this go through to the keeper. Hope they've got over it.
Yeah, I'd tend not to talk about this season too much. No, it was no. Like, listen, Forest have done amazingly well this season. It has to be said, and to all you Forest fans, you should be immensely proud of the way that your side has done, despite off the field issues and changes of manager and all those types of things.
Worrell comes in past Ian Blackwell, the umpire's left shoulder, bowls a ball that's just short enough and just wide enough for Clark to get into a position to play it away square of the wicket on the offside for a single. 123 for 3. We know this is very often, if you talk football, people switch off in their numbers, so we won't dwell on that. But of course, an English side got through to the final of all 3 European competitions, and saw no end of people last night cancelling hotels for Istanbul, booking hotels for wherever the others are. I think is it Budapest and Leipzig, the other 2 finals. 123 for 3. Worrell bowls again, and sharply swinging delivery. How does he get the ball to move away that much from a good line and length? Bowl to Haynes, and it just jagged away prodigiously. Rory Burns asking the same question, I think, there of Jamie Smith. How does he do that? He's picked up all 3 wickets. Dan Worrell got a Seba Mead edge into Ollie Pope at second slip. Took a fine caught and bowled low down to his right to dismiss Ben Slater, and then just before lunch, a bouncer that Duckett just feather through to the keeper, and Haynes has gone hard at this one, didn't get anything on it. Can't lay bat on ball at the minute, can he, Jack Haynes?
No. Tried to punch that one, but got nowhere near it in the end.
Been update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners in a moment. They've just wished David Attenborough very happy birthday again.
Went to the same sixth form college as him.
123 for 3. Worrell bowls cut away for a single. 124 for 3. Here is that update. Yeah, Nottinghamshire put into bat 124 for 3. Big blow when they lost Ben Duckett. Final ball of the morning session after Slater and Hamid went in the early stages. Really good scrap this. The top 2 sides in the country. Nottinghamshire 124 for 3. And 1 ball left in the over. And we need to know more about Nikesh's college. This is punched back to him on the bounce. Worrell doesn't take it clean. At the end of the over, 124 for 3. Did you know that at the time?
I did, yeah. There's a building named the Attenborough Building after both he and Richard as well, his brother, film director, of course. So yeah, Wiggiston and Queen Elizabeth I College in Leicestershire, and
was he a Leicester man?
Well, he wasn't born in Leicester, but grew up, sort of, spent his school years and college years in Leicester, as did Richard. And they both lived, I'm not sure exactly where their house was, but not too far away from where I live now, in Oadby, just outside Leicester on the south side. As Clark begins a new over, and that's been defended away by Haynes into the offside. I'm not sure if he was on the cricket team at that sixth form college, but we did have a very good cricket team when I was there. I went unbeaten for 2 years.
Very good.
Beat the likes of Uppingham, Rugby, some very prestigious schools on that list.
And did he come back to Sports Day or anything? Have you met him at all?
No, unfortunately not. Here comes Clark once more, and Haynes leaves alone outside the off stump. Always wanted to.
I would have loved that, a photo of you and him. I was
Me and
searching
him.
frantically this morning for a photograph
of me?
Of you this morning. I found one I used. I don't know if you saw that, commentators today, and I used that.
Oh, is it on X?
It's on X.
I'll have a look.
But there was a little one there on your bits and pieces.
Full delivery, driven by Haynes, and that's been fielded at mid-on.
But it was too tiny to do anything with, and it looks like you with the great S.R. Tendulkar.
Oh yeah, I've got plenty of those. 3 or 4 meetings with the great man. Oh, what a lovely man he is as well. They say don't meet your heroes, but he didn't disappoint me. In he comes again, and Clark's been slashed away out towards deep point, and they get through for another single. There's another great man up in the box next to us a short while ago. If you were listening on Sports Extra, you would have heard Alex Stewart, Director of Cricket at Surrey, of course, England legend, another thoroughly nice man.
Very much so.
Kind of helps, I guess, with interviews and things, that the players are on our side of the ground at the Ratcliffe Road end, as Clark was short of a length, and that's been clipped away leg side by Joe Clark for another single. Does that make a difference in your sort of day-to-day with interviewing players and things? You find you're not having to go as far?
They've been popping in with more regularity, and especially towards the back end of last season, certainly when the strips are the strip is over towards the Fox Road side of the ground. They've often popped up. I'm told over the weekend there'll be 1 or 2 candidates that'll pop in and say hello.
Jordan Clark then steams in again to Haynes, who leaves the ball outside off stump. End of Clark's 8th over. His figures none for 36. Nottinghamshire on to 126 for 3.
I'm sure he scored many, many, many runs on this ground, Alex Stewart, and many centuries. I'll look up one day, but we were talking about it last week. Paul Franks, Notts assistant head coach here, played 1 game for England, an ODI against West Indies here in 2000, and Alex Stewart, the last over of the game, it was a real nip and tucker. The last over of the game, Alec was 100 not out at the non-strikers end, and they just couldn't get him on strike as 3 overs went down at the other end. The over bowled by Chris Gale, and Gale won the Man of the Match award for primarily that over, keeping Alec away from strike. Here's Worrell. Again, this one shapes away from the bowler. Goes through to the wicket keeper. Mark the Mod's been in touch. Afternoon, chaps. Mark the Mod speaking to you from the fridge. Very pleased here with my shandy. Cheers. Pile 'em up knots. That's Mark the Mod who's in the fridge today. Hello, Mark, who's made the journey up from Sevenoaks in Kent to be here. Carl has been in touch. bracecricket@icloud.com. I'll have a little look at that in a moment, as this one into the pads would have drifted, I think, down the leg side. Hey up, Dave, he says. At the February Cricket Lovers Society talk, it was all about the pavilion redevelopment. However, I noticed an artist impression, the William Clark stand looked completely different. I asked, the guy said he wanted to redo it for years to take the capacity to 20,000. If it ends up looking like the attached picture, I'll be impressed. Then again, it'll be curtains for a view from the TBI. Thank you, Carl. I know it's not great radio, but he has sent me pictures of what the proposed redevelopment eventually is of the William Clark stand. Gentleman we were just talking about. And this one shapes away from Clark again. He's got beautiful, beautiful control of this ball, Dan Worrell, hasn't he? Super stuff. As Mark was saying, they just couldn't wait for the moment that he was fit enough to get back in the side, and they've ushered him straight back in.
Yeah, he's got it on a string at the moment. He's getting the knots. Batters dancing around, poking at deliveries just outside off stump. As we said, he's taken all 3 wickets to fall so far, and he looks the most likely to make another breakthrough.
Halfway through the 36th over of the day. Worrell bowled a third of them. He bowls now, and this is driven, or pushed really, into the offside. There'll be a couple of runs for Joe Clark. That sort of smattering of applause, sort of heavily laced with relief, wasn't it, that he got bat on ball at last. Joe Clark to move to 47. Just looking at how far away Nigel Long, the umpire, is standing at square leg. Crikey.
It's nearly all the way to the boundary, isn't it? A shorter boundary over
back
to that side.
He'll be able to weigh everything up and certainly assess any potential run-outs. Whether he can see the line from there is another matter.
Yeah.
Worrell bowls again, pitched nicely up, block hole length, dug out by Clark. And it remains 128 for 3. If you're just joining us, Mead went for 7, Slater for 9, and with the last ball of the morning session, it turned out to be the last ball of the morning session, the 5th ball of an over, Worrell had Ben Duckett caught behind for 42. Again, he was going along nicely. He just wondered if this would be the first time in this little block of games where Duckett sees it through to a really substantial score, but again he went and left a few out there. Clark on 47 drops this on the leg side, 128 for 3 after 36.
Another little partnership just brewing here for Notts. 23 it's worth from 50 balls. Clark, of course, the key man in this. Top run scorer in Division 1 this season. On the verge of bringing up another half-century. He's missed out on some hundreds, as Dave was alluding to earlier on. In the 90s. 3 times. Has had 1 century away to Glamorgan earlier on in the season, as Clark returns from the Stuart Broad end into Haynes, who defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. Just a little bit brighter in the last few minutes or so, with the sun poking its head through a couple of clouds. Mark Church back in alongside us as well. Not quite sunbathing weather out there at the moment, but a lot brighter as Clark is in and has been left alone once more outside off stump.
Yeah, it's been very good this from Joe Clark. 47 off 91 deliveries. Holding it together at the moment for Nottinghamshire, because again, Worrell's been outstanding since lunch. Really has. I think if you want to see high quality, medium quick bowling with all the skills, I think you've seen it from Dan Worrell today. Outstanding spells.
Clark, meanwhile, runs in, bowls, and that's not too far away from the outside edge again. Just looking to drive on the up was Haynes. And that ball just rose quite sharply from a length, nipped away, wasn't too far away from the bat of Jack Haynes.
Yeah, he's just stood it up off a length, as Jordan Clark. Yeah, this has been, everybody I've spoken to during the lunch break just said what a morning of cricket. Proper stuff this.
Clark again with a similar delivery, this time left alone by Haynes outside off stump. Yeah, real cat and mouse stuff. You can sense the sort of tension within Trent Bridge as well.
Well, I think the thing is, Nikesh, for both sides, and what you've always seen with the best sides in Division 1 is, with their bowling attacks, you don't get a break. Whoever's bowling is on you. So you don't get a break. There's no weak link, really. And it'll be the same with Notts. There'll be no weak link in the bowling attack. They'll be on you the entire time.
Clark steams in again, and this time does get bat on ball. Haynes out towards backward point, gets through for a single. It almost seems as though every time they're able to get a run on the board, or the striker's able to get down the non-striker's end and breathe for a bit, there's just that sense of relief from these two batters as well, because they're not getting anything, especially from Dan Worrell, but even Clark getting into his rhythm now, and not that easy to score off. His economy rate steadily coming down after being expensive early on, as he's in here to Joe Clark, who defends the ball to mid-off, and that is the end of the over. So Notts on to 129 for 3.
Should I just rattle through a few scores before we hear a little bit more from Mark at length? Warwickshire 98 for 6 at home to Yorkshire. Of course, the Yorkies off the back of a fine win down at Taunton in the last round of matches. Leicestershire 130 for 3 there at Hove. Sol Budinger has fallen for 14 since lunch, formerly of course of this parish. Somerset 138 for 3 there at Cardiff playing Glamorgan. Lammonby's the latest to go, he's out for 45. Essex playing Hampshire at Chelmsford. Hampshire bottom of the pile, 129 for 4. Division 2, just quickly, Derbyshire 142 for 1 at home to Northants, Gloucestershire 119 for 1 at home to Kent, and Lancashire 102 for 3 at home to Division 2 Middlesex.
Well, Sean Abbott's back into the attack, replacing Worrell from the Radcliffe Road end, and starts with a short, wide delivery, which Haynes jumps all over and cracks away through cover point and away for 4. So a bit of a loosener there from Sean Abbott. And Haynes on the back foot just crashes that through cover point. That whistles over the boundary rope and away for 4 runs. So Sean Abbott will just try and straighten it up a bit from there. Nicely put away by Haynes as the sun comes out again here at Trent Bridge, as Abbott comes in over the wicket. And gets that one to come back. Haynes is forward, thickish inside edge. That just rolls away into the leg side, and there's no run.
Like all cricket grounds, it looks much better when the sun comes out, doesn't it?
Oh, it certainly does. Well, I don't know. I know I'm old, but cricket and sun sort of work, don't they, as a combination?
Yeah.
It has ever been thus. Much better when it's like this. It's just the one slip in the gully at the moment. Burns at slip, Pope at gully. Haynes lands with that bat raised as over the wicket goes Abbott to him, and Haynes is forward. We'll get runs here. Squirts this one down towards third man with the open face. Adam Thomas is on the chase, slides, picks up, lobs it back to Wally Pope. Great throw from Pope straight over the top of the stumps to Jamie Smith. Haynes picks up a couple more. He moves on to 20. 135 for 3.
Has Thomas been associated with the club since he was knee high to a grasshopper? Has he come through the various age groups?
Yeah, he has. He's been with Surrey since, well, I've got some numbers here.
It's lovely, isn't it, when they do that?
Absolutely. And last week was amazing. As here is Sean Abbott, who's tumbled over in his follow through there. He's okay. He jumps to his feet. Does Sean Abbott, but sort of rolled down the pitch towards Haynes there for a second. Did Sean Abbott. But
taking it out on the ground as all fast bowlers do.
Absolutely. The wonderful thing about it was the man bowling at the moment, who he came out and played quickly, which enabled Thomas just to play his way. But when he got to his 100, he got there with a couple of runs. Honestly, Sean Abbott was celebrating more than Adam Thomas was. He was absolutely delighted for the young man. He really was. Abbott's in over the wicket once again. Oof. This is flashed away by Haynes. Abbott's just not looked comfy here. And he kicks the ground in frustration. His rhythm's not quite right at the moment. And that was a little short again and a little wide. And I think they'll get a sweeper out there for him now. So Thomas goes out for a bit of protection on that cover boundary rope. And that was cracked away by Haynes. And he walks back towards us looking a little fed up at the moment, does Sean Abbott. Haynes has moved on to 24. As Abbott's in once again. And this one is uppish. And it's well stopped by Pope, diving away to his right in the gully. I think he was looking to run that down towards third man. It just bounced on him a touch more. He wants to remove his jumper here. Does Jack Haynes, the international sign of I'm getting rid of my short sleeve sweater. But yeah, so a bit on Adam Thomas for Nottinghamshire listeners. He made his debut last week in first class and championship cricket and made that 100. Started at Guildford, joined the Surrey pathway at 11, went to Cranley School, plays club cricket for Ashton, captain Surrey at under 16s and under 18s, and then he went away this winter and played in the Perth Prem, as it's known, and much like Cameron Steele, who was with us, won the Cooley Medal.
Start of a new over, bowled by Jordan Clark from the far end. Joe Clark pushes it straight back past him but doesn't get a run.
909 runs, it's just about 70.
Over the winter?
Over the winter. Oh. So yeah, came back with that under his belt as well, and made his debut in 2024 in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and got his first Surrey 100 against Derbyshire last year, 162.
Great effort, and again Clark driving straight to mid-on, doesn't get a run. 139 for 3.
Smashing lad as well, and very quiet about everything. But I don't think he was even aware that he was the youngest ever Surrey Centurion on championship and first class debut. And there's some good names there.
And again comes Jordan Clark. Bowls a delivery wide enough to be completely disregarded by Joe Clark, who likes to play it if he can. Yes, I must get round to having a look, because these two sides have certainly been paired with each other in the Metro Bank over the last few years. We had a game here where Jimmy White's grandson did he get 90?
Yeah, Ralphie got about 90 odd, didn't he?
We've played at Welbeck, we've played at Guildford over the last couple of years. This is driven up to wideish mid-off and there's no run. So I would imagine, I have seen Adam Thomas before. I'll have to have a little look and a reminder, a refresher.
He would have done. He would have opened the batting in the One Day Cup. Actually, for him as well, when he came in, Surrey were looking to get after Jack Carson, but Lawrence and Smith went quite quickly, which meant they needed a quiet period, and he was just able to take his time.
Clark into his 10th over, short, pulled away by Joe Clark, down to long leg, just a single. Moves on to 48, 140 for 3 Nottinghamshire. put into bat. That's the 39th over, so ball will be softening up a little bit. This is where Notts has really got to make it count, this period between now and tea. They'll need a good partnership if they can get it. Wickets, in theory, should be harder to take. But as Mark said, this attack just keeps coming at you. This is left alone outside the off stump and through to the keeper. 140 for 3. I watched actually watched Jimmy White on the old goggle box yesterday afternoon. There's the senior snooker on that ended in, all in a rumpus last night. All sorts of. It did.
What happened?
There's a fault with the table. I've only read about this. I watched the afternoon session. I didn't watch the session last night. But one of the two tables, they're playing in the Crucible, somehow broke. How you can break a snooker table, I'm not sure.
Well, leg dropped off or something, did it?
And the scheduled match on the second table, I'll just finish it after this.
Short Abbott coming in over the wicket to Joe Clark, and Clark will punch off the back foot out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. He wants to, but Lawrence is quickly round to do the fielding.
The match on table 2 last night should have featured last year's winner, Alfie Burden, a chap called Alfie Burden. And they decided, well, they couldn't play on this table. It was broken. I don't know why it was broken, but their match should go ahead in the practice room. No spectators, no nothing.
No.
And he lost. He got walloped 4-0. Said he just couldn't believe that they'd forced him to do that.
Yeah, I agree with that. As in over the wicket, is Sean Abbott, and that's hitting the pads of Haynes. And this one rolls away into the leg side, and leg byes will be the signal. It's a bit like on the old golf seniors tour, saying, like, I'm terribly sorry, but a pair of you are going to have to go to the driving range. You can't be doing that.
Do it on the pitch and putt next door.
You can't be doing that.
Well, they did. They did apparently. There's all sorts of a rumpus going on this morning.
I would love to know how the snooker table was broken.
No, I didn't get to the.
You have a slope on it or something, or what? The middle hole, the ball didn't go down. Was it something along those lines? How do you break a snooker table? Here comes Abbott over the wicket to Clark, and Clark is pushing this one firmly back up the pitch, and there's no run.
bracecricket@icloud.com if you've got more than my sketchy details. And I had other things on my mind this morning as I was reading about it, but it just seems a bit shambolic. This was at the Crucible. 142 for 3.
You know what I would say to you there, David? Would they have done that had it been the...
Well, that's what they're saying. I think Ronnie O'Sullivan's playing today.
They wouldn't be doing that with the...
Can you imagine
the main one asking Ronnie to play in the practice?
Can you imagine him in the seniors, over 50s?
In over the wicket goes Abbott, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Clark. Ronnie's not over 50, is he really?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
He's playing in the World Seniors, and I'd imagine he'll be one of the hot favourites.
Yeah, you would have thought so. Well, there you are, eh? Well, controversy at the World Seniors.
Yeah. But, Jimmy White looked good yesterday afternoon. Crikey, he did.
Well, if they're anything like me at the over 50s, I'd have a problem. After the first 2 friends, I'd have to nip for a toilet break these days. As here comes Abbott once more. In over the wicket to Clark. He's had a fiddle outside his off stump. That's been the only area with Joe Clark. It's that shot where he just pushes at it outside his off stump. A couple of times to Atkinson, he almost inside. Well, he did inside edge, but it just went past his leg stump. He just tends to go away from his body a touch. Everything else been lovely.
It's not on an even bounce, but he's just not coping with the sharp bounce of the ball today. The bowlers altering their lengths, so obviously it will rise at a different rate.
He's in once more, is Abbott, and Clark turns this one into the leg side. Patel, a little misfield, but no damage. Because I think you were chatting this when I walked into the box back of the. But Clark's got 100, but he's been out 3 times in the 90s.
3 times in the 90s, once in the 80s.
Yeah.
It was I mean, it's early on in the season for any sort of stats of note, but he's the only one to pass 500 runs, and he's the only one to pass 50 5 times so far in the county championship. 82, 92, 136, 94, 97.
It's not bad, is it?
And 49 not out.
Yeah, what I was saying to Nikesh, and you said it with Surrey, you know, relentless. And, but when you look at what's coming from Notts, when Surrey are batting as well, there's not going to be much sort of breathing space, really.
It'll be interesting to see if Stone can generate the same pace he found at Leicester last week. It was the standout performance from Ollie Stone in his Nottinghamshire career. Had so many injuries, but crikey, he was quick last week. Got a bit of twirly-whirly stuff.
Lawrence again, he got one over before lunch, didn't he?
Yeah. It's bowling to Jack Haynes. Oh, it's down the leg side. Tickled away. Oh, it's beat the fielder. Jordan Clark just come out of the attack from the far end, and first bit of fielding he needed to do. He just couldn't quite get down quick enough, and away for 4. It's been a little bit of a theme. Bowlers, certainly since the openers this morning, when they've come on to start a spell, or when a new bowler has come on, the first bowler's been a bit of a loosener, hasn't it? 4 to Haynes, who creeps up on you. He's got 28, really. Not played too many shots in anger. He's already going along nicely. There is Dan Lawrence. Floats it up. Oh, this is hit nicely, but they protected the boundary rope down in front of the pavilion with a long on fielder. Single to Haynes. See bowler Lawrence there looking on the live stream. He's got his nose and his cheeks smeared with sun cream. Bowling with long sleeves. And Clark on 49 is on strike. Balls now, and Joe Clark whips it away behind square. This time, good bit of fielding from Thomas. Just setting the example there for some of his seniors to follow.
I think Jordan Clark's taken some skin off his knee when he dived there.
147 on the board, talking about snooker. 147 for 3. This one's whipped away, and again they can't get a single. Clark does much better this time. He's got a tremendous, they call them sleeves, don't they? Tremendous set of sleeves, arms heavily tattooed.
He had his son Teddy on during the last game. He's only 5.
147 for 3. Lawrence bowls, and Clark works this one square on the offside this time. No run. Dan Worrell doing the fielding.
Yeah, Teddy popped into the commentary box, so I took the opportunity to ask him what he thought about his dad's bowling. He said he should have taken 16 wickets on the first day. I said, well, he did bowl quite well.
Last ball of the over. Can Joe Clark get the single? He needs to reach 50. Yes, no, he can't. That's a great bit of work. Really good stuff from Ollie Pope at mid-wicket. Thought for all the world that was through. But Ollie Pope dives to his right, comes up with the ball. And it's the end of the over. 5 from it. Dan Lawrence 2 overs, none for 11. Nottinghamshire 147 for 3 after 41 overs.
Yeah, really good from Ollie Pope, because he saw the shot and was moving before he played the shot. And that just enabled him to get to that with the dive. So very good bit of work that from Ollie Pope. Now Worrell's back. Or is it going to be Atkinson? It's going to be Atkinson. I thought Worrell was coming. I thought he was back into the attack quite quickly there. It's going to be Atkinson now. It's the first time we've seen Atkinson from this Radcliffe Road end. He's bowled his overs from the Stuart Broad end. But from the Radcliffe Road end, Gus Atkinson, 9 overs, 3 mains, none for 29. So he's been pretty economical today, as Gus Atkinson. He'll be bowling to Haynes. He'll have a slip and a gully, sweeper out at cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, deep backwards square and the long leg. As Atkinson is into Haynes, and the first ball's on a length, and Haynes is pushing it straight back up the pitch, and there is no run.
It's not an exact carbon copy of Ollie Stone, but there's a little bit of his action in there. It's quite distinctive.
I'm really pleased to hear that with Ollie Stone, because he's had some terrible times with injury, but boy, when he's fit and firing.
Just played one county championship game last year. That was right at the end of the season on loan for Middlesex.
In over the wicket then comes Atkinson. Oh, that's a horrible shot from Haynes.
Yeah.
He's just been tempted there. Feet didn't really go anywhere. Just threw his hands at that. He would have been absolutely livid there if he got an edge on that with Haynes. Wanders off towards square leg. Just had a little chat with himself. Bangs the end of his handle. Bat handle with the glove. As if to say, don't be naughty. As Atkinson comes in once again. Over the wicket to Haynes. Haynes forward, solid looking shot, just plays it away into the offside. Thomas comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run.
So I beg your pardon, Surrey defeated Sussex last week.
They did.
They had a high scoring draw with Leicestershire. They got nearly 700, didn't they?
Well, a high scoring draw with Essex, high scoring draw with Leicestershire, high scoring draw with Warwickshire in the opening game of the season. Yes, but they didn't bowl as they wanted to in those first 3 games. As that one's just come back a touch from Atkinson, left alone outside the off stump by Hay. They were much more on it last week with the ball. Batting wise, everyone's looked in nick so far this season. So it was really those first 3 games was. With the ball, they were cross with themselves, but they got it right last week against a Sussex side that fought very, very hard in the game. As over the wicket once again goes Atkinson, and forward goes Haynes, and just guides this away down through the backward point region. He'll get a couple here, as Lawrence, very athletic, sprinting round, sliding, picking up, getting the throw straight in over the top of the stumps. And they'll pick up 2 more.
Again, the applause smacked more of relief than anything. I just wondered initially, is it a milestone? No, they're not going to reach 150. No, it's not Clark on strike for his 50. But they're just enjoying seeing the runs be eked out, and that's what's happening at the moment. They're hard to come by.
45 this partnership is worth. As this one's left alone outside the off stump. 44, apologies, 44 it's worth. As end of the Atkinson over, 149 for 3, Nottinghamshire. Haynes has 31. Joe Clark's on 49.
Reece Topley coming on for a spot of 12thers. Had a little natter to him out at the top. A bit of an NFL catch up. No, he's a massive American football fan, and we had a bit of a natter about that out in the middle. Going to be Dan Lawrence to continue. 2 umpires having a bit of a chat about something. I think when I first started coming to cricket as a young man, and the Surrey side there, Mickey Edwards and Stuart Storey, Pat Pocock, Robin Jackman, Arnold Long, the wicket-keeper.
Yes, indeed.
Got into the likes of Lonsdale Skinner after then, and Graham Clinton at the top of the order.
G. Clinton.
Yes, Lawrence bowls. Clark can't get his 50 here. Nicely fielded at mid-wicket by Rory Burns.
Of course, Richard opened for Surrey. Richard Clinton, his son.
Of course, yeah.
A few years.
49 for 3. Next ball floated up there, and Joe Clark gets his 50 with an ugly hoik to the leg side. It's not his prettiest shot of this innings, or his most fluent, but it's his 6th 50 reach this season. 1 he's converted. 108 balls for Joe Clark, 5 fours. Been at the crease for about 2 hours and 20 minutes. His eyes lit up then, didn't they?
Well, he just gave it a bit more air, that one then, Lawrence.
Bowls again now, and Haynes deep in his crease cuts it away on the offside. I think Dan Lawrence has got sort of a black undershirt on when he leaps just before delivering the ball. There we go, his cricket shirt rides up, and you can see that black vest or whatever it is underneath. 151 for 3. Clark, with more surety here, plays it down the ground for a single. 152 for 3. Then there was a spell where, seeing Surrey in my younger days, they had a Howarth and an Ayworth.
They did.
Jeff Howarth and Chris Ayworth. They had a Butcher and a Baker at the same time.
Yes. John Candlestick Maker. He just didn't quite make the grade, sadly.
Lawrence bowls. Jack Haynes runs this to backward point. No run fielded by Worrell.
I think the official term is skins. That's what Lawrence is wearing. I think that's the official term for them. They're sort of the undershirts that holds everything in.
Surrey logoed, Surrey embossed.
I'm sure it will be.
Final ball of the 43rd over. Sent down now and turned away by Haynes. Yeah, is the cry. He'll keep the strike. 153 for 3. This partnership up to 48, of which Jack Haynes' partnership is 33. Joe Clark, again, like he has done in the previous matches this season, just ticks along nicely, and then 50 comes up, and then he gets close to 3 figures, and you start worrying about him. He'd passed or reached 500 runs before this match. He's well on towards 600.
Well, let's be honest. His problem this season is he's got 93 times and 80 once and got 100. It's a nice problem to have.
It is indeed.
It's Gus Atkinson then to continue from the Radcliffe Road. It's glorious afternoon now.
Yep.
Really is lovely. As over the wicket goes Atkinson, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Haynes. Elsewhere, just to let you know, in Division 1, Essex and Hampshire. Hampshire 160 for 4. They've had a tough start to the summer, haven't they? Lehman's 64 not out, and Ben Brown is 40 not out. Somerset 164 for 3 against Glamorgan. Lammonby's gone for 45. James Rue went for 4 opening, and Thomas has gone for 71. As in again goes Atkinson. That's just tucked away off the pads very nicely by Haynes, and they will stroll another single. Sussex and Leicestershire. Leicestershire 145 for 3. Rishi Patel 45, Jake Weatherall 43, and Budinger, he was here, wasn't he? And then went to Leicester. 14. Holland 6 not out, and Tattersall is 14 not out. Of course, Tattersall played a game for Surrey, kept wicket for Surrey in a game a few years ago. Much like Brett Hutton, of course, played his one game. Oh, sorry. Joe Clark settles over his bat once more. See the sun glint off the back of his bat as he's in behind this one from Atkinson. Plays it straight back up the pitch. Atkinson does the fielding, and there is no run. And Warwickshire are now 109 for 7 against Yorkshire at Edgbaston. See, wickets can fall at Edgbaston. I keep getting told when Surrey go there, all the pitches are like this when 650 plays 790. As Atkinson comes in once more past Ian Blackwell, and that just stood up a touch on Clark. He's played that very well. He'll get a single as well, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. Done it very nicely since lunch. So 155 for 3. Did play that well, Clark, because it just stood up on him.
Yeah, Clark's contribution only 13 out of this 50. So they've definitely put the brakes on Joe Clark, haven't they, since lunch?
Yeah, and I think that's all part of the game plan as well, isn't it? As Atkinson's in, and Haynes forward he goes. Good looking defensive shot that. In Division 2, Derbyshire going along very merrily. 156 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Gloucestershire and Kent. Now I think that's down at Beckenham, that game. I think it is. But and of course I was saying that James Taylor has gone on loan for a couple of games, and 2 for 40. He's picked up both the wickets, so that's great news. As in goes Atkinson. That hops a touch at Haynes as well. He's up on his toes playing that one out into the offside. End of the over from Gus Atkinson 155 for 3 then. Lancashire and Middlesex. Lancashire 126 for 4 against Middlesex at Old Trafford, and Worcestershire and Durham. And of course the big news is that Mr Ben Stokes is playing some cricket, and Worcestershire are 147 for 4. I think B Stokes opened the bowling and picked up an early wicket. So those are all the other scores from around the country.
Great stuff. It is nice when there's a full programme of games up and down. Keep an eye on lots of things going off at the same time as Clark works this to leg, fielded by Surrey skipper Rory Burns. And there's no run. Surrey's last win here, 2019, Mark. Amar Verdi, 14 wickets in the match. Yeah, 155 for 3. Here's the current Amar Verdi. Surrey's frontline spinner for this game. Lawrence bowls to Clark and he turns it down the ground for a single.
That was the game Ashwin was playing for Nottinghamshire, wasn't he?
Yeah. And I've just looked, actually, or I looked yesterday and I've written it down, because it leapt out at me. Gareth Batty's last first-class match. Here's Dan Lawrence bowling to Haynes. Whips it away to square leg, no run. Rory Burns doing the fielding.
That's all I remember about that game you're mentioning, is that Ashwin was playing for Nottinghamshire. But Amar bowled beautifully, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, wasn't here for long, Ravi Ashwin. This has turned away to leg, but...
Probably more longer than he was with Surrey, because then he had one game, I think it was, for Surrey.
I don't know if it was that game, but certainly there were one or two matches where he played and bowled for long periods in tandem with Liam Patterson-White, and sort of the over rate was up to like plus 20 and ridiculous things. It's turned away by Haynes on the leg side for a single, 157 for 3. Of course, we've only just about got a head round the over rate regulations, and they've changed them this season. You've got to bowl for 8 hours, haven't you, for them to apply.
Yes.
Currently showing that Surrey are -2, but that doesn't come into effect for a wee while yet. Another single to Clark turns this round the corner. Just merrily going about his business, Joe Clark. Moves to 54, 158 for 3. Lawrence through 4 overs, none for 18. Just obviously giving the quicks a little bit of a breather, isn't he, if you have a few overs from Dan Lawrence?
Yeah, and the other thing he's doing, well, and he did this against Sussex last week, he's sort of keeping it fairly tight from that Stuart Broad end. Because let's be honest, the sun's coming out and the pitch looks a good one to bat on now. It's Gus Atkinson down below us, continuing. He's coming in over the wicket to Joe Clark, and Clark, oh my lord, he's known nothing about that. He's looked to turn that leg side, it's bounced and nipped away from him. It's hit the outside edge and it has flown between Rory Burns and Ollie Pope in the gully, and it's down to the third man boundary rope for 4.
Yes, if there was any good fortune going out there, it all went Joe Clark's way there and none towards the bowler.
He's looking to work this leg side. It's bounced and gone the other way. I wouldn't be at all surprised if it's almost hit the back of his bat there.
Yeah, and I think it was sort of in the air as well if there'd been anybody at third slip.
Over the wicket again goes Atkinson, and Clark just plays this one solidly away into the offside, and Thomas does the fitting. Amazing though how when you're injured, Nick, and to be fair to him, because of the way he's played, they've moved a couple of the slips out, but when you're in good, Nick, it's amazing how many times those do fly away and don't go near a fielder. If you were in bad, Nick, that would have flown straight to Burns as the solitary slip, and you'd have marched off berating the game of cricket. Has always had a fiddle at this one outside his off stumps, just lifted on him again. Then he's rehearsing, playing it solid right next to him, but he's just flirted with that outside his off stump as Joe Clark, and it's just a bounce from Atkinson that's made his hands go towards the ball. Good bit of bowling that from Atkinson.
Certainly I can see one or two gentlemen have taken their shirts off now.
Really?
In the Fox Road stand.
Brave.
Well, it's a bit of a sun trap that side. Like I say, in the fridge, you need to put extra layers on in the fridge on that side of the
Amazing
ground.
thing, and I'm in this category, Dave Bracegater. Why is it always the gentleman who probably shouldn't be taking his shirt off that always does? As in goes Atkinson. They've got another slip in now. That's well played though by Joe Clark. He just waits for this and guides it away down towards the third man boundary rope, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total. Clark moves on to 59, 163 for 3.
It's busy in here at lunchtime, wasn't it? There was lots of people going for the members' fans forum.
Yep, that's it.
Hope at some point we discover what the hot topics were.
In over the wicket again comes Atkinson. That's wide outside the off stump. And Haynes has nothing whatsoever to do with that. Just lets it go. I thought you were giving a speech when we were down there.
No.
Dave Bracegirdle talk.
Not invited.
Well, you'd be invited to your own talk. One would hope.
Probably wouldn't.
One would hope. Waits again. Does Haynes. Over the wicket he goes. Atkinson to him. This one's left alone outside the off stump. End of the over. 163 for 3. Haynes 35. Clark 59. Abbott was off for a little period, but he's back on now.
Just had another lovely shot of the ground there. Remiss of me to say, but understand there's one or two bits of cake at the back here.
Really?
One of our. Oh, in fact, what were you doing on your 40th birthday, Mark? Can you remember that far back? Because the gentleman just down there to your right, that's how he's celebrating his 40th birthday. Spence, who's on the main camera here, he's been here since the start, giving us a wave.
Happy birthday.
Indeed.
Doesn't look a day over
man.
30, does he? He's going to go home tonight looking very healthy, being in the sun all day as well.
He loves it out there.
Yeah.
He loves it out there.
A way to spend your 40th, eh?
Exactly. There's Dan Lawrence from the pavilion end. All arms and legs, bowls whipped away on the leg side. And there's a single to Joe Clark. He's marginally more animated, Spence, than the camera bringing you the pictures from the far end. You can see behind the arm at the far end there, Mark, the static camera. They call that Wilson. Because we've got no gantry at the far end to make Spence or one of his cohorts go up there and bring us pictures. So there's a static one at the far end, the building site end, as this is turned to square leg.
It looks fantastic, the pictures, they really do.
But we have Lee and Lewis out there around somewhere, bringing you the side-on pictures and what have you, and producer Kirsty and vice producer Aaron.
Vice producer, what a great title that is.
Oh, and now then. Down the leg side, I'm not sure Haynes got anything on it, but Ollie Pope did catch a sort of leg slip area. It's great work from him, Ollie Pope. He's not the favourite child because producer Kirsty went away with Mum to La Bella Italia this week.
Very nice indeed.
Away to Rome for a pizza. Aaron was left behind to look after the shop. Lawrence. Past umpire Long and defended by Haynes. Back to the bowler. 164 for 3.
Yeah, interesting that was a brilliant bit of work from Ollie Pope.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of turn though. Down the leg side it was, but a little bit of turn there for Dan Lawrence.
Interesting field setting. Pope in at leg slip. Bowls now, and Haynes a little push into the offside and scamper through for a single. 165 for 3. Does he often have a leg slip, or do you think this is something they've sort of...
It may be something they've seen with Haynes.
Yeah, no, he's going to stay there, I think, for Clark now as well, is he?
It must be, yeah, not always, but it must be just it's going to be more for just a tickle down the leg side. He's not going to, unless he gets one to spit and turn.
Lawrence trying to find that spit and turn. It was down the leg side. It was too short and just whipped away by Joe Clark for another single. Not particularly threatening, that last delivery. 166 for 3. Producer Kirsty says I've got it wrong. Aaron is very, very clearly the favourite child in the Lord family. There we are.
Well, there you are, you see. I like the title Vice Producer.
Well, I give him all sorts of titles through the course of the day.
I'd like to be Vice Commentator.
No, you're chief commentator. Your chief guest of the week.
Well, I'm the only guest of the week. But well, no, it's lovely. I really missed coming here last year for championship stuff. I really did. I've always loved this place. I really have.
It's not right that we don't play everybody home and away twice.
Here's Atkinson continuing, and forward goes the right-handed Clark. Plays this one down towards backward point. Nikesh is back. But
the man who went to school with David Attenborough.
Yeah, I heard that.
Not with him.
The box. So is it today his 100th
Yes,
birthday?
yes.
Oh, well batted.
Yeah.
Well batted.
Officially too old to play Lego now.
Is that what he said?
Well, no, it's like on the front of any Lego box it says, I think, age 3 to 99.
Oh, very, yeah.
Very good.
As in over the wicket comes Atkinson. Pushed into the offside, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. 168 for 3. I wonder if you played cricket at school.
I don't know. I went to the same sixth form college as him, as I was telling Dave, and we had a pretty good cricket team there. But I'm not sure if he was involved back in his day.
Wow, he's amazing. He's an amazing man.
Yeah.
Amazing brothers, those two, aren't they, really? If you think of Dickie as well, and some of the great films.
Gandhi.
Oh, I was thinking more of Jurassic Park, really. He was fantastic in that as well, wasn't he?
Made a little appearance, yeah.
Yep, he did. So they've split the slips here. It's sort of first, third, fifth. As this is tucked off his hip by Clark out towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. The thing here is these two are playing very nicely now, and it does look, there's still something there, but looks a good pitch to bat on now on this first afternoon with the sun out. Going along at 3.56 at the moment per over. So about 3.5. Surrey will still think if we can nick one of these two now, as Atkinson's in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Haynes. They haven't got away, mainly because Surrey have bowled very nicely today.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? They've not allowed them to sort of get on top of the bowling. Yes, the partnership is going along nicely, worth 64, but off 120 balls, and it's been hard work at times. They've done it well, of Haynes and Clark, but Surrey still just a wicket or two away from grabbing back all the momentum.
Atkinson, over the wicket he goes once again, and that's down the leg side. There's a noise, but I think it's brushed his trousers. And Haynes just wanders off towards square leg and just rehearses that little turn down towards finding. I got a Nikesh. I walked in this morning. And I got a real surprise. So a lot of the buildings I was used to, it seems not only is the pavilion being sort of added to, the entirety of Nottingham City Centre seems to be being added to. There are buildings being knocked down and new ones being put up quite quickly. As forward goes Haynes, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
It's a very different city to when I was studying here at university.
Oh, were you at university?
Yeah.
Here, you see?
So 2006 graduated. And it's changed a lot.
Yeah, well, it's
20
changed.
years ago now,
It's
blimey.
It's changed within 2 years. Because on my walk this morning, the road I was going to go down, you can't go down that road anymore. And I took the conscious decision of not driving here, because I always end up going round in a massive circle in the one-way system. Then getting a fine or two, because I've gone up a bus lane.
Right, Dan Lawrence is back in from the Stuart Broad end. And he comes to Clark, who just flicks the ball away, just out of the reach of mid-wicket and through for a single.
We're halfway through, look, 48 gone, 48 to go.
Yeah, well, with Lawrence bowling, it speeds it up a touch.
Unique action, of course, Dan Lawrence. And he comes to Haynes, who works round the corner and can't quite steal a single. Good bit of fielding there at square leg.
It's all credit to him and his coaches that it's sort of not been ironed out. You'd imagine this is pretty much as he's always bowled.
Yep.
Might not have happened a few years ago, as Lawrence is in, and that's been driven back past him down towards long on. They will pick up another single. Coaches have gotten a lot better these days at just allowing a few natural things to take their course, really. I mean, you see people like Dan Lawrence and I guess Jasprit Bumrah and Malinga and people like this. 30, 40 years ago, would have been coached out of them all that. Lawrence in, and Clark turns the ball straight to Burns there at forward square leg.
Well, we were talking about exactly that conversation last week with batters, saying that, can you imagine if Chanderpaul, the way he went about it?
If he was English, that would have been done and dusted at age 12, wouldn't it? Lawrence in, and it's been worked nicely out towards deep mid-wicket. Another gentle single taken by Clark. This is what they've done well in this partnership, just accumulated.
Yeah, and they've rotated strike, and no one's got stuck at one end, and they've played it very nicely so far.
Lawrence back into Haynes, who's back and just punching this out towards deep cover, out towards that short boundary. Another single taken, end of Lawrence is over. Knots on to 173 for 3. Another 20-30 runs in this partnership, and all of a sudden Surrey might be scratching their heads out there.
Yeah, I think Lawrence is doing his job at the moment. He's giving the quicker men a bit of a break, but I think at some point Worrell will be back into the attack. Clark will get another go. We're going to have a bit of Sean Abbott now again. Not been at his best today, Sean Abbott. So back into the attack down below us is Abbott.
He's played for Surrey before this
season.
Yeah,
this is his 4th stint, I think. He's a terrific cricketer, Sean Abbott.
He spelled for Derbyshire as well, I think.
Yeah, but he's your consummate all-rounder, but I just think at the moment he's just lacking a little bit of rhythm with his bowling. But he's also dynamite with the bat.
Yeah. Sydney man?
Yes. Yes, indeed. So, he's going to be coming in over the wicket to Haynes, who's on 39. Slip and a gully in there as Abbott's in, hits a length. Pushed away by Haynes, out towards Ryan Patel at cover, and there's no run. And then, of course, Mr. Chahar will turn up to bowl his leggies. Looking forward to watching him again.
Is that the last 6 matches?
8.
So he's got the 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's 8 games.
If we have a hot summer,
cricket, that's what I mean.
Pitches get baked out.
He's a proper rock star as well. As over the wicket once again is Abbott, and that's cut away by Haynes. Beats the dive at backward point and whistles down for that third man boundary rope for 4. Good shot. On to 43. It's 177 for 3. He played the final game of the summer for Surrey down at the Utilita Bowl and picked up 10 in the game. I think it was 8 for in the second innings.
He's a wiry little fella as well, isn't he?
But he's a brilliant bowler.
He is.
He really is. And you tend to think of him more in sort of the white ball stuff, but he loves playing a bit of red ball. But he's a proper rock star. He really is. Shades on all the time.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't even matter if it's raining. As over the wicket comes Abbott. Forward goes Haynes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
The rest of Division 1 might be hoping BCCI to intervene and call him back for some camp or something.
Well, I think for him actually, when he arrived, he sort of looked at it and red ball cricket, but he absolutely loves it, and he loved that experience with Surrey, and he was very keen to come back. So yeah, it'll be fun to watch him bowling for 8 games.
Now your sports, and in cricket, let's check in on Nottinghamshire's county championship match against Surrey and Trent Bridge. It's going well, and
No further damage this afternoon for Nottinghamshire. They lost Ben Duckett, the final ball of the morning session, to leave them 105 for 3 at lunch. They're now 181 for 3. Jack Haynes is within 3 of a half century. Joe Clark, for the 6th time this season, is past 50. He's on 65. 181 for 3.
And you can hear ball-by-ball commentary on the BBC Sport website.
Lovely cut shot away for 4 there, just whilst I was doing that update from Haynes.
That'll be the only thing that's worrying Sean Abbott here, is that he keeps getting cut, which means he might just be slightly out of rhythm. He's in again, and that one's just hopped a touch on Haynes and diving stop. But the other option they would have had, I think, is Shaw, who came over and played a couple of games with his left arm
Tall
spin.
left armer, isn't he?
But I think Sai is a brilliant bowler, absolutely brilliant bowler. But he just picks up wickets. That's the thing with Sai. He'll just pick up wickets. Oh, and he's fun to watch. He really is as well. Quite fancies his batting as well. As in comes Abbott. This one's pushed away by Haynes, out towards backward point. There's no run. End of the over, 181 for 3, Nottinghamshire.
There's not many Indian fans who fancy his batting, I can tell you that.
He fancies his batting.
He does.
Oh, yeah.
He does, I'm sure.
He was playing some extraordinary shots. Didn't hit many, but he was playing some extraordinary shots.
You've probably had more Indian players over the last decade than any other county, including taking a cardboard Virat Kohli to Scarborough.
I did, because Virat didn't quite make it for his game.
That would have been fantastic.
That would have been fun. That really would have been fun. Well, the only thing with it was he wasn't actually going to play a game in South London. His opening game would have been at Beckenham. Then he was off to Guildford. And then the trip to Scarborough.
Maybe he saw that and thought, do I really want to do this?
Well, it could have been that. He'd have had a lovely time in Scarborough had he come.
Sure he would have.
Yeah.
Right, Dan Lawrence then continues from the Stuart Broad end. And just flicked away off the back foot by Clark out towards deep mid-wicket. Of course, you had Sai Sudarshan, didn't you, for a little bit as well. He's doing so well.
Terrific player.
Indian Test player. And
he also does help at times, having the director of cricket at the Gujarat Titans, who was formerly the Surrey head coach.
Yes.
Just a little call in.
Not bad little
Is
link
there
up
anybody
there.
who fancies a bit of red ball cricket?
Lawrence back in, and that's almost foxed Haynes. It kind of skidded onto him a little bit quicker and does defend it into the offside, no run.
It's nice to think us three between us scored as many county championship runs as Virat Kohli.
Well, there is that.
Played as many games as him.
Yeah, exactly. I got closer to Scarborough than Virat did.
Lawrence bowls, and he's cutting almost off his off stump there. Haynes towards backward point, no run.
He's aiming for Worrell's knee again.
I don't think it'll be too long until we see Worrell have another go.
Lawrence then in bowls, and again it's been punched away towards Worrell there, who puts in the half dive, or maybe just a tumble to the ground at backward point.
He fell over, didn't he? Really?
Trying to be kind.
Yes, no, he did genuinely just fall over there. Did the job.
Lawrence with a full length delivery, which has just been pushed away to extra cover, and Haynes gets through for a single. Talking of Indian players, you had Cheteshwar Pujara here a few years back.
Yes, yeah.
Long time back now, I think. It was 2017.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was. Pudge.
He's
Lovely man.
been around a few counties. Derbyshire, Yorkshire as well. Final ball of Lawrence's over full, and that's been clobbered back out towards long off. Couple of bounces and away for 4. Just a little bit too full. Cleared his front foot, and lovely shot in the end to take Nottinghamshire on to 187 for 3.
Yeah, perhaps thinks if I'm going to have a bit of Worrell and Atkinson in the next few minutes, I might as well just try and have a little go here. Got it away.
I'm just thinking, sorry, but a really good point. Anil Kumble, and then Harbhajan, of course. Best I've seen. It sounds a really strange thing to say. Praggy and Odja. In Division 2, when Surrey were trying to get promoted, and they did, honestly, Nikesh, nobody could score a run against him. Couldn't find a way to get runs, and then he'd just pick up wickets.
Yep.
Extraordinary, but yeah. And in Division 2,
yes,
he just hardly went for a run, and then picked up. Yeah, I think he only played sort of 3 games or so, but oh God, dear.
Did you have a Doshi as well?
Nayan Doshi.
Son of Dilip Doshi, who was an Indian
That's
Test
what I
cricketer.
was. Yeah. Who played here?
Yeah, good bowler,
Yes,
Nayan.
yeah.
As Abbott will come in over the wicket, and that's driven firmly by Haynes. But one of the great deliveries in a bowl out. One of the T20 bowler, famous T20 bowl out between Surrey and Warwickshire.
I remember that.
But he decided as his delivery to bowl the best left arm spinner's delivery of all time, which pitched about 1.5 foot outside the leg stump and spun straight over the top of the off stump. And he stood in the middle of the pitch with his head in his hand. Don't think he quite worked out the concept of just hit the stumps. In over the wicket comes Abbott to Haynes, and plays this one off a goodish leg, does Haynes.
Those bowl outs were fun.
Oh, they were
Chaos.
Never commentated
Chaos.
on.
Oh, they are. Well, that one was just ridiculous because Surrey had already thought they'd won. But the umpires have made a slight error and had to go in. Now, Surrey were already, how to put this politely, about 2 points down, celebrating, and then were suddenly told they had to go out for a bowl out. And it was virtually, middle of the night when it went, and nobody could hit the stumps. We were there for hours. In over the wicket once again comes Abbott. Oh, now looking to pull here was Haynes. That's hit him back leg fairly high up. That will have hurt.
Yeah, showing a bit of pain. And occasionally they were often held in sports halls and indoor nets because it was raining so heavily out on the main pitch.
Yeah.
I remember the only one to happen at a T20 World Cup was India-Pakistan in the very first edition, and just like you say, like Nayan Doshi spinning the ball, beautiful delivery, but not what you need in a bowl out. The Pakistanis put on all their frontline bowlers; they were swinging it and spinning it, and the Indians put on the part-timers who just hit the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely. This is driven by Haynes out towards extra cover, and there's no. Actually, can I be honest? It was far more fun when they didn't hit. Yeah. Because it was like, this is getting ridiculous now.
Then the commentary as well. You've got to kind of go into penalty shootout mode, haven't you?
Well, running in, misses, running in. Well, Neil Carter famously bowled us a beamer about 6 foot over the top of the stumps. But it was left at, I think it was Streak Mahmood, and then it was Tim Murter, who thankfully it was quite dark because he took his shirt off and ran round the outfield. As forward goes Haynes, plays this one down into the gully region, and there's no run. But marvellous.
Is Azhar Mahmood still involved?
No,
in
not at
Surrey?
Surrey. No.
Doing the franchise circuit now, isn't he?
He is. He's a
lovely man.
Oh,
great
of the
player
best
as well.
One of the best. Yeah, fantastic cricketer, Azhar. But one of the nicest men you could wish to meet as well. Jordan Clark's getting warmed up, or otherwise he's joining the Morris Dancing Society. As in over the wicket goes Abbott, cut firmly out towards Lawrence, sweeping out there on the cover point boundary rope as the throw comes in. Gentlemen, I might leave you for a moment if that's right. I'm being honest with listeners these days, but I'm not going to make an excuse. It is a call of nature.
Enjoy your comfort break, Mark.
We won't ask which number.
188 for 3 after 52 overs. Got 12 overs left to go before guarantee if this isn't going to apply. I was going to say if Dan Lawrence continues from the far end, we'll soon get through those 12 overs, but there is going to be a change. Lawrence 7 overs, none for 31. Jordan Clark coming back. He looks ready to go again, doesn't he? We mentioned a little earlier. If he snarls at you, you sort of are cowering from the off, aren't you? He's just got that look about him.
The look, the build, everything.
And the skill and the talent.
Of
Terrific
course.
player. Terrific player. Is this your end or mine? It's your end.
Yep. Just making a few field adjustments there. Rory Burns from his slip position, moving square leg out onto the boundary. Deep point goes out too. There's an offside ring with a backward point, or kind of 2 backward points really. A cover, extra cover.
Stansworth 83 now.
And comes Jordan Clark then into Haynes, who leaves alone outside the off stump. It's a very good partnership so far. Get to 200 for 3, another 12 runs or so, and just a little psychological landmark for Notts. And Surrey will maybe just be scratching their heads, thinking, how do we get this next wicket before things get a little bit out of hand? Clark in, and it's full. It's sort of half driven. The ball just trickles away to mid-off, no run.
Yes, at 15 for 1 and 18 for 2. Sort of feared a little bit for Notts this morning. Needed somebody just to calm things down from their perspective, and Duckett and Clark did that initially. Duckett out, final ball of the morning session.
Clark in once more, and that's off an edge, along the ground and past slip, away for 4, brings up 50 for Jack Haynes. 53 from 86 deliveries, and he has played a splendid role in this partnership with Joe Clark at the other end, digging Notts out of a hole. One of his more fortunate boundaries, but a valuable one nonetheless.
Yeah, started this match with 200 runs for the season at 33, a century and a 50. Just improves it a little bit.
Moral victory for Jordan Clark with that previous delivery, as the next one is turned away backward of square on the leg side into a gap there between the two fielders sweeping, so good running to get back through for 2. The fans appreciating the intent from these two Notts batters out in the middle. They're looking more and more comfortable with each passing over. 194 for 3. Seemed a long way off when they were 18 for 2. Haynes, tall in his stance, digs out a very full delivery there from Clark. Attempted Yorker. Well bowled, well played.
And nicely dealt with by Clark, who just stuck his boot out, let the ball run up his arm, and began the stomp back to the end of his mark at the far end. Lots of encouragement out on the field.
Here he comes Clark, and that's edged again, and that's past gully and away for 4 more. So he's gotten away with a couple in this over as Jack Haynes. Rotten luck for the bowler Jordan Clark. 2 very, very good deliveries, which have cost him 8 runs. Notts on to 198 for 3 at the end of that over.
I thought so. I thought Pope again got a fingernail on it. Thanks very much to Kirsty and Aaron for the replay there. Just a different angle on that one. Went very quickly, didn't it? It's 2 or 3 times today Ollie Pope has partially stopped a ball. Still looking at his finger ends, seemingly, as he makes his way up to the far end. 198 for 3 knots. Going to be Sean Abbott to continue. His partnership worth 93. Abbott yet to bowl a maiden, 10 overs for 42. What are we waiting for? Oh, fielder being brought up to backward point from the offside fence. Pleasant afternoon, hardly a breath of wind as Abbott has passed umpire Blackwell bowls, and this pair have batted together so many times, almost telepathy there as Clark dropped it on the offside and they just ambled through for a single. It is tough going for any fielding side, isn't it, when they just can't put the brake on the runs.
Runs starting to flow pretty freely at the moment.
Imagine Worrell might just have a little burst before tea, and then it won't be too long afterwards before that second new ball becomes due. We can have another go with a harder ball, assuming that things don't unravel for knots before then. Little word passed from Australian-born Worrell to Australian-born Abbott. There goes Sean Abbott now to bowl. Haynes on 59, mistimes his drive up to Worrell. Brace Cricket at iCloud.com if you've got anything you want to get off your chest via the email. And of course, if you're in the area or fancy a day at the cricket tomorrow, you'll be made very welcome. There'll be a really intense day of County Championship cricket here, waiting for everybody who comes along. 199 for 3 as Abbott bowls a fully straightish delivery that Haynes defends. Bring the youngsters along with the autograph book. There's lots of internationals on show this week. Couple of England internationals left out of the Surrey squad, incredibly. Matt Fisher and Reece Topley. Seemed for a while as if Reece Topley had sort of turned his back on red ball cricket, didn't it? But he's been back playing again this season. Abbott bowls getting just a straighter line the last 2 or 3 deliveries. Turned up to mid-on to Jordan Clark, and there's no run.
Difficult decision for players these days, with so many opportunities around the world to play in franchise cricket. Get to a certain point where you think, I'm not in contention for a test spot. Do I just pack it in? But then you do get those players who just simply love playing this form of the game and playing in the championship, which is great to see.
Abbott bowls cut away again out into the deep. There's protection out there, but the applause is not just for that single, but for that and the 199 that have gone before it. 200 up for Notts, 200 for 3 in the 54th over, going along at 3.7 an over run rate, but they've done a pretty good rebuilding job. Firstly Clark and Duckett, and now the 2 former Worcestershire players, Clark and Haynes. 200 for 3.
Yep, excellent stuff from this pair. Came together when Ben Duckett was dismissed on the stroke of lunch.
There's Abbott in once more to Joe Clark, turns it to leg, and I think that's 6 it is. That's at the end of the over. Yeah, mentioned with Duckett there, just what we were talking about, people going all around the world and getting what they can. I know there's good money on offer, but it's very interesting from Ben Duckett. I think he's got a recent arrival in the family that might have played into the factoring, but of course he was selected for Delhi Capitals in the IPL. But
I think it's a little bit easier when you're an England Test
Yes.
cricketer and a contracted England Test cricketer. You get paid a hell of a lot of money anyway. I mean, obviously, it's it's still not exactly small potatoes that you're going out to the IPL for. We understand that, but financially, I'm not sure if that would have played as much of a part for an England Test cricketer. as opposed to, you know, somebody perhaps like a Reece Topley looking for those other opportunities.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark continues, and he's in here to Jack Haynes, who defends the ball offside, no run. But I think what is commendable is the fact that he felt the best preparation for an England Test summer, and to, you know, retain his place in the side and prove that he's in form, is to play here for Notts and play red ball cricket. And he's done, on the whole, reasonably well. He's had time out in the middle, played well last week, of course, played well today apart from that one loose shot which led to his downfall. As Clark is in, and that's full driven, but straight to extra cover, no run.
And as well, he's made himself available for pretty much the entire block. You know, one or two. Joe Root available for 2 games. Harry Brook available for a couple of games. I won't say there's fear of missing out, but I think he was just looking forward. Well, he said himself he was just looking forward to coming, spending some time with his county teammates. Didn't see much of them last year. Looked on enviously as they won the title.
Clark in, and that's left alone outside off stump by Haynes. It's nothing quite like going and, I guess for an international cricketer, when you're able to go and spend that time with your county, with your teammates at the start of the season over a stretch of games, sort of can take you back, I guess, to the enjoyment of the game, and, you know, I guess the reasons why you wanted to make it that far as an England cricketer in the first place. As it's another good delivery there from Clark, defended offside, no run.
Just been joined by listeners to Sports Extra. Welcome back to the East Midlands for this top of the table clash. Nottinghamshire and Surrey. Notts 200 for 3, having rebuilt the innings from some troublesome moments early on. They were 15 for 1, 18 for 2 with both openers out, but Clark and now Jack Haynes playing really nicely together in the afternoon sunshine.
Jordan Clark then continues. That's full, and that's driven just past the reach of extra cover. Did get a hand on it, so it will just be a single out towards the short boundary there, but won't quite reach the boundary. Notts on to 201 for 3.
That's Worrell again, isn't he? He's been throwing himself about today. He's been struck on the knee in the field. He's certainly given of his best, diving left, right and centre when he could, and made a decent stop there. Young Master Thomas seems to be loosening up. Adam Thomas just whirling his arms over at, what are we calling him? 3rd slip? Probably a 4th slip position.
Floating wide slip, yeah. As Jordan Clark is into Joe Clark, who works the ball out towards deep point for another single. End of the over, 202 for 3. The partnership ticks over to 97. You can see Rory Burns just pointing fingers out there, resetting his field.
Is it going to be Thomas? I think it is. So this is the 19-year-old Adam Thomas, who made his debut for Surrey last week and celebrated it in style with a century on his home ground against Sussex. Don't think he had a bowl last week. We'll get Mark Church to confirm it in a moment or two, but it is going to be Adam Thomas. Picture up on the big screens here inside Trent Bridge of the youngster. Looks very happy with himself. That'll be at this year's media day. So he's got Jamie Smith standing up with the helmet on, coming off a respectable approach, right arm medium pace, and the first ball is wide of the off stump, cut away by Joe Clark for a single. Takes Clark to 73, 203 for 3. Dave Bracegirdle and Nikesh Regani with you at the moment, and Mark Church hovering in the background as we move to within about just under 9 overs now before the tea interval. Thomas past umpire Blackwell, bowls guided away by Haynes with an open face. He'll only get a single there, 204 for 3. Nothing more than medium pace. Is he just trying to bustle it through there? Keeper standing up. That'll prevent Joe Clark from batting well outside his crease, which he likes to do. Clark has 73. Division 1's top run scorer going into this round of matches. Just defends this ball into the offside and there's no run.
Maybe a 3 or 4 over spell here just before tea to see if he can do something. It could prove to be the golden arm that could break this partnership.
Comes in again to bowl to Clark. Ooh, I presume that nip back between bat and pad there, taken by Jamie Smith, standing up. Mark Church back in the room. Is this his first bowl, Mark?
It is. Yep, it certainly is.
Bustling medium pace. Got one to beat the bat there. Comes in again past umpire Blackwell. Balls. Now then, is that wide enough for Ian Blackwell to stretch his arms? No, it wasn't. It was very full and fairly wide, but Jamie Smith, I think, did enough to convince the umpire really that it shouldn't be called as a wide. He sort of reached across there, Jamie Smith, to take it at a very wide distance, but without moving his feet. This one is much better attacking the off stump, and he's begun there with an over that just went for 2 singles. I think he'll be happier to have got that one out of the way. Notts have had a little look at him for the first time. 204 for 3.
Yeah, I've just been stood outside for a couple of overs, having a watch from out there. It's lovely out there, good crowd in. Lots of chatter about what's going on out there in the middle. And yeah, Adam Thomas getting his first bowl in Championship cricket. Tidy first over that. Jordan Clark's just getting into it here from the Stuart Broad end.
Here comes Jordan Clark in, and that's defended away by Haynes.
He's just banging away at a good line, good length here. It looks now a good pitch to bat on. Yeah. It really does.
Ball's a little bit older as well, not doing as much.
There'll be no recriminations about inserting Notts at the top, will there? This will be part of the Surrey game plan.
Well, yeah, and I think Notts would have done exactly the same, wouldn't they, this morning? You've got to make the most of when there is a bit of something.
Clark in, and it's just been tapped into a vacant mid-wicket region for a single, which brings up the 100 partnership between Jack Haynes and Joe Clark. 100 off 172 deliveries. They've played really, really well, these two. Nice round of applause from the Trent Bridge faithful.
You're almost in a holding pattern now for the second new ball. 80 overs, of course. So you're almost in a bit of a holding pattern now. Just the way the field's set up for Jordan Clark is to go stump to stump.
Here is Clark, and that's slightly wide of the off stump, which has been punched away by Joe Clark to deep cover. It's not all that deep, but it's not all that big a boundary out there.
Yeah, and Surrey are quick to do this as well. But I think people at times think they go a bit early on the old in-out field, but actually in these sorts of situations is what you've got to do.
Haynes back on strike. Tall in his stance, facing up here to Clark and leaving alone outside off stump. So we have got a slip in the form of Rory Burns. We've got, I guess, sort of 2 staggered slips really. We've got a second slip and a fourth slip, probably. Or a 1.5 and a 3.5, however you look at it.
Yeah, Ollie Pope's just off the field at the moment because there was that edge that he flung himself and he got a fingertip to it, but he's just gone off for a little bit of treatment.
Clark back in, and another leave from Haynes. Yeah, it was pretty close. I mean, it dropped short, but he must have just got a finger onto it, the end of his finger.
When you were with us a few minutes ago, Mark, mentioned Nyan Doshi. Chris Simpson, yeah, and this is absolutely right, Chris, reminds me that when Dilip Doshi was here, the old days of the John Player League, he sent down 8 overs and only conceded 1 run. I think it's the second best figures. That Brian Langford of Somerset, he bowled 8 overs, 8 maidens once, didn't he?
A shot from Haynes there. There was no doubt about that, was there, Churchy? Made a lovely sound off the bat as well as it heads back behind the bowler.
Still a lovely shot in cricket, the on drive, I think. And they left that area completely open because, as I say, he's going stump to stump, but that's a lovely shot. Haynes has looked very good in this innings.
And that's our birthday boy Spence with the pictures of that going for 4. The man in front of you, Mark.
I know. I've already said he doesn't look a day over 30. Yeah, he's very, very focused there.
It's a great skill, isn't it, to follow the ball around with a cameraman.
Really
I'm full
is.
of admiration for them.
It really is.
Some really great people in the room at the moment.
It's really annoying me. Really annoying me. Here is Thomas coming in over the wicket to the right-handed Clark, who plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. Of course, in one of my favourite innings of all time, Hashim Amla's 30, whatever it was, off 200 and whatever deliveries, as this is driven into the offside, there is no run. There were a lot of maidens during that inning. Hello, Alex Stewart. Thank you for joining us.
What an entrance that was.
You're not in my good books at the moment, Alex Stewart.
What have I done, Mr. Church?
Nothing. I'm not divulging to the listener your prank of yesterday. As in over the wicket once more comes Thomas. This is punched off the back foot, and round goes Dan Lawrence to do the fielding, and they will pick up a couple. On the cricket today, Dan Morris bowled very nicely, I thought. Your thoughts on that, the director of cricket?
Anything you say, Churchy, I always agree with. So the answer is yes.
Yes,
you are correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. As in over the wicket comes Thomas. Oh, hello. That's chipped. Back up the ground by Clark. Almost straight to his namesake. Stood up there at a straightish mid-on. Nice to see A. Thomas having a bowl here.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you for that as well. Yes.
I'm here to add
I
plenty
hope
of
I get a
colour.
bit more in the next over.
You will.
Yes, you will. As this one is turned into the leg side. Right, I know what your answer
I
is.
had 2 hours of church on the train from St
Oh, dear.
Paul's to
You almost
Nottingham.
did.
My thoughts
And
are
it
with you.
was appalling.
You almost
His
didn't
chat and
due
banter
to your
was terrible.
You almost didn't due to your prank before we
Could have
got
been
on.
arrested.
You could have. You should have been. As in over the wicket once again comes Thomas, and this is punched off the back foot by Clark. He'll get a single out there towards the sweeper. All I would say with a single off the last ball of the over, Nikesh, 213 for 3. It was an eventful train ride, wasn't it?
It was.
Yes.
We almost broke a laptop, didn't we? You put my bag above
Yes.
where we sat and it fell off.
Yeah, at which point you announced the entire train that was down to Mark Church of the BBC. Yeah,
Formerly of the BBC.
formerly
I
of the
suggested.
BBC, yes. Yeah, we hadn't
Interesting.
we'd only been going for about 10 minutes at this point.
Was it only 10? It seemed like 2 hours sat opposite you.
Did you not?
Yeah.
Did neither one of you try and find another seat at any point?
No, we were sort
No,
of
we
stuck.
tried. I'd have standing room only.
Jordan Clark into Joe Clark, who drives to mid-on, and there is no run. Jordan Clark has toiled well today into his 14th over. And he's bowled without luck, Alec. A couple of
he bowled
edges
well.
here.
Yeah, he bowled very well last game against Sussex. But yeah, today, listen, they're 2 very good teams. Very good teams. Good bowling attacks and Jordan Clark. Yep, the right-hand column says 0, but he's bowled better than that.
Short, and well, he thinks about having a go at that one, does Joe Clark, but just pulls out of the hook shot at the last moment. Nice take by Jamie Smith. Jordan Clark into his 14th over, none for 56, his figures. Adam Thomas Having a first bowl in Surrey.
No, it's
First
good
team
to see,
colours
isn't
today.
it? You always want a second string to your bow. Obviously, he fields well too. A lot of people listening today. Just had some text messages. Tom from Munro Partners.
Here comes Jordan Clark, and Joe Clark just flicks the ball out to deep square leg. Another single.
What are the listening figures these days? Pretty good. Tom,
Yeah, well, they've just
Tom's a regular listener.
Since you've arrived, they've gone up by
By one.
yeah,
By one, yeah.
yeah. Gone up by thousands.
I'm told they're very, very good. A lot of people always getting in touch.
Yep. No, it's
with
good.
messages, so from different parts of the world as well.
Which is great.
Watching the streams and things.
No, it's very good. To think where it was, say, 4, 5, 6 years ago to where it is now is a massive, massive improvement. It's great.
Jordan Clark in down the leg side. That's been helped on its way down to the boundary by Haynes. Fine leg for 4. Just getting his line slightly wrong
Just
on
too
that
straight.
occasion.
Just a little bit too straight there. Went for the glory ball. Get back in around the top of off stump.
He's put in a shift today. All 3 wickets. If you are just joining us, falling to Dan Worrell, whose first spell was absolutely outstanding, but he's been very consistent all day. 12 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 33. Atkinson has bowled 13 overs, none for 41. Jordan Clark, as we mentioned here, about to complete 14 overs.
Getting the ball changed.
Hold up here, yeah, the ball just going out of shape a little bit. It's gone through the hoops, or not, as it were, and
What
the
I needed
umpires,
yesterday
just
for
pointing for a
Alec
new
yesterday.
replacement.
Some of those look a bit like handcuffs at that stage.
So what really happened, Churchill?
Well,
have you
all
told
right.
the listeners?
No, I haven't.
Have you told the
No,
listeners?
so I was sat quietly at St Pancras Station waiting for my train, reading my book, and I had put my 2 bags to my right hand side. And while I'm reading my book, I suddenly, out the corner of my eye, see someone pick up my rucksack and run off with it. So I, without thinking, shout, "Oi!" and start running, at which point I see the great Ben Redwood, he of the communications department at Surrey County Cricket Club, laughing very loudly, and then I realise it's Alex Stewart that's run off with my bag, Nikesh. Now, great merriment was had by all. I really didn't feel terribly well because I had a bit of a panic attack because all my stats were in my rucksack, and that would have ruined commentary, obviously.
Or improved it.
Or improved it. But then we were saying it would have, I could have made a citizen's arrest, couldn't I? Or not thought rugby tackled you to the ground.
Or someone else could have seen it
Seen
and thought
it.
I was stealing it.
Well, in this modern world, someone could have been filming.
Someone could have papped you
yeah,
on their phone.
absolutely.
Arrested.
But yes, so yeah, great merriment was had. Then we had to. It was a bit strange, wasn't it? Because our train sort of parked. There was a train already parked on our platform.
A little bit crowded.
So we were about to get on the wrong train, and then we realised it was the train in front of the train. So here's Jordan Clark, and they're now hello.
slow.
They've changed the ball, and the first one's gone. Sorry, won't mind seeing this at all.
That was big swing.
Yeah, it was.
And the wobble as it hit Jamie Smith in the belly.
They won't mind seeing this at all. Sorry, Nikesh, I nicked your delivery there because I was
That's all right.
relating the story.
You're not sharing a room here as well, are you?
Sharing a room.
With him?
That'd be fun, wouldn't it?
No, I couldn't think of
You'd
anything
enjoy
worse.
that.
I was about to say.
I reckon he talks in his sleep
Yeah,
as well.
about my stats.
Clark in, another full delivery, which is dug out well by Haynes to mid-on, end of the over. Knots on to 218 for 3. Partnership on to 113. 188 balls they've been out there together since that wicket of Ben Duckett just on the stroke of lunch. Tick things over nicely, going at 3.69 and over as well, so an improvement in the net run in the run rate throughout the course of the afternoon. It just looks like perfect batting conditions out there at the moment.
It looks a good pitch. Now.
Very good. VG, they say. Very good pitch.
Yeah, it is. So here is Thomas coming in over the wicket. Now he might like this because amazing how this happens. That one swung a touch as well. So just play back up the pitch there. Dave Bracegirdle rejoins us. But they've got that ball's being changed. The first one from Jordan Clark did swing.
It was a lush ball.
Yeah. as Thomas is in. It's not going to swing from there. That was a bit short, so that's pulled away by Clark and over the boundary rope and away for 4. And Clark moves on to 82. 222 for 3.
Played well.
He has
Clark
played
all
well.
year. He played well all season, hasn't
Yeah.
He really has, Alec. He's been so consistent. Out 3 times in the 90s, though.
Let's hope it's a 4th.
In over the wicket comes Thomas, driven, this time straight down the ground for 4 by Clark. And he'll move on to 86, and it's 226 for 3. That's got 100 in there as well,
Yeah.
hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100, 390s and an 80.
From consistency point of view, he's got to be up there. Obviously, just the 100, but run aggregate and how he's played, it'll be in the selectors' minds, I'd have thought. Should there be a middle order spot that comes up during the summer?
Thomas, over the wicket he comes, and that's wider, and this will be driven away again. Chase is on here. It's a good chase. Dan Lawrence in your short sleeve sweater now, and it'll be 2 more, so Clark's on to 88. 228 for 3.
That'll all depend on the next selection meeting and the new selector. Have you had a go at that?
No. Well,
No.
being a
No.
selector?
Yeah,
No.
in the past now?
No. No, very much just here, pick a Surrey side or help pick one.
'Cause I know your big mate Mick Newell was for a while.
Well, this is in the air, and just past Sean Abbott's right hand, diving at short extra cover.
Yeah, I thought Mick may have had a shout for this one. Came under consideration. Got the experience, knows the county game.
Definitely. You've got a mention this morning, and I went down memory lane, as is my wont, and just make sure I was right with the facts. I'll tap into your memory of it.
As Thomas is in, this is tucked away by Haynes, out towards deep backward square. Just be a single. Haynes will keep the strike end of the over, 4 till tee, 230 for 3.
You played thousands of times for England, so they all they all melt into each other. But of course, the great Paul Franks only played once, 2000 here against West Indies.
one-day international.
Yeah, and my memory of that is sketchy. But I know the last over, or I think the last over, weren't you 100 not out at the non-strikers end?
Correct.
Chris Gale bowled an over, got 3 wickets and got the man of the match award for that. You only needed 5 or 6 runs and you couldn't get back on strike, is that?
100% correct.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that
Yeah,
Chris
Andy
Gale,
Canning, yeah.
last over of a match was bowling.
Yeah, they gambled to try and bowl us out. We were ahead, and then we just got fractionally behind the rate. And then I'm not sure I faced one ball at all in that last
I don't
over.
think you did.
Yeah,
Franks, I think he was one of the casualties.
yeah, that was his one and only.
Yeah.
Because Andy Caddick was, inverted commas, rested.
Here's Atkinson back into the attack. Bolster Haynes a drop and run on the leg side. Jack Haynes on to 73.
I had the joy of doing the under-19 with Mr. Howe's under-19 World Cup semis and final. Mr. Franks was with us for the semi, and of course he was part of that under-19 team that last won the World Cup. Yeah. He was giving us some
Good cricketer.
Franks
Very
was good cricketer.
Doing a good job here too as coach.
There's Atkinson into bowl to Clark. Even younger than that, the under-15 World Cup in 2000. The last home game coincided with Samit Patel finally deciding that that was it, and it sort of came up again. We've mentioned a few times over the years. I commentated on the under-15 World Cup in this country in 2000, and I went along to commentate, and I saw on the England sheet T. New, Nottinghamshire captain and wicket-keeper Tom New. Oh, great, a Notts lad. There's Atkinson in again and bowls, and a drop on the leg side, no run. And I knew of Tom, but I didn't know the number 4 S.R. Patel, and he got a typical 50 and then clipped it to deep mid wicket, as was his wont at the time. And sort of say that was the first time I commentated on Samit as a 14-year-old. But we looked up the team, and Alistair Cook played, Tim Bresnan played, James Hildreth played. So it just shows that the system works, doesn't it?
No,
Go
definitely.
from 15-year-old to have a good career. Short, and this is pulled away on the leg side by Clark for a single. And in that game, Pakistan, or one of the games, the semi-final against Pakistan, they had a guy who bowled right arm round the wicket to left-handers, left arm round the wicket to right-handers, a bit like Kellaway's doing at the moment, and he's the only other one I've seen do it.
Yeah, he would. That would be right.
Well,
Ground's looking good, isn't it? Excellent pitch. Lush outfield at Pavilion.
it's going to be magnificent when it's finished.
232 for 3, Nottinghamshire. There's Gus Atkinson in to bowl to Haynes, runs this to Dom Sibley, the run machine, at deep backward point. Backward point.
What I like about the Pavilion is they've kept the traditional frontage. It's a technical term.
Thank you very much, Mark Church, the architect.
Yes.
No, it will be good.
It's going to look lovely, though, isn't
excellent. It's still kept. It's still a cricket ground, not just a stadium, which is so important.
Haynes has 73. He's played beautifully since coming in during the luncheon interval, and he gets a short, sharp one from Atkinson, and this goes through to the wicket keeper Jamie Smith. 232 for 3.
Yeah, but we were going through that with Mr. Franks, that 11 that won that World Cup, and good side that. Stephen Peters, and then Oace was captain. Oace Shah,
Ace,
Rob Key.
Rob Key, he's here today.
Yeah. He's here, is he? Ooh. Well, that's exciting. 232 for 3 as Thomas will come in over the wicket. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. As this is driven straight down the pitch, and Thomas does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, huge thanks, Alec, for popping in to say hello.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you very much.
Promoting county cricket.
Thank you very much indeed. He was doing that with my headphones yesterday on the train. As well, announcing that it was me that this bag had fallen down. As in comes Thomas. Now that swings and driven all the way through the offside. Off goes Dan Lawrence to do the fielding, and they'll pick up 2. 2 more to the total. Clark's on 92 here. Cool, consistency-wise. Unbelievable start to the season. 234 for 3. 16 runs away from a first batting point. Surrey, of course, picked up their first bowling point with that wicket of Duckett before lunch. Now, nobody at slip at all now, as Thomas is in, and he's playing this one off the back foot.
You get away with some liberties with your director of cricket, you do.
Me? Yeah, look. I actually, to be fair, look, what that man's done in the game is absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, it was an interesting train ride up yesterday. As Thomas is in, driving again is Clark. There's no run. I must admit though, there was a moment where I was in a right old paddock thinking, oh no. I did shout "oi" very loudly as well.
What all the listeners presumably want to know is, was this in economy or was this in the good seats?
Well, it wasn't a very big train, as this is driven by Clark into the offside, and it's well fielded by Rory Burns. Because actually, it's not that long a journey, is it? What is it, an hour and 20 minutes?
Well,
I think.
I do Newark, and it's an hour and 20 to King's Cross.
Yeah. So we had a lovely journey. It was a lovely. It was just. I felt sorry for everybody else in our carriage, really. Yes, he's in again, Thomas. Good over this.
Yeah.
Nicely bowled and pushed away by Clark. 2 to go till tea, but very good session this at the moment from a Nottinghamshire point of view. Needs to have been there since the start of this session.
John Starbuck's been in touch. He's not impressed with the celebrations for the Century Partnership. Dave, it's a pity that Notts batters don't noticeably celebrate a Century Partnership. It deserves a bit more recognition. I suggest they should clash their bats together like mating albatrosses.
Is that what albatrosses do, is it?
We could do with something a bit quirky. I know there's a bit tongue-in-cheek there, but...
So was that Dave, was it?
That's John Starbuck.
John, he's done well, hasn't he, old John, with his coffee houses. Absolutely. Where's that come from?
Give him a loyalty card,
in
John.
his villa in wherever.
big thing to celebrate. It's an important milestone, that century partnership in the context of this game. As Atkinson comes in, ball short, pulled away to leg, nicely fielded again at mid-wicket. This time Dan Worrell.
I think actually with that, John, I know what you're saying, but I think it's almost, you get to the 100 partnership and it's almost as if, right, now don't give this away.
Yeah.
Let's just keep going, little handshake, and just keep going.
And they have done. It's now worth 129. You've got 11 balls scheduled between now and the tea break. As Atkinson bowls again to Haynes, works it onto the leg side. Haynes has 73. He caught Joe Clarke up momentarily, but Clarke has pulled away from him again now.
Haynes has looked very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Yes, he got the first ball of the session, the first ball of this afternoon session, if you remember. Dan Worrell getting Duckett, 5th ball of the over before lunch, and then his first ball was down the leg side, wasn't it? And he just tucked it away with authority for 4. Pulls this one. Way down behind square, Ryan Patel coming round, and who's that doing the fielding?
It's
Is that
Dan
Lawrence?
Lawrence.
It is Stan. The Wally Pulley. 2 more, 236 for 3.
But I think as Alec was saying and you were saying, this now looks a very good pitch to bat on. And it's what you'd expect. It's sort of a bit there this morning, but I think if the sun stays out and we have sort of 3 days, then today, tomorrow will be good to bat. It might do a little bit, might go a little bit up and down, I suppose, as we get to the back end of the game. But it's going to be hard work, this. It's going to be hard work.
I would imagine Notts will try and do similar to what they did last week. Liam Patterson-White book in for one end, try and keep it quiet, and the likes in this game of Tong and Stone and O'Neill and Lyndon James, 4, 5, 6 over spells. As bouncer from Atkinson goes over the arched back of Jack Haynes through to Jamie Smith, who's got no slips alongside him now.
Well, the other thing is that what Notts will be saying to themselves is bat once. Yeah. That's the other thing. Bat once, bat big. Surrey will know that now.
Well, at least try and put a score on the board in the first innings and get some batting points. I think one thing that absolutely frustrates Peter Moores is if they have a huge second innings, having been bowled out for less than any batting points in the first innings, as Notts have done over the years from time to time. Another one banged in very, very short there. We'll have a look towards Nigel Long. Seems happy with it.
It's a good take that from Jamie Smith away to his left-hand side. Well, I think what we're seeing here, and it's a really good Surrey attack, but they're having to go now to the short ball. They're having to go with sweepers on the boundary ropes. No slips at the moment. So already the new ball, second new ball, is going to be really important today.
236 for 3. Final ball of the 63rd over of the day, and this is just helped by Haynes down again to Dan Lawrence. Just 1 run, so Jack Haynes will keep strike. Last over of the day, last over of the session, I beg your pardon. 237 for 3. So Notts have added 132 in this session up to date. One thing, if Notts do have wickets in hand towards the back end of the day, they're going to have a little bit of a look at the old night watchman situation, because two matches ago, here against Warwickshire, a wicket went in the penultimate over. Out went Dylan Pennington.
No.
He was dismissed.
No, another one came out.
And last week at Leicestershire, they sent out Ollie Stone as night watchman in a similar situation, and he got dismissed for naught as well.
At least they didn't do what Hampshire did last year, which was they sent out 2 night watchmen to protect Nick Gubbins, and the 2 night watchmen were both promptly out, and Gubbins had to go out and face the last 3 balls anyway. As here is Thomas. This will be the last over before tea, and this is driven away by Haynes out there towards extra cover, and there's no run. I've never seen anything like it. 2 night watchmen, and he still had to come out. Absolutely pointless exercise it was. Still my favourite when the night watchman comes out and then nicks a single and then doesn't actually face very much. Yeah. As Thomas, that one just shapes back in a touch. turned by Haynes into the leg side, picked up by Dominic Sibley. So at lunch it was 105 for 3. Now 237 for 3. So very, very good work this from Haynes and Clark, and they've been made to work hard for these runs as well. As Thomas is in, that's cut by Haynes. Lovely sound off the bat out there towards Dan Lawrence.
There was the famous match about a decade or so ago, maybe a bit more, where Luke Fletcher came out as a night watchman with Samit Patel out there, and they had a chat, and then both ended up at the same end.
Brilliant.
Arguing over who would be run out.
That's smart. What is that? Surrey's Luke Fletcher you're talking about?
Yeah.
It's all driving here is Clark. Now that's beaten the... Oh, no, hang on. There are some hands on heads. I wonder, it wasn't taken cleanly by Jamie Smith. I don't think he's got a nick on that, but it did. It swung and it bounced for Thomas. It's good, this Thomas. He's in again to Clark. That just swings again, and Clark very respectfully this time just lets it go. It's since they didn't get the ball changed. The umpires changed the ball. And Thomas has just got it to swing a touch outside the off stump of Clark. So this is the final ball before tea. Thomas is over the wicket to Joe Clark, and that's driven by Clark out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and Joe Clark will go to tea, 93 not out. He's into the 90s again, and Haynes is 77 not out. Very good session that of cricket, and 134 added, and no wickets lost. And yes, good partnership, worth 134.
Thank you so much, Mark. Thanks to Alex Stewart for popping in, and Nikesh Regani as well. 134 runs scored in the session. Great stuff from this pair. Jack Haynes, as Mark was saying there, 77 not out from 120. Joe Clark, 93 from 162. As the players head off for tea, we'll all be going in various directions, and at this moment I'd just like to hand listeners to Sports Extra. Back to Kevin Howells. And for those of you who've been following on the live stream or via the cricket page on the BBC Sport website, or on your smart speaker, tea time at Trent Bridge. Just waiting for the time to come up. 4:18 it says will be the resumption. About 20 minutes time. When the players come back, so too will the commentary. We'll speak to you then. Players are returning to the field at Trent Bridge for the final session of the first day of this Rothesay County Championship match between hosts Nottinghamshire and visitors Surrey. Good afternoon for Nottinghamshire. 239 for 3 is the tea time score, but in the period between lunch and tea, Notts adding 134 runs with Haynes and Clark batting throughout. Terrific effort from the pair of them. We've had 64 overs in the innings. So about another hour, 16 overs or so, about an hour before the second new ball will become due. Be Joe Clark to face, just doing a little bit of dancing up and down on the spot, just to get the feet moving again. And it's going to be Gus Atkinson to bowl the first over of this final session. Very good afternoon to you from Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, Mark Church, BBC London, Nikesh Regani, Kevin Howells from BBC Sport here as well. Gus Atkinson, 15 overs, 3 maidens, none for 46. We're on Sports Extra 2 throughout. On the live stream, on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website, as Atkinson bowls. First ball after tea, pulled away behind square by Clark. And he's going to come back for 2, and Joe Clark straight away. Getting back to ball to move to 95. What a prolific spell he's had in the first 5 matches of the season. Just wonder what Surrey will do as he gets ever closer. From his perspective, he'll be hoping he gets ever closer. He's on 95 and we'll pull this one away. Cries of catch, but nobody's going to get there, and that'll go for 4. And very quickly, 2 short balls that he's been able to help away on the leg side have brought Clark 6 runs, a 2 and a 4, and now he's up to 97. That's not right, surely. Got 2. Don't think the board's right. I think he's on 99, surely. Mark Church is back alongside. Which headphones have you got, those?
It's definitely on 99.
Should be on 99. The board's showing 97. Sorry, I haven't necessarily brought everybody in on the single. They have got plenty of players. He's in now, and this is pulled away to square leg, fielded by Rory Burns. And there's no run.
This is reminding me of Alan Lamb in a test match against the West Indies, where he celebrated 100 and then was told, oh, actually, we got that wrong. You were actually on 99. And then he balled the next ball for 4 and celebrated his 100 again.
That's not right, is it?
No,
Had a 2 and a 4 at the start of the over, definitely. He was on 93 at tea. There's Atkinson, bouncer, and Clark bobs underneath it. He goes through to the keeper. The live stream, actually, if you're following that, wondering what I'm going on about, it's the board in the ground that's showing him on 97. They're both programmed the same way, so both scoreboards showing Haynes on 77, Clark on 97, it says, but he is on 99, faced 166 deliveries. And Joe Clark stands bat held aloft. We'll turn this to mid-wicket and there's no run, fielded by Dan Worrell.
It's going to be interesting, the tactics here from Surrey after tea. It's just changed on the board as well, so there he's on 99 on the board now.
1 or 2 cheers from people who were as mystified as I was why it was showing as 97.
New ball after this over available in, will it be 15 overs time?
1 ball left in the over. Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end bowls to Joe Clark, and again he can't help it down to long leg. He's trying to paddle it down there towards Lawrence, but he's only just fended it off his body really to Rory Burns And it stays 2:45 for 3 Nottinghamshire at the end of the first over of the evening session. Always call it the evening session, don't they, after tea, but the late afternoon session, the post-tea session, call it what you will.
Apologies, I was a little late there getting back. I was having a concussion protocol from being whacked round the back of the head. So it's going to be Dan Worrell from this Radcliffe Road end to get us started.
Anybody who wasn't with us or weren't with us before tea, a cordial greeting for Mr. Church from the Director of Cricket for Surrey, Alex Stewart. Whacked him round the back of the head.
Yeah, so here is Worrell running away from us, coming in over the wicket to Haynes, and Haynes forward, inside edge onto that front pad. Now Worrell has been outstanding today. He really has. As he wanders back towards us, he's picked up the 3 wickets.
What do you reckon, just 3 or 4 here and then come back for the second day
definitely.
ball?
This is as much to try and get a wicket straight away after tea. 3 for 33 for Dan Worrell today, into his 13th over now. As in over the wicket he goes to Haynes, and Haynes just shaping back again. Interesting, they changed the ball probably 7 overs before tea, and it did start to shape a touch, especially for young Mr. Thomas. Got a couple to swing.
It did.
Funny how that happens, isn't it? Nothing's happening, then the ball gets changed, and all of a sudden, because you've taken a ball that's, looking around about, would it have been 50 odd overs old, suddenly starts swinging. Worrell's over the wicket here, and Haynes lets this one go outside his off stump. Terrific partnership from these two. Came together, straight away after lunch because of the wicket of Ben Duckett with a ball to go till lunch. Joe Clark leant on his bat. 99 not out. He has been consistent, Mr. Consistent this summer so far for Nottinghamshire. Slip in a gully. Worrell over the wicket he goes to Haynes. Haynes forward he comes, plays this one back up the pitch. There's no run. Rob Key is here today.
So I understand, and he was
string away.
He was here certainly the first day of the last home game, the Warwickshire game. Don't know where he resides at the moment, whether it's down in the capital, down in the southeast corner.
Well, he's probably in a very comfy chair somewhere, I would have thought, watching away here. Worrell over the wicket he goes to Haynes. Haynes forward he goes again. Turns this one into the leg side. Ollie Pope does the fielding.
I mean, resides as in
lives.
As in lives.
Yes.
Like I say, he was here for the last home game. It's a bit of a trek if you just come in for one day, isn't it, from the southeast corner of the country.
Part of the job, though. Sean Abbott bouncing up and down there at mid-on.
And it's one of those, you sort of moan if they go to the games, moan if they don't go to the games.
Yes. Thankless task.
Yeah.
Over the wicket goes Worrell, and forward once again goes Haynes. It's a maiden over first up from Worrell. And the key thing with that over, Haynes had to play all but one of those deliveries. End of it. We go back to Mr. Clark on 99. Nottinghamshire 5 runs away from a first batting point as well.
Because there will be people sat on their couch today, lucky things, that will have taken in, I'm sure, all 9 county championship games. You can do that. And not paying for any of them today, I understand.
No, yes, that's changed as well.
So, Joe Clark on 99, back on strike. First 2 balls of Atkinson's previous over was short on the leg side. Here comes Atkinson. What will he do here? Short, pulled away by Joe Clark. And there it is. Joe Clark with another 3-figure score. His 27th first-class 100. 169 deliveries and 10 fours for Joe Clarke in a really rich vein of form here. This is his 14th century for Nottinghamshire, his 11th here at Trent Bridge, and his second against Surrey. Joe Clarke, first player in the country to pass 500 runs for the season, now well past 600. That's a great effort from Clarke. 246 for 3. Jack Haynes on strike, and he gets a short one that he tries to pull down to long leg and gets nothing on it.
Yeah, great innings. He looks in prime nick at the moment as well, and he knows he's in prime nick. You can always tell a player who knows they're in good form. And he's had to work very, very hard for this 100 against a very good attack.
I mean, these, just looking at the last 5 are remarkable. 136, 94, 82, 97, and now 100 not out.
He'll be saying in the back of his mind, though, make this a big one.
246 for 3. Gus Atkinson bowling with plenty of pace, bowls, and Jack Haynes has used some of that pace to open the face and very deliberately run it away beyond the diving man on the 45 for 4, and that takes Notts to a batting point. They level things up in that department. Nottinghamshire, a first batting point for reaching 250. Surrey earlier got a bowling point in the morning session for getting 3 wickets, 250 for 3.
Well, Alex Stewart said it about Mr. Clarke. If there is a middle order spot at some point this summer.
There's Atkinson. And again to Haynes, and this is going to be 4. No, it's not. There's a man at long stop.
Yeah, there is.
Didn't realise that Sibley was as...
Fly slip.
Well,
that's a catching position. They've used this season. So simply that is a catching position. For anything off the top edge, it's fly slip.
Remarkable.
He's stirred. If you can imagine where an orthodox first slip would be, he's doing it on the boundary. That's a catching position for a top edge.
You will have been aware, can't see from here because of the overhang of the gantry and the advertising board. This is down the leg side, taken by Smith, but I was fully expecting to hear the thud into the advertising boards and the signal for 4.
I've seen him do it this season. Plus, the great man on the balcony with the camera, whose birthday it is today, thanks to his great camera.
No, they've had a swap over.
Oh, have we? Okay, well...
they've had a swap-a-roo.
I'm able to see on the live stream just Sibley's feet. So I knew someone was down there. You can't see who it is, but those are Sibley's feet on the live stream.
Yeah, this is from the static camera at the pavilion end. Next ball again is short and testing out. Clarke goes for the pull. Not sure how many short ones we had in that over, but it just adds to the fun. 251 for 3 after 67. Is that Lewis on the camera on here? Give us a wave if it's Lewis. Give us a wave if it's Lee.
Well, nobody's waved.
He's not listening.
No,
he's not listening.
Got
his back to us.
They've had enough of you.
251 for 3.
But yeah, as I say, it was sort of just seeing somebody's feet gave that one away. But yeah, Joe Clarke's played really nicely here. But from a sort of match perspective, he'll be saying in the back of his mind, make this a big one and make sure I'm there when that new ball comes as well. Which is in 13 overs time. Dan Worrell, down below us from the Radcliffe Road end, is coming into Haynes, and Haynes lets him go. Outside is off stump. Jamie Smith's had a bit of a workout today as well with the gloves. Been a really interesting day of cricket. Just looking at Dan Lawrence, he's getting himself warmed up on the cover boundary rope at the moment. I've always thought Joe Clarke is a top quality player. Does a lot of the franchise stuff these days as well, doesn't he? Worrell comes in over the wicket and gone, is it? Yes, at the second attempt. It's another caught and bowled for Dan Worrell. He's got all 4. He's broken the partnership. Haynes has drilled that back at him. And I think it was at the second grab. I think it hit the hands, and then he's had the wherewithal to not panic and grab it at the second attempt, and Haynes goes for 82. The partnership is broken. It's worth 146, and Nottinghamshire are 251 for 4, and Worrell now has 4 for 33.
Jack Haynes out for 82. He was at the crease for 2.5 hours, 131 balls, 12 fours. Here we are, Mark, on the replay, drilled back, and he took it clean enough, but made sure he sort of got everything there around the ball. Hands, wrists, elbows, stomach, just making sure it didn't find a way out. And a second really good caught and bowled. You've really got to be instinctively, or reacting instinctively quickly there to take them. Here comes Verreynne.
Yep, good player as well. Verreynne, of course, South Africa's test keeper. And, well, Verreynne was the man that hit the runs, the winning runs in the World Championship, Test Championship final at Lord's.
And he was also the man who hit the 6 that took Notts to the title last year.
Go. What a year he had, eh?
Yeah. Well, that morning, this happened late afternoon, but that morning, the first hour of the day, he was in here, sat where you're sat, telling Mel Farrell, yes, I did hit the winning runs for the World Test Championship, and I'm going to get the winning runs to take Notts to the County Championship this afternoon. And that's exactly what happened.
Mystic Meg.
Close of play, Mel Farrell couldn't get out there quick enough to just to speak to him, and he said, all I was thinking about was what I'd said to you this morning.
Really?
There is Verreynne. Had a century already this season.
I'd have thought he'd had other things on his mind at that point, but there you go. So Worrell down below us is going to come in over the wicket to the right-handed Verreynne. 2 slips in there, and he's letting the first one go outside his off stump. All I remember from that World Test Championship was he actually tried to hit the winning runs a couple of times by playing ramp shots, which he didn't lay a bat on. And then he played an orthodox shot, and that was that. I was lucky enough to be there that day, and it was a fantastic occasion.
Pleased for South Africa, really. They've been bridesmaids so many times, haven't they, over the years?
All it did sort of throw into slight chaos was the fact they don't play a lot of Test matches, and yet they were the World Test champions.
Yeah.
As in, over the wicket goes Worrell, and forward goes Verreynne. But I can't tell you how that is so hard for a quick bowler, and he's done it twice today. You're on your follow through, it's drilled, and Haynes drilled that back at him. And as you say, he caught it with just about every part of his anatomy, but hung on. And it's not easy to do that. It really isn't. That could have easily gone to ground.
Yeah.
But he's got all 4 today, Worrell. 4 for 33, outstanding figures in his 14th over. And so we'll just sniff an opportunity here. There's Worrell. Over the wicket he comes to Verreynne. Oh, outside edge, gone. Here we go. Worrell's got 5. This is unbelievable stuff from Dan Worrell. It's a really good catch as well. Second slip, because Verreynne there's looking to whip that through the leg side, and it has flown to second slip. And, well, Surrey now. Adam Thomas with the catch, but this is just top quality bowling. We talked about Worrell's skill set. He's showing everybody today. 5 for 33. Verreynne goes without scoring. 251 for 5. Meanwhile, Joe Clark's watching all of this from the non-strikers end.
Very much a tale of Joe Clark for Nottinghamshire, and Dan Worrell on his return to the Surrey side, delivering for the side from the capital. That's terrific stuff from Worrell. Don't know how you play that, actually. Don't know how you play that. Just as he pushed at it, it just jagged away from the right-hander. Kissed the outside edge. Good catch from Adam Thomas. Here comes Lyndon James, who shared with Liam Patterson-White that match last September in a century stand for Nottinghamshire. Really crucial runs.
He's just made that go late. And Verena's seeing that, thinking, right, I'll get off the mark here. And he's gone to work it leg side, and it's just gone late. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra. Here at the moment, Kevin Howes is I'm not quite sure what he's signalling to. He's signalling something to me. Microphone go up. There. Better? Thank you, Kevin Howes. So, I don't know. What a day this has been. Lyndon James then. He's done Matt Nod strike. 3 slips in there. And Dan Worrell is on a roll here. 2 in the over for Dan Worrell. Here he comes. Over the wicket to the right-handed James. Oh, James is almost turned round by this one. But unlike Verena, he kept the bat going straight back down the pitch. What an over that is. He's doing this with a ball in its 68th over. Dan Worrell. 251 for 5, double wicket maiden, all 5 for Dan Worrell today. 5 for 33, and I said that Surrey would sniff an opportunity. Well, they've really got a good chance here now, especially with a new ball coming. Although Worrell might just want to keep going with this one at the moment.
What a strange old game cricket is, isn't it? We didn't have a single wicket between lunch and tea, and then 2 in and over straight afterwards. 146 Haynes and Clark put on. Verena in and out quick as a flash. Sean Abbott's back into the attack. 11 overs, none for 44. Really important for Notts now that Joe Clark can stick around and take whatever he can out of the rest of this innings. This is down the leg side from Abbott. Just not quite got the radar locked on at the start of this particular spell.
Well, I think here from a Joe Clark point of view, Surrey would be quite happy for Joe Clark to take a single here and to get the new batter, Mr. James, on strike. But I think Clark, he's almost into that territory that he's been in a while now.
Abbott to bowl to him, and we've seen that shot a few times, haven't we? Again, leg side in, Clark just flicks it away. Down to Dan Lawrence, just down to our left at long leg. 252 for 5, Nottinghamshire. Today, Seba Mead out for 7, Ben Slater out for 9, so both openers had gone to Worrell. 18 for 2, that was inside 10 overs, and then with the last ball of the morning session, Duckett caught behind. Again off the bowling of Worrell for 42, that was 105 for 3 at lunch. There's Sean Abbott into Lyndon James, 3rd ball in a row down the leg side.
Yeah, and again, just from a Sean Abbott point of view, just at the moment, he's searching for a bit of rhythm. His first 3 down the leg side. Lyndon James, impressive cricketer, this young man. This will be a tester for him, though.
27 years of age now.
He's young to me.
His best moment against Surrey was the 6-for he got in 2023 at the Oval. Goes to drive this, I think, in the V, but he's dragged it on the leg side. 253 for 5. That was the very first time that Seba Mead skippered Notts. Stephen Mullaney was out injured in the first half an hour of the day. I think it was Dane Patterson and Brett Hutton went off injured. So Notts' bowling resources were absolutely hammered, and Lyndon James just bowled and bowled and bowled and ended up with a 6-for. Still his career best figures. Joe Clark back on strike on 101. And again, he's just fended it off his body down to long leg for a single. 254 for 5. Still a little bit in the hutch. Liam Patterson-White to come in next, the left-hander.
All sides bat the whole way down these days, don't they?
Fergus O'Neill seems to be getting better and better with the bat, as does Ollie Stone, and Josh Tong's not a bad player to have coming in at 11 on this particular side. But that's it. That's the full list of names to come. Lots have lost 5 of their top 6. As James shoulders arms goes through to Jamie Smith. End of the over. Had 5 overs since tea. 27 overs remain in the day. Notts 254 for 5 on another day full of ebb and flow. A real old tussle between these two sides a rivalry certainly developing. If only they'll let them play each other more often.
Yes.
It's a real shame they only played once last year.
Well, it's going to be Worrell, unsurprisingly, to continue. Let's have a chat there with Jordan Clark. Joe Clark is on strike. So, Dan Worrell to start his 15th over. In sunshine now, coming in over the wicket to Joe Clark. Clark, thickish edge, runs away down to the gully. The other thing here is, since tea, has he conceded a run? I don't think he has. He's picked up 2 wickets. He's just been on it. I'll keep an ear out because you're about to do an update. I do like the fact that you bring your own flask as well. It's very sensible.
Well, the worrying thing in my ears is
BBC Leicester.
BBC Radio Leicester news in my ears.
Yeah. Well, must be interesting. Quick, look up the Leicester score. As Worrell is in, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Clark. Quick. Where are they again? Maybe give it. This is you were about to do an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Oh, quick, where are they? They're at Hove, aren't they? There's turning below us is Worrell. Do you want me to do it? As in over the wicket goes Worrell. Oh, Clark's had a nibble.
I've just twigged. I think this is being recorded, with it being 20 to 5. This will be the top of the hour news. So it doesn't mean anything to to our listeners or to anybody. But there's a gentleman, I think, recording the 5 o'clock BBC Radio Leicester news on our line.
Oh, I see.
And then he'll do ours live.
Oh, I see. Right, okay.
I'm just imagining.
Hopefully, otherwise, don't forget you're at Hove. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and forward goes Clark. Plays this one out into the offside. Sibley comes round to his left to do the fielding. Clark moves on to 103. James comes on to strike on 1. It's been all go today, isn't it? 255 for 5. Now, 3 slips come in for James. It was a good catch from Thomas at second step.
Yes.
His eyes would have been going towards mid-wicket with the shape of the shot, and then suddenly the ball was flying to Worrell into Lyndon James. James lets it go outside his off stump. Taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side. Oh, that's nice. Trees being planted for Sir David Attenborough. Worrell gets the ball back from Abbott. Just dropping a man to the boundary rope. Down there towards third man. Off goes Ryan Patel. Worrell then. Over the wicket he comes to Lyndon James, and he's off the mark. Just pushes this one away into that gap down towards Patel. End of the over. James will keep the strike. He's on 2. Nottinghamshire 256 for 5.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a soft way to let Lyndon James keep the strike, really. Push the man out on the offside and let him just guide the ball in that area, take a single.
I think they want a bowl at James.
Yeah, very much so. He's got 6 first-class hundreds now, Lyndon James, so by no means Surrey down to the tail yet. Double 100 is best. Here's Abbott to bowl too. 6'5" Lyndon James, I think that's what he is these days. 256 for 5 is the score, as first ball is allowed to pass through into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Stuart Broad wear 8 for Nottinghamshire.
Yes.
Look, he's a tall lad as well, isn't he? But with this helmet on,
yeah,
it could be
a right-handed
S.
Broad.
Broad.
Yeah. Both went to Oakham School, and Stewart sort of, I don't know if he had any real say in it, but the story is he gave his blessing for the number 8 to be passed on to Lyndon, who's pushed at that one, and there's a wicket from the far end, and Lyndon James has to go. Caught behind for 2, and Surrey having a really, really good little spell here straight after tea. In the space of just 5 runs, Notts have lost 3 wickets now. Lyndon James is caught behind by Jamie Smith, and first wicket of the day from the far end taken by Sean Abbott. 256 for 6. And that's a second bowling bonus point, and suddenly Surrey will be, I think they'll be just sort of contemplating the fact that they can get Notts out by the end of the day, which very much will have been their ambition at the toss. Just push gently at it, just a feather through to Jamie Smith. Big moment again.
It's a good bit of bowling again from Abbott. They're doing this with the old ball straight away after tea. Really good stuff, this from Surrey. And now Liam Patterson-White is making his way out to the middle. This is a man who's being mentioned in England circles as well now. Liam Patterson-White.
Just have a little look. Got a 5 for last weekend. Nottinghamshire's leading wicket taker this season. 15 wickets at 25.6 apiece. Bowling a lot of overs as well. I think he bowled a 36 over spell either side of lunge or tea.
Well, of course, last year, though, what was it he bowled? Was it just one over and got rid of Tom Curran, and that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 1 over, wasn't
it?
Tom
that was it.
Came towards him and got stumped.
And then Tom came straight back into the attack, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Yeah, that was, another sign of Asiba Mead and his development as captain, his understanding of what's required as captain. It's, I guess all too easy to say, "Oh, well done, mate, keep going," isn't it? But he knew the game was so finely balanced at that stage. No, come out the attack, let's get the quick back on. Nikesh is back with us. Abbott bowls to Patterson-White, 2 little ducks on his back, 22. Pushes us into the offside, and Dominic Sibley doing the fielding. Might just be the first time that Sibley's actually been on the Fox Road side of the strip today. Spent pretty much the first 2 sessions in front of the Bridgeford Road stand on the boundary. Abbott retreating almost as far as the Batman board in the distance before turning and then coming into Patterson-White. Ball's now, and he's bowled him straight through the defences of Liam Patterson-White, and we have back-to-back overs with 2 wickets in each. Nottinghamshire have lost the plot a little bit here. They've certainly lost the forward momentum as Liam Patterson-White bowled with an absolute beauty from Sean Abbott there. Fancy that did more than a little bit through the air. Knocks back the off pole of the left-hander. A 2-ball duck for Liam, who's certainly out of form with the bat. The last couple of matches, scores of 5-5-5, now followed by a duck. 256 for 7.
Well, all I'd say is this has been outstanding bowling from Surrey since tea. And seeing this again, look, it's just pitched and gone and hit the top of the off stump. Outstanding delivery, and we've seen it from Worrell with 2, now Abbott with 2, and Fergus O'Neill will make his way out to the middle. But Nikesh, this is, for me, this has just been outstanding bowling from Surrey since tea, and ever since that ball got changed as well.
Yes,
this one's done a bit more.
Let's remember that as well. Yeah, it was such a good partnership in that afternoon session, wasn't it? And Notts getting themselves out of that hole, 18 for 2 early on, and then losing Ben Duckett, of course, on the stroke of lunch, but then 200 odd for 3 rather, to 256 for 7. Definitely Surrey's day so far, and they will have an eye on finishing this innings very, very quickly. with new batters at the crease. If they can remove Joe Clark at some point soon as well,
I think they'll be
give
quite
him a
happy
massive opening.
for Joe Clark to finish about 108 not out.
Yeah, they can't do any damage at that end, can he? Fergus O'Neill's out there, and his first delivery is a good one. Had a little flinch at it. Right-hander, Fergus O'Neill, missed last week against Leicestershire. Notts did want to bring him in as an injury sub when Brett Hutton had to leave the game with a calf injury, but the match referee and
what was the
whoever
reasoning
else
behind it
needs
this
to
time?
sanction it.
Too inexperienced?
Well,
We've had
this
too
is-
experienced. Too inexperienced.
They just wouldn't say it was a like-for-like replacement, whereas that left a lot of people scratching their heads. This is pushed up to mid-off, whereas young James Hayes, making his first-class, or his Nottinghamshire first-class debut, and more of an out-and-out quick bowler, was deemed acceptable. End of the over, successful one, double wicket maiden for Sean Abbott. So 251 for 3 has now become 256 for 7.
And it's just, as I say, been very good bowling from Surrey. Worrell has 5 for 35. Abbott's found his rhythm now, 2 for 47. And into the attack comes Jordan Clark, because they'll be keeping a bit of Worrell in case it gets to a new ball in 9 overs time. But the way this is going, we're sort of rapidly heading towards the end of the Notts innings, but Joe Clark is still there. That's the key thing. And with all the sort of wickets falling, sort of Joe Clark's been watching all of this go on from the non-striker's end, but he is on strike here for Jordan Clark, coming in over the wicket to him, and he's driving into the offside, and it's half stopped by Sibley. Abbott does the fielding, moving away to his left-hand side.
Just redoing his top knot there, wasn't he, as he made his way to the
Yep,
top of his run-up?
I think
Is that a hairstyle you've ever thought about? You've got the long locks.
Is it
Churchy.
a top knot or is that a ponytail?
It's a top knot.
Is that officially a top
Yeah,
knot? Because he's been donning the ponytail this season. But now he's well, there you are, you see. Here is Clark coming in over the wicket to Clark. And Joe Clark punches this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Happy to take the single and bring O'Neill onto strike.
I reckon you could do it, Churchy. You've got the long locks, just got a little bit short around the sides next time.
How old do you think I am?
Little rubber band.
It's very kind of you. Yeah, I don't think that will be happening now or in the future. The thing is with Jordan Clark, he can sort of he styles this out. I'm not sure. We've discussed it with Jordan that he could either be Special Forces or Heathcliff on the top of a windswept mountain, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by the right-handed O'Neill.
You've discussed that with him, have you?
Discussed it with everybody. Cameron Steele last week and I were discussing that. As Cameron and I, when Jay Overton's playing as well, and you got Clark and Overton together, blimey, you're not going to mess with those two.
No.
Jay Overton's been going all right in the old IPL, hasn't he? From what I've seen.
Not bad,
Taking some
not bad,
wickets.
yeah.
Smash some
Bashed a
sixes,
few,
yeah. Perfect. Sun out again as Jordan Clark is in, and forward goes O'Neill. It's well fielded in the gully. The other thing I'd mentioned, Surrey have dropped a few this season, but they've caught everything that's come their way today.
Yeah.
And that was a good catch from Thomas, because as I say, off Verena was shaping to whip that through mid-wicket. And so, Thomas would have seen that fairly late, because his eyes would have been heading off towards mid-wicket. So, wickets to fall if you're just joining us after tea here on Sports Extra. Haynes gone for 82, caught and bowled by Worrell. Verena caught by Thomas off Worrell without scoring. James caught behind off Abbott for 1, and Patterson White bowled by Abbott without scoring. As O'Neill wants to get off the mark, he will get off the mark. Just pushes it out into the offside. So Nottinghamshire move on to 258 for 7. And Joe Clark comes back on to strike. So they look quite happy at 251 for 3. Suddenly 258 for 7.
Presumably Will Jacks is at the IPL as well.
He is. He's playing for
Mumbai
Shouldn't. No,
Indians,
thank you very
I
much
think.
indeed.
I'll
Thank
double
you. No,
check.
I know he is. Yes, yeah, he is. As in over the wicket once again goes Jordan Clark. This is tucked away by Joe Clark off his pads into the leg side. Off goes Ollie Pope in hot pursuit. Runs round the ball and then picks it up just inside the boundary rope. 2 more to the total. 260 for 7. Sam Curran pulled out of the IPL. Didn't go to get a little injury sorted out. Saw him batting in the nets back in South London ahead of the last day against Sussex, hitting the ball very, very nicely. I'm trying to remember who that was. Jay Overton, as we've mentioned.
So lots of players just sort of coming in ready, fresh for the blast, for the start of the blast.
Yeah, absolutely. Which are not too far away. Now.
Unless you're Rehan Ahmed and you're not playing in the IPL.
Yeah,
you're
but
just bench warming.
he's learning a lot of experience. Sat in the dugout chatting to the greats.
There's Abbott from the far end, double wicket made in the previous one. Bowls to Fergus O'Neill and just almost stabs at the ball there, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. And you're overseas for that?
No, I'll be in the country. Oh, you mean Surrey's overseas?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's Abbott. Sean Abbott.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant am I going away? Well,
You're always off somewhere.
I'm not. I don't get to go anywhere. Just spend my life up and down the highways and byways of this country.
Next ball on its way now and driven up to mid-on. Fielded by Clark, or stopped by Clark. Couldn't take it cleanly, but O'Neill wasn't intent on taking a run.
You know, T20 these days reminds me of sort of the Avengers movies. Avengers assemble, and then sort of from a Surrey point of view, Jason Roy arrives, Laurie Evans, Chris Jordan.
You can say that when you're Surrey.
But yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course you can. It's typical Surrey, isn't it?
Abbott. His figures are 2 for 47 now. Bowls wide enough for the stationary O'Neill to leave it alone. Didn't move a muscle towards the ball there. Abbott in his 14th over.
Actually, on a serious point with that, though, again, it's another year went by last year that Surrey haven't won the T20, and they won the first one in 2003,
yeah.
and they've never won it since. And it is sort of now just beginning to become, they really want to get that one sorted out. Of course, they got Ravi Baparid last year in the quarter-final.
What an innings that was.
O'Neill has a single, squared up, almost playing French cricket there, gets solidly behind it. It runs out on the offside, and it's a no ball. Signalled by both Nigel Long and Mark Church, so should get 4 runs for that.
Well, what everyone forgets, including myself, it was a 14-over game, that. Ravi did that in 14 overs. Ridiculous innings.
Rolling back the years.
Ridiculous innings.
And of course, the last time Notts won it was against Surrey in the final. The COVID one, the behind closed doors one, dropped to mid-wicket.
Great weekend that was.
I was going to say that one of the, despite Notts winning a trophy, it's one of those miserable weekends.
Absolutely.
Rain. Well, it rained every second of Saturday.
Yeah, we didn't.
And it got
we
called
never
off.
play, were
No,
we?
got called off about 6 o'clock at night, having been there since about 6 o'clock in the morning.
How many times have Notts?
They won it twice, 2017 and 2020, both times under Dan Christian, the skipper.
Well, Peter Trigo, of course.
Peter Trigo came in for the final for his Notts debut as O'Neill bobs underneath this one after Chris Nash got injured in the semi-final.
That's right.
So I'm sitting here with Mr. Notts, Mr. Surrey, and it's Mr. Fox here in the corner, who can boast about 3 titles in the T20 Blast or T20 Cup, whatever you want to call it, back in the day.
I think somebody rather cruelly mocked up a picture of Mark Allen, the snooker player, last week and called him Mr. Black after the sitter he missed to get into the final. O'Neill struck on the pad, runs out onto the offside, and there's no run. 262 for 7. Another good over from Abbott here, right on the money. 2 for 49. Sticky period this for Notts. They've only got Stone and Tong to come. At tea, it was looking as if, well, who knows what the targets would have been, what the ceiling would have been on this innings, 400 maybe, but now they'll do well if they can get to 300.
Yeah, and as I say, it's just been very good bowling from Surrey. What I like now, though, is with the old T20, is when you walk to all the grounds now. So this morning on my walk, suddenly I'm greeted by enormous picture of Joe Clark leering down at me. And it's the same now when you walk up the Harleford Road. Chris Jordan, enormous on a lamppost.
Jordan as well.
Yeah.
Crikey.
There's a few of them knocking around.
Yeah.
There's Joe Clark settles over his bat as Jordan Clark is in over the wicket to him, and that one's come back, hit him in the midships and rolls away into the offside. I'll leave you two gentlemen after this over for 15 minutes or so. Correspondence. I've got to do some correspondence, Nikesh.
Get the admin sorted.
Get the admin sorted. No, I'm looking forward to the old T20. Sort of being played at the right time of the year again. Still goes on a long time, doesn't it?
Yeah, lots of gaps.
Sort of forget who's in it by the time you get to the quarterfinals. There's this one again, just coming back, but it's jumping and trying to work it leg side, hits the pad.
Have you got a rogue away match?
Oh yeah, we start with the local derby of Surrey against Lancashire.
At home?
At home.
So have you got a rogue away match?
Yeah, I haven't looked
Notts,
where it is.
Notts have.
Oh, hang on, Yorkshire,
No.
at Headingley.
Yeah. That's probably as far, because Notts have got to go to Canterbury.
Yeah, lovely.
On a Friday night.
Lovely.
Canterbury.
Lovely.
For a T20 game.
Lovely. As in over the wicket goes Jordan Clark, and that's hitting the thigh guard of Joe Clark, running away down towards long leg.
There were suggestions they were going to mix it all up, and sort of everybody fought back on that. So they've said, well, right, well, you can have
one game.
You can have,
I'll
one
be
home and one
interested
away.
to see on a Friday night with trains and everything at Headingley how many Surrey supporters make the trip. So yes, we'll see. But Lancashire first up, as in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, looking to punch this through the offside, but so now. I'll keep an ear out because I think you're going to do an update. Is this for not for BBC Leicester?
Here we go.
Here we go.
Update for local radio in a moment.
Named as the Premier League's Player of the Month. This White scored 4 goals in 3 games during
We're in the 74th over here. There is that update.
on day 1 of Nottinghamshire's County Championship match against Surrey at Trent Bridge. Dave Bracegirdle's got the latest for you.
Yes, Nottinghamshire almost collapsed in a heap straight after tea. They were 251 for 3, and then 2 overs later, they were 256 for 7. 2 wickets to Worrell, who's now got 5, 2 to Sean Abbott. Joe Clark remains for Nottinghamshire. He's 106 not out. Nottinghamshire 263 for 7.
Dave Bracegirdle at Trent Bridge. The weather for Nottinghamshire this evening, more brighter spells as the cloud begins to
Quick
break up.
20-second hit for BBC Radio Nottingham.
For an update anytime.
As Clark bowls to O'Neill, who eases it into the offside. And there's no run, end of the over. 22 overs remain in the day, so I don't know. We're going to be towards the thick end of about 6:30, Nikesh, I fancy, before we're done today. May well be a change of innings, that little 10-minute gap as well, just to extend things. In fact, Notts would do well from here, you'd imagine, with the second new ball to come and the lower order already visible out there in the middle, if they can get through to the close.
Absolutely, yeah, just 3 wickets in hand as things stand. And well, obviously, if you're watching on the stream or listening to us on Sports Extra, you won't have heard the weather report there on Radio Nottingham as we did through our cans, but it sounds like it's going to be all clear for the rest of the day. Bright sunshine here at Trent Bridge at the moment. The shadow is just getting a little bit longer though as we get into the later part of the afternoon, as Abbott continues from the broad end. That's defended away by Clark to mid-on, no run. Probably expect a fair bit of farming of the strike from Joe Clark from here on in. He's unbeaten on 106. Really has been the mainstay of this Notts lineup through the season, but particularly in this innings, that partnership with Jack Haynes so crucial. Haynes out for 82. In comes Abbott once more, and Clark drives straight to mid-off. and there is no run.
I suspect, from the Notts' perspective, it's good that Clark hasn't veered away from what he's done successfully all day. He's not seen those 4 wickets go down and thought, oh blimey, I'd just better try and dominate the strike here and try and increase the scoring, play a few big shots, just playing the ball on merit. I think that's the right thing to do. O'Neill's more than capable at the other end.
Abbott goes full once more, and that's just been gently pushed away to extra cover by Clark, who looks extremely comfortable out there, as you would be if you faced 187 balls for your 106. Certainly got his eye in, but doesn't want to allow himself to lose any concentration towards the back end of the day. Chatter levels have just increased as well in the last half an hour or so among the Surrey fielders, taking that clump of wickets. Abbott, hard length, which has just been dropped into the offside, out towards cover. Clark gets through for a single, so a couple of deliveries for Fergus O'Neill to negotiate. As you say, more than capable of doing so. First class average of over 25. A lot of top order batters in county cricket, averaging not too much more than that through the course of long careers. Right, we've got a silly mid-on and a very short, sort of straightish mid-wicket to O'Neill as that one jags back and wasn't too far away from the off stump. It was left alone by O'Neill, who then just sort of had a think about it afterwards and thought maybe I want to cover the line a little bit more next time.
Just clouding over a little bit more, isn't it?
Yeah, just a bit. I think it doesn't look like there's any imminent threat of anything.
No, we'll be all right.
To stop play. Lots of high cloud, really. Lots of the white stuff, not so much of the grey. O'Neill in, and that's been driven nicely and firmly by O'Neill, but well fielded by Abbott in his follow-through. End of the over. Notts on to 264 for 7.
Yeah, I don't know how well they know each other, Fergus O'Neill and Sean Abbott. One from Melbourne, one from Sydney. But, I'm sure their paths have crossed once or twice in domestic cricket back home. O'Neill safely threw that over. 264 for 7. Going to be Jordan Clark to continue. 5 overs to go before the second new ball is due. You'd imagine got to be nailed on that to be taken straight away by Rory Burns and given to Dan Worrell. Here's Clark into Clark and played all round that one, Joe Clark. He was off balance, walking forward towards the ball, almost getting into a flamingo-like position, wasn't he, to whip it through mid-wicket, and it was through him on its way through to Jamie Smith. It's a good start to the over. If you want to get in touch, bracecricket@icloud.com on the email, at bracecricket on the socials. Clark to Clark, and just took this off his hip. Bread and butter shot away on the leg side for a single. 265 for 7.
What happens when you cover football in the winter? Do you have like a separate brace football handle for that? Or no.
I don't want people to talk to me about football. Everybody knows football, don't they? Everybody knows about football.
They think they do.
Yeah, everybody's got an opinion on football. 265 for 7. Next delivery is eased into the offside, and there's no run, fielded by Sibley. It literally is almost some people's reason for getting up in the morning and reason for staying up late at night, isn't it? Football, absolutely fanatics. It's no bad thing, is it? No bad thing to have a hobby and an interest, but it can be overtaking for some people. 265 for 7. Big rivalries dominates some people's lives. This is turned away behind square on the leg side. 266 for 7. Always loved the sport. Many sports I enjoy, but it's never sort of dominated things to that extent.
I do get up at silly o'clock sometimes, or I certainly used to a lot more to watch various sport.
Yeah, I didn't mean
Ashes,
getting up to watch it.
Things like that.
Yeah. 266 for 7. Clark on 108, and he's tucked this away for 4. And one Clark happy, another Clark not so. It was drifting down the leg side again from Jordan Clark, and Joe Clark has just tucked it away for 4 more precious runs. 270 for 7. Yeah, the cricket's an exception, isn't it? You can get up and watch the game from abroad, depending on which TVs we subscribe to now, which TV channels.
You can get up and watch the Not stream, can't you, from anywhere in the world?
A lot of people do. Another one down the leg side, and he's missed out on that. I think he actually went past Clark's heels on the fall there. Had a little look at his own footwear there, Jordan Clark, just removing a clump of grass from a stud. 270 for 7 knots. Today, Hamid and Slater were out early on. That was 18 for 2, 105 for 3 when Duckett fell in the final over of the morning. No wickets went down between lunch and tea, and then since tea, Notts have lost Haynes for 82, Verena without scoring, James for 2, and Patterson White without scoring. They just fell in a heap, didn't they, over the course of those 3 or 4 overs?
Yep. At one point, it looked as they were just going to be all out by now. The way they were just falling away. These two have managed to put on 14 though, O'Neill and Clark, just to stem the flow of wickets. Still got a silly mid-on here in place as Abbott to O'Neill, who looks for a big booming drive out towards cover but mistimes it.
Hampshire are all out at Chelmsford for 235, so no batting points for Hampshire, having a poor start to the season. Essex 14 without loss in reply. Somerset are in Cardiff this week. They're 282 for 6. Tom Abel, another prolific run scorer, 67 not out. James Rew opened the batting but only made 4.
As Abbott makes his way in again, short delivery, pulled. He's in full control of that one is O'Neill, and well, he's going to race back through for 2. Fielded down there by Jordan Clark, who had a bit of work to do running away towards his left, which allowed that second run. 272 for 7.
Leicestershire 264 for 7 at Hove against Sussex. Ian Holland 50 not out. Tom Scriven, who came into last week's match to replace the injured Josh Davey, 31 not out. 34 extras in that one as well. That's just sort of helped the Leicestershire total.
But into O'Neill again, another short delivery, and he's again tempted to play that. A bit higher this time, a bit more down the leg side, and it misses everything.
The other game in Division 1 is very advanced. Warwickshire 147 all out, Yorkshire 66 for 3. And just quickly, Division 2 batting sides, Derbyshire 294 for 3, Gloucestershire 240 for 4. Lancashire just been dismissed, they're 201 all out at home to Middlesex.
Delivers, and it's a fuller ball which has been defended to that silly mid-on rather.
Very much prone to saying stupid things. I nearly said a stupid thing there, and now I've got to tell you what it was. I was going to say no centuries yet anywhere up and down the country, and then I look up at the scoreboard here.
There's a man out there at the moment in Joe Clark. 112 not out. He is at the non-striker's end. Fergus O'Neill still facing up here to Sean Abbott. That's full. It's been nicely driven, but straight to the fielder there. No run.
Ian Taylor. Dave, have I got the right email address? You have, Ian. Yes, bracecricket@icloud.com. I expect the next missive from Ian will be packed full of content. Notts need 28 for a second batting point. they'd be very disappointed having got to 250 for 3 if they couldn't get to 300.
Abbott back in, and O'Neill guides the ball nicely away to deep backward point. He's played pretty well so far as Fergus O'Neill. End of the over, 273 for 7.
Got a couple of 50s for Notts, but not playing like this, going out there giving it a bit of long handle, a bit of bish bash bosh. But he's 5 from 25 so far. Fairly restrained up to this point. Got a helmet being brought out onto the field. Ollie Pope's got it at the moment. We're going to have an over, or maybe 2 from young Master Thomas again, I think. Adam Thomas bowled 5 overs earlier. Figures of none for 21. That was 3/4 of the way through the afternoon session when Alex Stewart came up and spent half an hour or so with us. Surrey Director of Cricket. In search of a maiden first-class wicket here, Adam Thomas. Last week it was all about his batting. The helmet has been taken by Jamie Smith, who's standing up to the stumps. No slips. Comes in to bowl to Fergus O'Neill, who just chops down on it, and at backward point does the fielding. Gus Atkinson just signing a few autographs for some youngsters in the crowd, which is nice to see. Sun's just popped behind the clouds as Thomas comes in to bowl to O'Neill. Somehow gets that between bat and pad and taken by Smith. It was a lovely bit of work there from Thomas. Again with a very old ball here, just getting it to do a little bit. He's got the gum in, chomping away on the gum between deliveries. Now Rory Burns has seen that. Maybe he's had a shout from Jamie Smith. Might want to get a slip in here, Skip. He's doing a bit. So Burns has gone in, standing respectfully deep.
Yes.
This is drilled up to mid-off and there's no run.
Maybe a yard or so too deep, I would say, but...
looks it from here, doesn't
it?
It? But then again, if O'Neill goes hard, it might just carry there. Crowd quiet, animated. This is short and wide and chopped to backward point, no run. Just can't get the board moving freely here, Notts at the moment. Clark 112. Jack Haynes made 82. And I was going to say not a lot else. Ben Duckett made 42, of course, in the morning session. Yes, the next one is defended, but literally nothing else. Hamid 7, Slater 9. For Rayner and Patterson White made ducks, and Lyndon James made 2. Good haul of wickets. 5 taken by Dan Worrell, the other 2 by Sean Abbott. Oz is ruling the roost. Nice delivery from Thomas, and O'Neill tried to chop that down to third. Doesn't get anything on it. Through to Jamie Smith. End of the 78th over. Thomas 6 overs, none for 21. Notts 273 for 7.
First professional maiden for Adam Thomas there. He's bowled steadily so far. Worrell was early, but took the first 5 wickets. He was on for a 10 for.
Yeah.
Until Sean Abbott came in and took those 2 wickets.
The nearest I've seen to a 10 for was Graham Onions here. Got 9 for Durham, and the one
run out as well.
One he missed, he ran out.
Yeah.
Luke Fletcher with a direct hit. I think that was the 9th wicket to go down.
Abbott in, and that's the outside edge of Clark, who just has a feel at one outside off stump. Be half tempted not to execute the run out maybe in that situation when you've already got 8.
Yes, that was after being released from an England Test squad. Came up here and replaced Mitch Claydon in the match at the end of the Durham innings.
Abbott running towards us, bowls, and has been defended off his toes by Joe Clark.
He's an umpire in Australia now, isn't he? Magic Mitch, they used to call him. He used to do a bit of conjuring, a bit of magic in his part time. That was his hobby.
Pulling rabbits out of hats and that sort of thing.
Yeah, whatever you like. And of course Ricky Vessels as well, well known on the county circuit, Northants, Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire. He's now a first-class umpire as well in Australia.
Abbott runs in, bowls, and Clark is forward defending for no run. Seeing quite a few more modern players. There was a bit of a period, I think, a sort of era where players weren't necessarily becoming umpires post their playing career, but you're seeing a little bit more of a trend in recent times.
Yes, Ian Blackwell's not been on the first class list that long, has he?
Yeah.
Out there, standing at square leg.
Even when you look at top international players as well, Paul Rifle, international umpire, of course. As Abbott is in, and that's been worked away out towards deep square leg for a single. Match refereeing's quite on trend as well, isn't it? You see a lot of former players doing that.
They like that.
Sit up in their box.
Till they have paperwork to do. But Paul Rifle had a season here in 2000.
I remember.
And do you remember how it came for him to be here?
No.
Not signed Shoaib Akhtar, didn't they? That was Clive Rice signing the world's fastest bowler. That was the winter where he'd supposedly reached 100 miles an hour. Quickest bowler in the world.
Paul Rifle turns up with his military medium. Abbott's in, and O'Neill defends to the leg side.
Akhtar came and got a bit of a niggle, and it won't take long to sort it out. And actually Mick Newell is obviously the one to speak about. But I think he was here for about a month before they basically decided he wasn't going to get fit enough in order to play, and they needed an overseas replacement, and Shoaib Akhtar became Paul Rifle. 2000, I think.
Did pretty well, didn't he, Paul Rifle?
Yeah, oh yeah. Pistol.
Here he is again, Abbott, and that spin there just dropped into the offside out towards point, and they get through for a single, so O'Neill will retain strike with Notts on to 275 for 7. Yeah, he was a World Cup winner the year before, wasn't he, with Australia in 99?
Yeah.
Shoaib played for Surrey, of course.
Did he?
Yeah. It didn't go that well.
I either didn't know that or certainly didn't remember it.
What year was that in?
Oh, golly.
Roughly.
Roughly 2007.
Oh, it's...
Yeah,
it was
2008. Well, his first over was
his
lightning.
knees were gone by then.
Well, his first over was lightning. Then he got slower and slower, but kept coming in off his full run. And I think the over at lunchtime was -9. Here's Thomas coming in over the wicket from the Radcliffe Road, and he ended up, Shoaib, 12th manning in the one-day competition. But he's the only person who's ever walked up to me and gone, "You're going to interview me now?" And I said, "Am I?" Yeah. As Thomas comes in over the wicket, and that beats the edge. Nicely bowled, nicely taken by Jamie Smith. So yeah, I sat with Shoaib for 35 minutes while he told me what an influence he'd been in the dressing room in the one game he played. All I remember from that is it was when Mark Ramprakash was captaining Surrey, and the great Mr. Ramprakash, as Thomas comes in over the wicket, and it's punched off the back foot by O'Neill. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total. As I say, his first over was lightning, but he kept coming in off his full run and basically getting slower and slower. And Ramprakash, captaining from mid-off, you could just see as the over rate, -1, -2, -3, thinking, oh, this could be a long 4 days. As this is driven straight down the ground, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. He was great, though. He was a lovely fella.
He's a character,
Oh,
isn't he?
absolutely. So he is genuinely the only person that's ever walked up and gone, "You're going to interview me now," and then 35 minutes of Sherb telling us the influence he'd had in the dressing room, and he signed all his autographs. As in over the wicket goes Thomas, and O'Neill's forward. So after this over, Surrey can take the new ball. So we've been, well, I would say we've been in a holding pattern, but we haven't. They've got this old ball to go, and they've picked up 4 wickets with it, and now they can go to the new ball, and that will be a tester. O'Neill's done a pretty good job so far. Been out there for 37 deliveries. Thomas is into him, and he's forward again. Playing this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 277 for 7 there, Nottinghamshire. I just nipped outside to see what the weather was looking like coming this way, and there are a few darker clouds rumbling across the ground at the moment. And the light sort of, it's okay at the minute with the window open, but if these clouds stay, then light might become a bit of an issue into this final session. But I'm pretty sure that Surrey will take the new ball straight away. Atkinson is coming back into the attack now from the Stuart Broad end. But Surrey have been very good since tea.
Have indeed, and there is the second new ball being taken straight away. It's going to be handed over to Gus Atkinson.
Just to add to the show-up thing, he came once. He was meant to start about 2 weeks before, but arrived at the airport with the wrong visa and was put straight back on the plane to get the right visa. But the great Chris Schofield had been sent to pick him up from the airport. We were away somewhere, and someone suddenly remembered about 10 o'clock, "Oh, we haven't told Chris Schofield."
Here is Atkinson with this second new ball in towards Clark, who works the ball to mid-wicket for a single.
The phone call was made to Schofield, who was still sat at Heathrow waiting for show-up. But he said he was quite happy because he was sat reading the paper and having a burger, I think, probably.
Back in the days where you didn't have to pay like 50 quid an hour just to
pick
someone up.
Yeah, exactly. So Sherb didn't actually, he sort of got to Heathrow, turned around, got back on the plane, flew all the way back, got the right visa, and then came back again.
Pretty sure that happened with Mitchell Stark when he signed for Yorkshire. He had to go all the way back to Australia to get the right visa.
Atkinson into O'Neill. Oh, that's a beauty. Just nipping away from Fergus O'Neill, who was kind of on the move, really. No great balance at the crease. Done for a bit of extra pace. And this is where Surrey will feel that they can just rattle through the rest of this Notts lineup. Atkinson with this second new ball. I think it will be Dan Worrell from the other end. We're looking to get this job done pretty soon. Atkinson runs in and then just pulls away before his leap. Batter not quite ready, and the floodlights are actually just been turned on as well. Not quite at full brightness yet. This might help the new ball as well swing around as Atkinson is in, and it's defended away pretty solidly by O'Neill.
The umpires tend to get a little bit twitchy now as well, with the floodlights on and dark skies. As soon as you start seeing those sort of shadows of the players, they always get a bit twitchy.
Looks okay to us right now with the naked eye, but could get worse as Atkinson's in. That's another full ball, slightly towards the leg stump, and well defended in the end by O'Neill. A few oohs and ahs from the Surrey fielders, thinking that if that was to miss his bat, that would have been a pretty good LBW shout.
Of course, it often coincides with sort of being late on in the day, doesn't it? The floodlights coming on, the gloom descending. Shame though if we lost any of this last hour.
Atkinson bowls and O'Neill defends. Looking a little bit more rushed though, facing Atkinson with this new ball.
Well, Joe Clark's 100's looking better and better at the moment, isn't it? 115 off 198 deliveries.
Class innings, and showing exactly why he is so highly talked about, and top run scorer, of course, in the championship this season. Continues to be the shining star in this Notts middle order. Played a big role in digging them out of a hole early on, as O'Neill works one off his hit down towards the fine leg. It's fielded down there on the boundary, and O'Neill will retain strike against the second new ball once again. I mean, it's a little bit early to be farming the strike here from Joe Clark, but you think maybe taking the single off the first ball of.
Well, sorry, I've set it up as well. But, you know, he's just given him one on his hip. He's taken the single, and it means he'll be facing Worrell. I always think the floodlights here look like sort of what you'd use with an errant fly. To sort of
a swatter.
Coax it out of a window.
Of course, you've got the new ones down at the, well, I say new, not that new anymore, but
they're interesting, those.
Down at the Oval, you've got the E at Edgbaston.
Yeah. Well, they're the three feathers, aren't they?
Yes.
Although
they're meant to be.
Well, they look like it from Vauxhall Station.
Yeah. Not when you're in the ground.
I always describe it as they look a little like the way my poor cat met its maker many years ago, or somebody skydiving. So it's going to be Worrell from this Radcliffe Road end. Outstanding today, 5 for 35 down Worrell, and he's coming in over the wicket to O'Neill, and he's right up on his toes first up, and O'Neill digs it out into the leg side and then goes for a little wander. 3 slips in there for him.
All 7 wickets taken by the Aussies.
Yeah, very much so. I think it was just the way they went about it after tea, really. Because Notts would have been thinking to themselves, right, this is our opportunity to score some runs before that new ball comes. And actually, they lost 4 wickets. And in over the wicket again comes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by O'Neill. And it wasn't that they batted and played awful shots, really. It was the caught and bowled. Verena trying to work one that swung on him late. Just really good bowling.
It was, Haynes was the important one, because once the partnership, the big partnership of 146 was ended, we suddenly saw how difficult it was for the others to start.
Very much so.
0-2 and 0, Verena, James and Patterson White.
Worrell turns below us. In over the wicket he goes to O'Neill. He's driving. It's off a thickish outside edge. He'll get 2 here. And round goes Ryan Patel to do the fielding.
September's game wasn't the highest scoring of matches, was it? Which was another thing that sort of made it difficult to call.
It was a terrific game of cricket last September. I think Surrey sort of afterwards, and with it took them a bit of time to get over it, but then they sort of looked back and basically said we weren't really good enough all season. We just hung in there, really. As in over the wicket goes Worrell, shot. That's driven away by O'Neill. Good looking shot. Now Reece Topley, who's out there doing some 12th man duties, won't get to that. That's away for 4. Good shot from O'Neill. He's on to 14. 285 for 7. Valuable innings this. 47 deliveries, 14 runs.
He's very capable. Got a half century in the recent Sheffield Shield final. That's why he missed the first game of the season here. Victoria got through to the final, lost to South Australia. It was pretty much O'Neill and the lower order just trying to get Victoria over the line, and came up just short. But he's a very capable player.
Worrell's in again to him. Oh, that one beats the edge. It's just pushed forward. It's gone late. Beats the edge, taken low down by Jamie Smith.
Mid wicket just being sent out onto the fence.
single there if he wants it. Expect something either on his hip or probably on his hip or just on his legs. And also a man just being deposited down towards third man. Off goes Ryan Patel down there. Worrell is in once again over the wicket. Oh, actually, he's gone wide outside the off stump. He has nothing to do with that O'Neill. So Clark will be on strike. End of the over. 14 to go today on this opening day. 285 for 7.
Yeah, Notts looking to try and bat out those 14 overs ideally. And start again tomorrow. The very worst case scenario, even if they do lose another wicket or so, have Joe Clark there to start tomorrow morning afresh, having seen off this second new ball to an extent. And it is going to be Clark here facing up to Atkinson, who bowls short and down the leg side. He has a little nibble at that. Clark looking to hook around the corner. Maybe doesn't want to be tempted into too many of those. Couple of men out there on the boundary at fine leg, at deep square leg for the catch.
Yeah, Sean Abbott's off at the moment, so that's why Reece Topley is down to our left. Long leg.
Atkinson back in, bowls, and that's down the leg side, not short though, and it's a good take by Smith, diving away towards his left.
Did Reece have a change of heart, say, I want to play red ball cricket again, or was he just not selected over the last 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, and I think I don't think he, when he was sort of just playing white ball stuff and he was in the England squad and all of that, especially with his injury problems.
Atkinson. Again, that's a better delivery, but guided away to deep backward point by Clark for a single.
I think it was a case really of, and quite understandably, and Surrey were winning championships anyway, so he was sort of keeping himself for that. Then when that went, he sort of went back to Surrey for pre-season and said, "Listen, I want to play red ball." And he put it in during pre-season, and actually got a brilliant spell at the end of that Sussex game with the old ball.
Atkinson in once more to O'Neill, who leaves alone outside off stump. There's no doubt he's got all the attributes, hasn't he, to be successful in this format, as well as obviously all the success that he has had in white ball cricket. Still young enough as well to have a decent red ball career.
Definitely. Well, Sam Curran's another one. He's desperate, absolutely desperate to play as much red ball as he can.
Atkinson bowls again, and he's cramped up there is O'Neill, who chips it in the air just for a moment out towards that mid-wicket fielder Patel, but drops well short in the end.
It's interesting with Sam. I always thought his career in terms of longer, and he wants to play Test cricket again, but I think now he's more of a batter that can bowl you some very nice overs the left arm if you need them. Not in the white ball stuff, of course, but in the longer form.
Atkinson in again, and it's left alone by O'Neill. Nipped back a bit, but he'll tell you he knew where his off stump was. 286 for 7 knots, 13 overs remaining in the day.
Just steadied the ship a little bit, haven't they? This partnership now worth 30. Really need to go until the end of the day if at all possible. 13 overs left. Light fading almost by the minute. But hopefully we can get some more. It's going to be Dan Worrell to continue.
Just when I went outside, I noticed all these dark clouds sort of heading this way.
A number of people have had their allocation for the day and headed off. There's still a goodly percentage inside Trent Bridge enjoying the cricket, but a few have gone, understandably. Here's Dan Worrell. Bowling to Joe Clark on 100 and, now on 117 as he just pushes this square of the wicket on the offside. Don't think anybody was unhappy about that. Clark was happy to take the single. Surrey were happy to let him have the run. 287 for 7.
He's been out there since the 10th over, Joe Clark.
Great effort. He's obviously very fit and has done this match after match after match, spending long spells out in the middle, great powers of concentration. Hoping that Fergus O'Neill can do the same as Dan Worrell bowls to the Victoria all-rounder. Drops it on the leg side, fielded by Ollie Pope. And there's no run. Pope's had 3 Test centuries on this ground for England over the years, so he'll be licking his lips at the chance of batting on here.
Yeah, he's never walked out to bat from this end, though, has he?
No,
it's
he
all
hasn't.
new
No.
now.
287 for 7. Guess it will be a little bit different, I would imagine. Not much. Worrell bowls and Clark will, beg your pardon, O'Neill will slash this away over backward point and away for 4. It's gone very quickly out there. That's not really the way to treat a new ball, is it? As it rolls into the concrete at the base of the Larwood and Vos. Gave that an almighty wallop. Played the uppercut.
Sibley wasn't too far away
No.
from that, I don't think. He's a tall lad, is Dom Sibley, obviously, but he sort of hung in the air there. Did you remember Roger Harper taking a catch like that off Alan Lamb?
Yeah.
Where he hung in the air and then just came down with the ball.
The one Roger Harper catch I can remember most of all was a caught and bowl at Lords in that bicentennial match or whatever it was called. I think it was Gooch. This is drilled down the ground beautifully by O'Neill for 4. 295 for 7. For younger listeners and viewers, Roger Harper, very tall West Indian off spinner.
Was it a cotton bottle, was it?
I was
Did
just
he
thinking, was
run
it a
him
run
out?
out? It was a run out, wasn't
Gooch
it?
hit one back
Yeah,
at him.
that was it. It was
and
a run out.
And ran him out.
Yeah, speared it back towards
Yeah,
the
that
keeper.
was a great game, that
Yeah.
was, wasn't it? That was a fantastic game.
We don't have enough of those
No.
sorts of matches. We used to have England, well, obviously when South Africa were exiled, we had a series one summer, 1970, England versus the rest of the world. Good delivery from Worrell, good comeback delivery there, and O'Neill just dropped his hands, let the ball go over the shoulder of the bat.
Oh, that was a fantastic game, though, wasn't it? Sonny Gavaskar played in that, didn't he? I think he
I would
did he
imagine.
get 100, I think?
I remember Gavaskar in the 70s, one of those crikey knots. Haven't played against a touring side for years, but I was sat on the seats in front of the pavilion, and Gavaskar got out for naught, first over of a tour match, Notts versus India. Swings away from O'Neill through to the keeper, end of the over, 295 for 7. Walk back, obviously very miffed at missing out on a day's batting. The gatekeeper opened the gate for him to walk up the steps, and he just slammed his bat on the hard concrete as he walked up, and it broke. A great chunk of bat flew off. I'm sure the great man had a cricket bag full of 6 or 7 other bats, but that one was no good after then.
Well, he definitely did, because he got the 100 in that sort of white, sort of hard skull cap that he used to wear rather than a helmet. As Gus Atkinson it is. Oh, that's well bowled. Beating the edge of Joe Clark's little nibble outside his off stump.
First World Cup was 51 years ago, 1975 in this country. In the very first game, first match was at Lord's England-India, and he batted through the 60 overs for 45 not out.
Yeah, that's proper innings in a one-day game.
I mean,
It's old school, that.
You'd get vilified in this day and age, wouldn't you?
Well,
if you batted through a T20
there's a lot
innings.
to be said for it. As here is Atkinson once again to Clark. Clark's up on his toes, turning that one up towards mid-on. But when Alex Stewart joined us, I was saying about Hashim Amla's 30, whatever it was, not out of 200. But I looked that up the other day because I was writing something about it, and I think I'm right in saying Keith Barker and Kyle Abbott between them that day bowled 35 maidens. Oh, it was magnificent. Barker reeled off about 6 on the spin. Hashim wouldn't play a shot. As in comes Atkinson, in behind it goes Joe Clark. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, presumably it was the same at the other end. Whoever was batting with him.
Well, interestingly, what was really interesting that day was some of the Surrey lads suddenly they tried to do it as well, and then they hung around, but it wasn't really in their nature to not play shots. Jay Overton, I think, batted for 30 odd balls for one. But yeah, Hashim did not play one shot in anger for the whole day. As in over the wicket once again. Oh, it's Atkinson. That's a beauty to Clark. That has zipped off the seam, beats the edge of Clark's bat, taken by Smith. Clark's just indicated there that's gone away from him.
On another day, he'd have 3 or 4, wouldn't he, Gus Atkinson?
But look, Gus Atkinson gets better the more he bowls. And of course, he didn't play against Sussex because he'd played the week before. Yeah. So he was told not to play against Sussex. Yeah. But he's looked better all day the more he's bowled. As here he comes once again. So Clark beats him again. Absolute cracker. Clark just looks at Atkinson, little nod, and then walks off towards square leg and just says to O'Neill, good luck. And comes back again.
67 balls left in the day. So they get them all in. Which I think they will.
Hashim played here as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Played 4 matches for Notts and they won them all.
Yeah, he wasn't the worst. As in over the wicket again goes Atkinson, and Clark just gets up on his toes, plays this one through, backward point, just a single. He'll keep the strike end of the Atkinson over. 296 for 7, so 4 runs away from the second batting point here, Nottinghamshire. Of course, Surrey won the toss this morning, decided to bowl. Been a good day of cricket, this. Really enjoyed today's cricket. Great partnership between Haynes and Clark. He's played fantastically well today. That's brilliant bowling from Dan Worrell.
I wonder what the scoreboard will be showing this time tomorrow.
Well, so it's going to be hard work for Surrey against this Nottinghamshire attack as well.
Sibley 120 not out.
What, that much? It might be more than D. Sibley. 75 not out.
Just coming up to 10 to 6. Still got 11 overs to go in the day, and Dan Worrell in search of a breakthrough here. Balls to Clark, whips it away on the leg side. There's protection out there, and they'll keep them to 1. Ollie Pope doing the fielding in front of a rapidly diminishing Bridgeford Road stand. Reece Topley presumably has brought the light meter out. Handed it to Ian Blackwell, the umpire. It's funny, they only ever seem to have 1 light meter between them, and they only ever seem to have 1 gauge, 1 ball gauge, and whoever you sort of show which umpire you show the ball to, it's always the other one that's got the gauge. 297 for 7. O'Neill has 22, and showed a lot of his stumps there to Dan Worrell, backing away.
Well, he certainly did.
Got his collar up now, Fergus O'Neill.
He fancies it now. Well, I've come up with a great idea for a new reality TV show where umpires get dumped in a jungle somewhere and they can only use what's in their pockets because they got enough stuff now. I reckon they'd survive a week.
297 for 7. Worrell bowls, O'Neill again defence, was full of length, almost yorked him. George Lucas Productions, the umpire strikes back.
Exactly, but they've got so much stuff in their pockets now that I reckon they'd be all right for a week. Well, I didn't realise until the first game of the season it was so windy that their lovely wide brim sun hats they've got caps now, the umpires as well.
Very well looked after.
They are.
O'Neill has 22 and guides this. Just ran it down towards backward point. No run.
Yeah, the two of the most experienced here now, though, for this game. Which, as you said, brilliant from you this morning, remembering that it was these two in the game last year.
Looked it up.
Yeah,
Looked it up.
very good.
We've got the ball age now, Mark, up on the scoreboard, up the top right-hand corner, showing how old this particular ball is. 5 overs and 4 deliveries. A single for O'Neill. He almost did the old nutmeg there, didn't he?
He did.
Played it out on the leg side behind him. 298 for 7. Is it tomorrow or Sunday that the England women start their campaign for the season without Nat Sitherbrun?
Yeah,
Out
New
injured.
Zealand, didn't it?
Yeah.
Kira Tratley in there, getting her first call up.
Mm.
Of course, all the headlines really was Tilly Coulter-Coleman getting in the World T20 squad.
Yeah. 298 for 7. Clark on 119 works this to mid-wicket where Pope does the fielding. End of the over.
Just watching umpires Blackwell and Long, yep, they're getting together for a chat here. It's just these dark clouds that are rumbled in. And with the floodlights on, you are beginning to get a bit of the shadows from the players. But of course, that's coming from the artificial light of the floodlights. So they may take a reading. No, they're happy enough at the moment. Messrs Long and Blackwell. Nigel Long's normally got a grin on his face. So it's going to be Atkinson to continue down there from the Stuart Broad end. You always know you've had a fairly good career when you get an end named after you, I think.
Yeah.
Are they calling for the helmet here? Sorry, I think. Yeah, Ryan Patel's going to go in under the lid.
Although I think there's a certain amount of England 8 for 15 that's gone into that naming of that end as the Stuart Broad end, as much as any of his Nottinghamshire achievements.
Yeah, but I think it really is an accolade, isn't it? I was explaining to somebody the other day that back at the Kia Oval, any championship winning captain, the men's side of things, gets a gate named after them. Nat Sitherbrun has a gate named after her. Rory Burns now has a gate named after him. I think it's very nice, actually. Because it seems to be now at Taunton that you get one of the 87 pavilions
Yes.
named after you, don't you? Used to be a new pavilion every year down at Taunton. So it's going to be Atkinson, and Ryan Patel has gone in under the helmet at short leg. So O'Neill will be expecting a bit of short stuff here. 2 slips and a gully as well. O'Neill on 23 as Atkinson's into him, and O'Neill, well, this hits the outside edge of the bat. It's well stepped by Dan Lawrence, tumbling away to his left. Very sensibly he's put the zinc on today, Dan Lawrence. Diving away to his left-hand side to do the fielding. But no, O'Neill's done a really good job here. Good partnership from these two. It's worth 42. Very important runs, and now 2 runs away from a third batting point. It is quite gloomy now, as that's short from Atkinson. That's taken by Jamie Smith. I'm not sure quite how much longer we'll be out there for, because we've got the window open, but it is quite gloomy.
It is. It is, and we're not having somebody bowling 85, 86 mile an hour at a head.
Well, this is the time where I've said this all season. I would not be running towards the danger, David.
No.
I would be hiding behind a stand until the danger disappears. Waits again. There's O'Neill. And this one, he's just on the back foot. He's played it well here, O'Neill. He's got his own style of doing it, but he's played it very well up towards mid-on. There is Jordan Clark to do the fielding.
think Notts would happily go off at this stage. I think Surrey would be in... I think they'd have to go off if the option was you've got to, bowl your slower bowlers. They wouldn't want to waste the new ball or allow for maybe 20 or 30 runs to be leaked. Yeah. Surrey would like to stay out there and keep doing this for as long as they can.
As Atkinson's in, and O'Neill's on the back foot, playing this one out into the offside. And in Clark and O'Neill's minds as well, the back of their minds will be, well, how much longer are we going to be out here for?
Yeah.
So get through this. There's every chance we could be off in a sec. Surrey working hard on that ball. O'Neill lent on his bat at the moment. Like he hasn't got a care in the world. And settles himself down once more. Gus Atkinson. Over the wicket he comes to O'Neill and beats him on the outside. And then O'Neill just sort of shakes his head at Gus Atkinson there. I think he's trying to pull the bat inside the line of that, but actually he's played at it and then pulled the bat inside the line. Burns and Thomas at first and second slip. Amy Smith, of course, with the gloves. Now Ollie Pope's being deposited out to the cover point boundary rope for the single. Atkinson turns again in the distance. Final ball of the over, the 87th today. As Atkinson's in, and that's down the leg side, and O'Neill gets inside this, taken by Smith, watching umpires along and Blackwell again, but they're okay at the moment. Umpire Blackwell is making his way towards the stumps, and umpire Long is making it. Oh, hang on, no, he's got the light meter out.
That's Ian Blackwell, those of you watching the...
Does look a little bit like an old-fashioned mobile phone, doesn't it?
Yeah. And of course, the black box that you can see on the umpire's chest on his coat there, that's a camera. You speak to them and they say it's for all sorts of things, really, for umpires coaching, for players development. It's there just in case there's any argy-bargy of any sort for any disciplinary reasons. Lots have been stuck on 298 for 7 for a while as Worrell bowls to Joe Clark on 119. Turns this on the leg side. There's no run. John Clark doing the fielding.
Yes, they're a bit the pitches are a bit shaky, aren't they? Because it depends which umpire you've got, really. If you have one that stands stock still, but umpire Blackwell quite understandably at the moment is having a little walk on his feet. Not sure what house he'd walk on, but he's having a chat to O'Neill as well.
I don't know how they do it all day. I mean,
No.
that's, standing there, you just get a terrible backache. Next ball sent down by Worrell, who's into his 19th over, is pushed into the offside to Ryan Patel, who's had a quietish day today. He might be saving up all his energy for a real assault on the batters. Nigel Long having a bit of a chat to somebody. It's a long distance chat, isn't it? He's got nobody anywhere near him.
I think it was Fergus O'Neill shouting at him there. I think it was sort of Fergus O'Neill was saying it's about to rain, I think.
Worrell again from our end of the ground. The Radcliffe Road end bowls and Clark onto 120. From time to time the 6 shadows around the players sort of intensify. There are 6 floodlights here, of course, to symbolise Sir Garfield Sober's feat of 1968, hitting the 6 sixes. Or so they say. At St Helens, Swansea, which is
Swansea, wasn't it?
No longer used for cricket.
And the Mumbles.
299 for 7. Doesn't seem as if we'll get another trip there to cover cricket. This one's through O'Neill. Lovely delivery from Worrell. Again, just leaning forward towards it, O'Neill. Unable to locate bat on ball and goes down, does a bit of gardening. Went to Neath 2 years ago for the Royal London Cup. That was a new experience. Another one to tick off.
Cresselly I went to.
To where?
Cresselly.
Oh, I don't know that
Gang
one.
got that. Well, it was basically next to a farmyard, And game got delayed at the end because the farmer let his cows out. Mark Butcher was batting at the time.
Oh, it's a while ago then.
Oh yeah.
O'Neill on strike on 23, defends it down into the ground and just had to be careful it didn't sort of roll back or spin back towards the stumps, but it didn't.
Well, all I remember about that as well was we arrived and then the great Edward Bevan couldn't find the ISDN point. So I went for a search all round the ground, and then I looked behind us, and there was another field behind us with this big post sticking up, and it had a plastic bag on it. So I climbed over the fence, and that's where it was. And then as we went on air, the wind got up and blew his gazebo over. It's quite a day.
Final ball of the 88th over of the day. Dan Worrell bowls, driven crisply by O'Neill, but straight to Patel at extra cover, no run. End of the over. We should, in theory, still have another half an hour to go. 8 overs remain in the day, but the umpires are coming together for a little bit of a blather here.
I'm not surprised because it is quite gloomy out there now, and sort of you are getting the star shape of the shadows from the lights.
And it's interesting that it's a minute past 6. Isn't there something that once you've gone past 6 can't be... they can't come back on or some such, I don't know, there's something about 6 o'clock, isn't there? Just do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. We're obviously into the 6 o'clock news. Yeah, we're just wondering, Lewis, if we will get all of today's play in 8 overs to go, but it's particularly gloomy. The floodlights are on and Notts hanging on to a score of 299 for 7. Joe Clark there on 120. Absolutely superb Knott from the country's leading run scorer. 299 for 7 in the gloom.
So, Gus Atkinson again. We're staying out there, coming into Joe Clark. He's in behind this one, playing it out into the offside. Colwyn Bay as well.
Not been there.
Have you not?
We should have gone there in 2020, but of course it was the COVID year and it was called off.
Oh, I used to love it there because, again, the great Edward Bevan, where we broadcast from, the only electricity we could get was from the gentleman's house behind us, but he only had the sort of one plug, and we always used to go off air at 6 o'clock for about 5 minutes while he put the kettle on. As here comes Gus Atkinson, that's not a word of a lie, and plays this one out into the offside, and it was just a well-known fact, really. He will go off at 6 because he's putting the kettle on. And then that was back in the days where I had to do sort of the highlights as well on the old video. But no Wi-Fi, and where we were staying, there wasn't a great deal of Wi-Fi down there either. So I worked out that there was the bus back to the hotel, which was about a 20-minute ride, the bus, as in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, forward goes Clark, plays this one out into the offside. So my evenings were spent sitting, the bus had Wi-Fi, sitting on top of the bus, going up and down the road, trying to upload the highlights. And that was Colwyn Bay. Yeah. But lovely ground, beautiful ground. 2 slips in the glare. It's sad we don't really get to those places anymore. No. It was always, I always thought for spectators as well, it was great. It was about a bit closer to the action. At times a bit too close, I think, but yeah, amazing. As Atkinson's in again to Clark. Looks for the York. It's dug out by Clark. It's to backward point. They'll take the single and that'll bring up the 50 partnership. Will it? No. Apologies. To 300 up. That's what the round of applause is. I'm ahead of the game in terms of the partnership, but that is a second batting point for Nottinghamshire. They were cruising towards it at 251 for 3, but then of course suddenly those wickets tumbled. 256 for 7. Many, it seemed a long way off, but these two have done a terrific job.
Yeah, they'd like to rewind, wouldn't they, to 250. Go again.
They got well, he's not really at short leg. He's in front of square. It's like a very, very short mid-wicket line, Patel under a helmet for Fergus O'Neill. Floodlights shining down brightly. Atkinson over the wicket he goes to O'Neill, lets him go. Outside his off stump.
Jamie Smith and all the attention on his England place. Everybody's saying, oh, it's time to give James Rew a go and all the rest of it. But Smith's had a very good start to the season, hasn't he? Prolific run scorer.
The other thing is, he didn't have a bad start to his Test career.
No, he didn't.
And unless I missed it, not that many people pulled up trees during the Ashes series. So I still say, though, he'd be better off without the gloves and just batting. As here comes Atkinson to O'Neill, and that's hitting his thigh guard. It's going to run away down below us. There is a man down here at long leg, which is Sean Abbott, so that'll just be the single, the leg by, end of the over. 7 to go tonight, 301 for 7.
Yeah, sometimes there's a bit of kidology out there with the umpire when it's a leg by. You sort of try and make out you'd got something on it, but O'Neill saw, even though it was the thigh pad, he was rubbing it as if he certainly felt the impact of that one. Master Topley Jr.'s out there again with the floppy sun hat. He's been a busy boy. Don't know if he'll be staying here all weekend. Sometimes the senior players do stick around and do a bit of bowling before play, don't they, and in the intervals, and sometimes they head back and rest up for the next game. There's Worrell. Again in the gloom, bowls drilled through the offside. That's a magnificent shot from Fergus O'Neill. That's more like what we've seen in Nottinghamshire colours for Fergus O'Neill, both last season and in the previous match this season that he played in. Likes to give it a wallop. He's been very restrained in this innings, but gets one there from Worrell that he could really swing his arms, put the bat through.
Yeah, great shot.
4 runs, 305 for 7. Next week, Notts on the south coast, away at Utility Bowl, Hampshire. I'll be in the hotel next week, and there with Mr. James. Here's Worrell in again, and a good comeback delivery defended. And who does Surrey end this block of fixtures against?
Off to Headingley.
Oh, away again.
Yeah, off to Headingley.
Oh, crikey, so you got to go back and then back again.
Yep, back and then back up.
On the train with Alex Stewart.
I might try and avoid that this time. Yeah, it's been a funny old start to the season for Hampshire, hasn't it?
Well, of course, after you defeated them on the last day of last season...
Oh, that was it. It was done, wasn't it?
Kevin James phoned me up, and I was on the way to a football match. And, oh, crikey, it was about midday. You'd finished them off early, hadn't you, in that morning, as this is defended into the offside, or it might... I don't know what time it was.
Surrey needed 1 wicket, and they hung around for about 15 minutes, and then the wicket fell.
I can remember him ringing me up on the way to football match somewhere, and... crikey, I said, well, Durham could roll over yet. No, don't be daft. So-and-so, whatever the score was there, they've only got to sort of bat through the day. And my return journey home from whatever football match it was, as the esteemed Mr. Emerson ringing me up, telling me what had gone on there.
I got one text from Kevin James, mid-afternoon, and all it said was, blimey.
Yeah. O'Neill has 27. Worrell bowls to him, and he's gone after that one. Executed it beautifully, the first ball of the over. That one... not
want to get
quite
giddy.
so good, yeah.
Yeah. Fergus O'Neill.
Surrey would like him to get giddy and play a few shots.
Absolutely.
Joe Clark might just pass down a little word or two, quietly, as is his way. Let it go, mate, let it go.
Really enjoyed watching Worrell today.
Yes.
I've enjoyed watching Worrell bowl today.
Well, he'll be getting a grilling later on. Bowls again now. O'Neill tries an extravagant looking shot. Ball just runs about 9 inches away on the offside.
They're all so nervous at my hard-hitting questions. That, virtually have to drag them out screaming now.
Looks as if
he probably will be one of the candidates tonight.
Looks as if Sean Abbott's getting himself ready for perhaps an over or two before the close.
I was quite pleased this season. No, it was last season with the Jordan Clark interview. 1 minute 20 seconds. Oh, we got everything we needed out.
Less is more. Last ball of the over. Cut away again for 4. Second boundary in the over. Not totally in control, but my word, it went quickly down to the third man fence. And that is the 50 partnership between this pair. And Fergus O'Neill's contribution, 31. He's just started to accelerate a little bit in the last 10 or 15 minutes. 31 from 78. Joe Clark, just 18 from 39 balls in that 50 stand. And overall, Clark 121 not out. And there are 6 overs left in the day. And the chances of Surrey batting this evening diminishing rapidly, I think, now.
Yeah, and it's just been a very well thought out partnership, this, between Clark and O'Neill, because O'Neill scored 31 of them and Clark has just played very sensibly at the other end. So it is going to be short now, but I do like it on the shirts of Nottinghamshire, that on one of the sleeves they've got the stars for the number of times they've won the championship. It's a nice touch, that, isn't it? Don't they do that with World Cups as well? I think you have the number of times you've won the World Cup on your shirt. You've got it on yours, have you, David?
I don't know. I'm not going to take my top off. It's getting chilly. We'll have a look.
As Abbott, in fact, the comms cam's not on at the moment, as this is turned up towards mid-on.
Nor do we want it on.
And there is Dan Lawrence to do the film. Yeah, it's a nice touch, that.
I got me digging early at Taunton, first game of the season, even before we'd started.
Has he started his diary yet?
Look, here he is in his county championship winning shirt, and surprised you know what it is down here.
Well,
got the digging early.
Sure, Anthony is right in his diary. This one's flicked away by Joe Clark, and it's going to run away down to the long leg boundary rope for 4. So this has been a good 20-30 minutes for Nottinghamshire here. 3:13 for 7.
Yeah, prolific writer, Mr. Gibson. Did you read his essentially an autobiography story of his life?
I've read it twice.
West Country
boy. I really
boy.
enjoyed it.
I think Adrian Harms down at Sussex has got my copy at the moment.
I really enjoyed it. There was one passage in it that I didn't really want to read.
Yes.
As in over the wicket once again comes Abbott. This will be 4 more. Just getting inside it is Joe Clark and just helps it off his hip. Down towards fine leg.
If it was serialised in one of the red tops, that's probably the passage.
Yeah,
that
it would be.
Been.
Well, I got the fright of my life because I was reading it as he walked into the commentary box. And the description of himself as the face of the foot and mouth crisis. That was
You know, when I've just said less is more, it doesn't necessarily apply when it comes to revealing some of your private details.
Yeah, I wasn't sure that I really needed to be reading that. But anyway, I really enjoyed it.
I did.
And I read it twice. Now they're getting a leg slip in now. Stop Clark getting inside it and whipping it down to fine leg. Abbott's in again to him. He's forward to a good length delivery. Plays this one up towards mid-on and there's no run.
I expected that to be a yard outside off stump after a couple down the leg. 5 overs and 2 balls left in the day.
We may get through this. Jordan Clark's warming up violently.
Yes, he's hoping for a go.
Up there at mid-on. Abbott over the wicket he comes to Clark. And Clark's letting this one go outside his off stump. Terrific innings this. 222 deliveries for 129 not out.
With 1 or 2 exceptions, they're a very tall side, aren't they, Surrey?
Yeah, I suppose they are. Well, they are. Reece Dobley's out there, 12th man, and he adds a bit of a few inches.
We're having a chat.
Yeah.
That could be that. That could be that, gentlemen.
I think it is, because it is pretty gloomy. What a day of cricket that's been, though. And well played, Joe Clark. Outstanding innings, this, of 129 not out. Fergus O'Neill has done a great job with him there. And Dan Worrell, outstanding bowling from Dan Worrell today. But yeah, I've really enjoyed today's cricket because we won't get back out there today, and that'll be 3:17 for 7.
Very much looks like it, Mark. I can only echo those thoughts. Terrific day of cricket here at Trent Bridge. It's a match that really didn't need no building up, no hype. I think I can only speak from the Nottinghamshire angle and the Nottinghamshire supporters, very much looking forward to this. Everybody, without exception, really has complimented both sides for the way they conducted themselves and the intensity of the game at the end of last season, and just wondered if this one would live up to the billing. There's still a long, long way to go, but it's been a great day of cricket, and two particular heroes stand out, one on each side. With the bat for Nottinghamshire, Joe Clark goes off 129 not out. He can resume in the morning with the lower order. Fergus O'Neill stays with him at the moment, 31 not out. Earlier 82 from Jack Haynes. But for Surrey, absolutely terrific spell of initially new ball bowling, but just bowling full stop every time he's come back there, as he takes the accolades from his teammates and leads the side off the field from Dan Worrell. Missed the first 4 games of the season. Might be a reason why Surrey have drawn 3 of their first 4 matches. He might have been the difference. Very much a difference maker. Terrific player. Terrific day's cricket. Think we finish. Yes, in fact, we've got end of day up there on the card on the live stream, so they have probably called it off. 317 for 7. Thanks to Nick Eshragani, to Kevin Howells, to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office for keeping us on air, just about keeping us on the straight and narrow, and for our fabulous camera crew, and for everybody who's been out there through the course of the day listening, either at length or just popping in for the odd 5 minutes. You're appreciated. Thanks to Mark. Thanks to everybody. That will be the end of play here at Trent Bridge on day 1. Nottinghamshire 317 for 7 after 90.5 overs. Bad light has brought an early end at about 17 minutes past 6, and that'll be that from the entire team at Trent Bridge. A very good night.